to buy another radio, and I'm kind of vacillating between an ICOM 718 just to do photo work, and I've had that before. It's been a great radio for that. Or just another 7300, which is all the running here right now. The reason for that is no learning curve. But with two 7300s, you basically have a 4-band 7610 that gives you the spare transmitter over there to you at. Okay, well, the old ICOM 706 would be a nice coda rig too. And it's real small and you can detach the face. You could use it, put that in your pocket. I don't know if I could use a radio without a touch screen. You are so spoiled. Have you considered
What up, everybody? Appreciate you coming out to the after chat. Let's help you get on the radio. What's going on here? These guys are chewing those rags, man. They got a whole vat of shop rags that they're chewing through. Sound good, though. Sound pretty good. I don't know if it's coming through, so I'll have to go back and listen to the audio. I always try and change things up. I like using, so I'll talk about some making of the videos. I use this. I'll show it right now. I've been using this for a while, this headphone amplifier. Takes 12 volts in. And so I just run aux cables to everything. I've been doing that for a while, but the problem with that is sometimes it gets a little RF sensitive when we're doing a live stream. So I've kind of backed away from using that, and I wanted to use the lavs again and try it, but I think the lavs might be too futzy, whereas this is just you run a cable, it's there, that's it. So, yeah, that's kind of my thoughts. All right, we are live. We are live. Our goal out here is to kick it with the Discord. Our Discord community is one of the best across the amateur radio landscape. I will say, if you're on a Discord in an amateur radio server, you're already amongst cool people. Like, almost every one of them's great. I'm in a ton of them. All great people. And they're generally people that don't let any kind of gatekeeping or any of that other stuff fly. It's about helping people out. And so other communities, I'm hesitant to say just as good because, I got to be a little proud of what we've done here with the HRCC. But they're all great, too. We absolutely love them. But anyway, I'm going to hop in the Discord, and we're going to talk to our friends over there. So one moment.
I was there sometime between 79 and 77 and 82. I went down there for one trip. And it was laying on its side at that time. So,
yeah.
How's it going, everybody?
Going well. How are you, Josh?
Greetings.
I am good. I'm going to mute these.
Evening, Josh.
I'm going to mute these guys rag chewing for a second. Let me go ahead and drop that down. There we go. Very good. All right, cool. All right, so here we are in the after chat. Thanks, everybody, for joining us, taking the time to be out here. Yeah, so everybody watching, the Discord link is in the video description. You just join it, and then when you get on the server, scroll down the server list, which is on the left. That's our chat rooms. Scroll down to live-stream, hashtag live-stream. That's the text chat for the live stream. And 2 below that, there's a little speaker, and it says live-stream /after chat. For that, you need to go into your Discord settings and set up a mic and a speaker. If you have headphones, plus 100 internets to you, and then set a PTT button like control or something like that. Because we kind of use it's like a repeater out here. Okay, that's the way to look at it. All right. So how's it going, everybody? Any key points that I also screwed up on the G105 or G106 that I need to amend quickly? All right, I love it. Silence. I did nothing wrong. Well, I do things wrong all the time. It's quickly fixing the problem. That's my thing. That I like to fix the issues when they come up. All right. So, what we do to kick it off, I'm going to come back and I'm going to ask that big question from the title of this live stream. But first, to kick it off, we like to go to anybody that's here for the first time. So if you'd like to come forward and say hi, introduce yourself, that's huge. We love to say hi to new people in the HRCC Discord. But if you have a question, newcomer questions are first whenever we're live in the after chat. So is there anybody here for the first time that would like to say hi and introduce themselves and or ask a question? Come now.
Well, I've been around for a while, but I haven't really asked a question yet.
Okay, well you can cash in that chit now if you'd like.
Okay, so I just installed a brand new ATUS A120, wonderful antenna.
Yeah.
I managed to get it to tune on 20 meters, and despite the best that I could do as far as bonding with my vehicle, it will refuse to tune 40 meters properly. Everything else is like under 2-to-1, but 40 meters still goes to infinity for some reason. Don't know if there's any suggestions that people have.
Yes. Well, first, why don't you tell us about your installation? How do you have it mounted? What is it mounted on? And what is that grounding and bonding that you've done so far?
Okay, so I have a 2017 Ford Fusion. The antenna is a Diamond K400 mount. It's mounted to the back of my trunk. I had to do some ground strapping from the base of the antenna mount to the trunk lid, and then from inside, the hinge is grounded to the chassis of my vehicle. Then I've got my cable, I got it choked right at the antenna feed point, a couple of ferrites, and then going to my radio. My radio is also grounded to the base of my chair and my car. So far, anytime I'm tuning, 20 meters is about 2-to-1. Everything else is under 2-to-1. 40 meters just will not tune. So I'm wondering if I'm either missing a step or something else is going on.
Yeah, so when my ATOS, in all the vehicles I put it in, it tunes well below 2-to-1 SWR. And I know that SWR is a trap sometimes that we get ourselves caught in, but generally it should go well into the ones in a lot of cases on most of the bands. It shouldn't be a problem. So let's talk about that connection from your hatch lid to the chassis. How did you guarantee that you're making a good electrical connection to the chassis? How do you know that's the case?
So I used a multimeter, and I understand that DC continuity is not
Great.
the
That's
same thing
exactly
as
where I
RF
was going.
continuity.
That's exactly where I was going. So you have electrical continuity between the chassis and like the trunk lid and the chassis and the mount of the antenna, etc.
Correct.
Cheers on you for trying to do some troubleshooting first. That's amazing. So then the next question is, how long have you just let the thing do its job when you hit the tune button? Have you just clicked the button and just walked away and let it do its thing?
Typically, I'll give the ATOS about a minute and a half before it decides to stop tuning.
No, just hit the button and then leave it alone. Just walk away almost.
Is it actually tuning with, like, the power meter is showing there's power, or is the ATS light just blinking?
That's also a good question.
So the ATS light will blink, and at a point where it will stop. So like on 20 meters, it finds a good place under 2-to-1, but on 40, it will stop with the antenna all the way back down and then just kicks me back out.
It goes all the way up and comes all the way back down?
Yes, and then it just stops and it refuses to tune.
Have you tried manually controlling the ATOS? Do you know how to do that?
Yes, I believe what I can do is I can go into the menu settings
It's
under the
even
secondary
easier.
function.
This is an easier way. You take the
I think
mic and you hold down the PTT, and then you use the top arrows to move the antenna up and down. And so what that'll show you, so let's say it goes all the way up. that's kind of where you're going to be anyway when you get to 40. So let it go all the way up, and then hold down the PTT and watch the S meter, and then hold the down button. And you should see the antenna start coming down. And what you want to see is you want to see a dip. That's what you're looking for, right? It would be shocking to me to not see a dip at all. And so if you don't see a dip at all, are you sure that you have a good connection on the whip? That there's no plastic or anything like that that might be getting in the way, and the whip might not be getting engaged?
I should double check the whip, but as far as I could tell when I installed it, I made sure it was at least tight, not over tight, where the point, stripping screws or anything like that.
Okay.
And also make sure to try to tune the antenna while I'm outside of a building. Obviously don't want to try to do it in the garage.
I mean, I've done it everywhere. I do it when I'm going 75 miles down the road. I've done it next to buildings. I've done it in a McDonald's drive-thru, and I've had no problem tuning the antenna.
Oh, that's interesting.
The fact that you're having such a fiddly kind of experience is very curious to me. Mike already jumped in there. Mike, do you have any thoughts as well? Feel free to jump in.
Got a couple follow-up questions. One, I guess let's start with the mount. The Diamond K400 you said you're using, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Are you using that flat piece of metal that came with it that's silver and looks like it goes under the mount?
Great question.
I should touch on that. Somebody from Facebook said to remove that piece of metal. So for some reason, the screws underneath the mount are supposed to bite through the paint of the vehicle to get a ground connection, and then some people tell me to remove that piece of metal.
Get rid of that piece of metal.
Throw it out.
Get rid of it.
Okay. Yeah, and the thing that I was trying to do is I was using a grounding strap at that piece of metal and then feeding it to the inside of my trunk on one of the bolts to try to get some sort of ground connection there, but probably should try removing that piece of metal and then just that ground strap and see what happens.
So I had a 2011 Ford Fusion with the exact same setup you have. Get rid of that little piece of metal and just screw those screws right into the paint so it kind of digs into the paint a little bit and gets a good ground. That's all I ever did, and it tuned every band. No grounding, no bonding, no nothing. So that's number one.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
My other question, you said when the antenna is tuning and then it bottoms out, goes all the way down, and then just stops tuning. Again, getting back to that, is the power meter actually showing power, or is the ATS light just blinking? And if so, once it gets down all the way to the bottom, have you hit the tune button again? Because the ATOS is kind of dumb. It doesn't know where it is. There's no like counter in it, if that makes sense. So it has to, like, that ATS light on your screen will just blink.
Yeah.
And you have to let it sit there for literally a solid 60 seconds before anything happens. And then it should start tuning again. So what's going on when you hit tune?
I didn't get a full chance to check the power meter, but I'll make sure to eyeball that. But I watched the SWR meter as it drops toward.
Yeah. SWR, yeah. So that meter is doing something, though, right? It's not just the ATS light isn't just blinking and there's no meter reading at all.
The meter is moving back, and then I'll kind of keep an eye on where the meter is at its lowest, and then when it climbs back up, I kind of monitor where the antenna's position is at.
Okay, so it's just not getting a good tune, is what it sounds like then. Okay.
Yeah. So I will try doing that, removing that little metal strip underneath the mount, and then see if I can get those screws punched through the paint, so to speak.
Yeah, here's a crazy question. Could you just go do this like right now and then come back and tell us?
That'll take me a little bit of time, but I'll see what I can do here. Give me about 10-15 minutes.
Just go ahead, put your AirPods in. You can travel with us. Just mute yourself and then go do it. You can even be live in the garage. It's super easy. It's two Allen heads. Ditch that thing. Is it no? It's
on the K400, there's 4. Yeah.
Okay. Just loosen it. Throw that piece of metal away. This is the Gordo 101 with all this stuff. Gordo's like one of his favorite things to mention is throw that thing away. You want those screws to go right into the metal, through the paint into the metal. I'm curious. I think that might be it. I think Mike nailed it.
All right, we'll
I-
go give that a shot right now. I don't have mobile. I'm on desktop PC, so I'm going to have to walk to my garage.
Okay. Well, we would appreciate it if you did. If you'd just rather hang out and then catch us, then just treat it like homework. You got to come back next week and tell it how it goes.
I'll see what I can do, or I can post in the Discord for you.
There you go. I appreciate that, man. That's good. All right.
We want answers. We want them now.
we want answers. But that's a fantastic question to kick off the after chat. I love that. I love that so much. Thank you so much for bringing that forward to us. Okay, who's
Thank
next?
you so much, Josh and Mike.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good, and good luck. Come back and let us know. So who's next? Who wants to say hi and introduce themselves? And priority questions answered right now. Who's next?
I'm Joey. I'm Kilo Charlie 3 Whiskey Papa. Relatively new to ham, and I was wondering about coax and what choice I should make because I'm doing a 100-foot run, but I'm worried about loss going all the way out there. Right now I have RG8X, and I'm wondering if it would be a big difference to switch to maybe getting a nicer coax.
All right. Well, Joey, welcome, and you're asking the right questions because that's exactly something you should consider if you're at a 100-foot run is what kind of feedline losses you might get. So, Joey, what frequencies are we talking about for your operation? Is this VHF, UHF, or are you trying to get on HF?
It's mostly 10 meter for me, but then a little bit of 40 and 20.
Okay, so HF. Great. Okay. So, and you have RG8X. So, RG8X will be lossy. It's true. Do you have a particular? So before we get down the rabbit hole of like coax, because we did that last week, and boy, we had a lot of people talking. Do you have like a budget in mind for what you'd like to spend on coax if you're thinking about replacing it, or are you just wondering how much should you be worried about this?
I think a little of both, but I think it's probably like under $60, $70 maybe.
Okay.
As long as I'm not like breaking the bank.
Okay, I'm glad I asked that. So the right answer is probably yes, you're picking up some losses at 100 feet. That's just a guarantee that you're going to have some losses. But RG8X is not that bad in that 10 meters is probably maybe going to be your lossiest band, but it's not going to be that bad. And then $60 to $70 is probably not enough to be able to upgrade into something that will be less lossy than RG8X. You're already probably at where you should be for the amount of money you've spent.
Okay, and then I hate to ask another question.
Oh,
but,
man, go for it.
Do you think that waterproofing would be an important issue for coax like that, or should I not really worry about it?
Oh, yeah, the connectors in particular. The shield, no, you're good. And ideally, it would say direct bury if you go look up the listing for what you bought. Hopefully, it's direct bury or whatever. Those are like just about the best for water shielding. But no, the connectors definitely should be waterproofed. And the way you want to do that is something like a coax wrap, a self-amalgamating tape that you go around the coax connection, build up from the shield to the connector, and then wrap that with electrical tape, like a good 3M electrical tape. And then my general rule of thumb is you check on it once a year, and then you should replace it about once every 3 years.
Okay, I'll look at it. My other concern is just I'm using those like banana connectors from Amazon that you can just buy, so I'll have to like solder something up and make a little ball one for myself and try and get it on. Thank you for that advice.
So what do you mean by banana connectors? Okay, well, I guess what is your antenna? Why don't we just talk about that for a second?
Oh yeah, it's right now I have it like weirdly tuned because I was just
Okay.
curious on whether or not if I just put it like kind of in between 15 and 17 whether or not it'd work. Not super well, but I have the G90, so I was just kind of tuning it up.
Okay.
But normally I have like 16 gauge wire tuned for 10 meter.
Oh,
and
so
I
you just
like
have
inverted V.
like what do you have at the termination point of the coax? Like what's your antenna connector, if you will?
It's like those Amazon screw-on connectors that you can get, where it's just like one end is those banana clips, and then the other end you just kind of like screw on.
Is this a dipole?
Yeah, it's a dipole. It's like inverted V.
Okay. So like a Cobra head is everybody's calling them the Cobra head now, right? Is it BNC or is it SO239?
Yeah, it's BNC, and then I
Okay.
like adapted it.
So if you're looking at my live stream, like one of these guys, so it's the one that has the black plastic with the two twisty bits. One's red, one's black.
Yeah, I'm not currently looking at your live stream, but
Okay.
that sounds correct.
So, okay. The truth of this is like this is not like totally waterproofed. BNC is relatively water resistant. You could almost be at a point where you just wrap the whole thing in coax seal and then put electrical tape over the whole thing down to the shielding of your coax, and that might be good enough. But you should probably, yeah, a lot of people are like, you should probably get a balun if you want to keep building dipoles. Get yourself a balun, and then you can wrap that pretty well. Or like an end fed halfway if you need a transformer, so an un in that case. There's some different options you can go.
All right, yeah, I'll look at the balance and stuff because I am also worried about that RF coming back. But
Mhm.
yeah, I'll look at the balance and I'll look at maybe trying to make a different termination and some waterproofing. Thank you for the help.
That's awesome. Thank you, Joey. Are you gonna say something, Mike?
Yeah, I don't think I'd worry about the coax, honestly.
Yeah, well, I think
If
that's where we're
you're-
at right now. Yeah.
No, I was busy researching coax line loss while you were talking.
Well, he's got a budget of $70, so he's not really going to be able to upgrade from what he's got and be an appreciable loss improvement. And RG8X is good enough.
With Belden RG8X per KV5R.com, at 100 feet, assuming you're 1.0 to 1 SWR, 100 watts. At 100 watts at the radio, you'll see 69.4 watts, which is the 31% loss with a 100-foot run. But even like Messi and Poloni Ultraflex 7, which would kind of be in terms of size similar, you'd be 81.4% residual power left. So you'd be gaining like 10 watts, which is like nothing, you know. I don't think I'd worry about it.
So for everybody in the chat,
Yeah.
he's talking about 10 meters, 20 meters, and 40 meters specifically.
Yeah.
And so losses
And I
on
did
10
these
would
at,
be
I did
the
these at
highest.
28 megahertz.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be the highest loss. I think we've already kind of come to an answer, but you're probably good enough. The answer is you still need to take care of that coax, right? Because you don't want water to ingress into the connector and then get into the dielectric. That would be a big problem, right? That would basically render the length of coax unusable for an extended amount of time for it to dry out, right? So that's going to be your first priority, and that's a couple of bucks to buy some good electrical tape. Don't cheap out. Get the 3M stuff and get yourself some coax seal and wrap that real good. There are so many people talking about the Cobra head and its water resistance, and I do question that myself as well because this is all just plastic. So you probably would, and you'd be well under your $70 mark if you go get yourself a 1-to-1 balun, a decent quality 1-to-1 balun, and then that coax connection, waterproof that coax connection. The good thing about those baluns is they often have little hanger plates, so you can hoist that up to do an inverted V. And the cool thing about a balun is once you build one band, you can come back and you can build another band on top of that and make like a fan dipole. And that will give you 40, 20, 10 if you wanted to do that with some line separation between those elements. And that would work just great.
All right, yeah, I'll look into it. Especially the balun was definitely something that I was looking at to make sure it's good. But yeah, it'd be nice to have something that's more permanent than what I currently have up.
Yeah, so I'm going to pull up Palomar Engineers really fast. They can be expensive, but they do have baluns, I believe. So let me just search for balun here. How do
Those LDGs are $29. I don't know if you want to go that cheap,
but I always worry about the weatherproofing on those too. Have you?
oh, I've had mine out for years. Yeah.
Yeah, these baluns are pretty expensive. 'Cause
Yeah.
a lot of these are full legal limit power.
Well, even
Oh,
the
wait, so you've had the
non-legal-
LDGs outside for years?
Yeah.
Oh, then that's the way
I've,
I'd go. Those are fine.
Yeah, I used
it's like
a
40
49
bucks.
to 1. Yeah. 40, they're 30, right?
I mean, depending on where you buy it from, I guess. Let's see. DX
okay.
Engineering, what do they got them at? $30. There you go. It's a 1-to-1 balun. Yeah, and then now you got a nice little bulkhead connector that you can waterproof right at the end there, and then you have the twin leads coming off the top. That's so what a balun does, and so just look at that. It's rotating. It spins. So what a balun does is isolate the coax from the antenna. So what happens with a lot of dipoles and other antennas is that the coax will become part of the antenna to some degree, and it will change the radiating pattern. And so a balun helps reduce that and just focus a lot of that radiation pattern to your twin elements, your wires, right? That's the primary function of a balun. It does give you some isolation from RF, but you still likely will have to choke. And then on the ingress to where your ham shack is, you still might need a drop to have a ground spike or whatever it is, or some kind of way to get common mode currents off of the coax shield. You'd still want to do that at the entrance point of the shack.
Yeah, that's also with like lightning arresters. I don't know if that's a big concern, but I do get a lot of storms around me.
Where
So
you at?
lightning arresters, that
Geographically,
to
what state are you in?
Maryland.
Maryland, you get a lot of lightning up there?
A good amount, at least. I was kind of worried about it with my 2 meter antenna. It's not
Yeah.
super a lot, but it's enough to be concerned.
So if you're concerned about that, the best course of action, of course, is to follow the NEC code for all your safety ground and all that within your AC supply, your mains power. But then at the antenna, your direct drop to the coax, right? So you've got let's say you have an inverted V, right? You already mentioned that. Your coax line's going to go down some amount of feet until it hits ground, right? So at the point that it hits ground, or where it would hit ground, you would want to drop a ground rod and have a lightning arrestor. And the coax would feed into the lightning arrestor. You would waterproof this connection. And then you'd have that ability to hypothetically bleed off lightning. Now, if you got a direct strike of lightning, there are I don't know that anyone says that even a properly super equipped lightning safety, lightning ground setup would prevent damage to your shack. So the best thing to do, you still should have the lightning arrestor. So again, dropped right to the ground. Ground spike goes in the ground. You have a lightning arrestor on the ground rod. Coax connects into it, and then the coax run goes to the shack. Just disconnect it. Just disconnect everything if you have storms. That's the best way to avoid that kind of trouble.
Yeah, that sounds right. And also for the ball-in, $29 doesn't seem bad as ham gear goes. So
No, these
yeah,
are
I'll
really
look
useful
into
too because
the
you can use them portable, right? So if you end up wanting to do parks on the air or whatever, you could just take this out in the field. They're really small.
yeah, I'll look into all that because it seems like that's definitely something that I should do is
Yeah.
getting like better gear for all the stuff that I have. So yeah, thank you for the help.
Yeah, Joey, that's great. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Great question. We've had 2 great questions to kick this off. Man, I don't want to stop taking questions. So who's next? Who's a first timer who'd like to say hi or ask a question? Come now.
I don't even know I'm not a first timer.
All right, we'll take your question. 0. Go ahead, bud.
I want to preface it with I got licensed on Valentine's Day.
Do you
And
have a
then-
Valentine?
Yes, I did. I asked her out that same day.
Good for you. You're like, honey,
So two
I'll-
really good things on that day.
I'm gonna wine and dine you, but first I gotta go knock out this test here. all right.
I did the test before she was awake.
Oh, see, he's got the hustle too. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm engaged. Where are we going with this question?
So I'm actually currently in the process of moving back into my grandparents'. Long story. I don't really want to put that fully out there.
Don't worry about it. Going to a new place. Yeah.
I'll be residing in an attic. I want to do some sort of HF, VHF, UHF, like base station without doing base station pricing. And so I'm kind of looking into the like mobile as a base station.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
My question mainly goes as far as getting coax out of like a normal interior wall kind of thing.
Okay.
And just like to 6 inches on the other side and like properly sealing that. And what a good way to do that and still have it like operable and easy to take on and off.
So some kind of like pass through, right, for the home?
Yeah, going between internal and external walls.
How much money do you want to spend?
I'm paid $500 every week, and I mean, I'm not looking at spending too much.
Okay.
So I'm trying to stay in the radio budget itself of like
Are you
upwards of $400.
Are you in an area that gets a lot of weather, or?
Yes, I am in Southeast Michigan. We get a little bit of
Oh
everything.
yeah, buddy. Okay. All right. So a couple of things. I was on this channel, Ham Radio Tube, and I watched a video he made that he dropped about what he pulled from Hamcation. And so let's find, where is it? It's a thing. There it is. Look at this. All right.
Something
So-
inside to keep the bugs out.
So there are a number of pass-through options, like when you put a hole into a wall, and they can have little bits of PVC pipe with connectors on each end that gives you a really clean pass-through through the coax. The problem is, like, okay, now that I've done that, I've created like a 2-inch wide diameter hole that's just open to the elements. So you got two things to worry about: bugs and then insulation and stuff like that. So they make like cellulose insulation that you can stuff
Or I was
in.
going to say, stuff the entire thing full of like silicone.
No, probably not that, because that would be like that would be like permanent, right? You'd have to cut it out if you wanted to do that. So the first thing you want to do is
Right.
you want to bring that hole like up to the eave of the roof, so that the rain's not really going to like get wind blown in. It's going to be up underneath the roof line, if you catch my drift. The eaves would be blocking it. And then
Gotcha.
I'm
I'm also lucky enough. I'm also lucky enough to where that also kind of coincides with head height while sitting down, because it being an attic, you got the
Sure.
45-degree ceiling, which love and hate relationship with those things. I've hit my head many a time.
Is it a wood building or is it brick? Because somebody just brought up brick, and I didn't even think to ask that.
Primarily wood, so it's got like the 3/8 like shingles on the outside, and then
Okay.
I'm not sure if these walls are properly insulated, but I know it's drywall on the inside, wood on the outside.
Well, so my point is not necessarily to get back to that insulation, because it's not going to leak a bunch of heat or cooling out of there. That's not really the big deal. It's to make sure that things on the outside don't get on the inside. And there's two ways I go with that. I use steel wool as an exterior point, and then I buffer it on both sides with some kind of a cellulose insulation that you can buy on Amazon. You can get it at the Home Depot. You can buy all this stuff at the Home Depot. You just go there and get steel wool, get a couple pads of steel wool, shove them into that pipe, and then put like a insulation material on both sides. And if you wanted to cap the outside with silicone, you probably could, because then you could just peel that off and it'd be pretty easy. But steel wool is my pro tip for a lot of that stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. And then I mean, secondary kind of half following question: what would you recommend as like a $300 to $400 HF, VHF, UHF like mobile?
So there really isn't a $300 HF, VHF, and UHF radio. We just did talk about the Shegu G106 for $200. That's probably that's honestly like in your price point for $200.
Unfortunately, I didn't pay attention to
Nah,
what
you're
bands
cool.
it had.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, it stopped at what, 6 meter or 10 meter?
10 meters and 10 through 80, and it will receive on 160. So
Gotcha.
pretty much all you want. 6 meters would be nice, but that's rare enough that it's not a big deal. And then you have $100 left over at your location. So I should have asked: is it $300 like all in for antennas, coax, power supplies, all that stuff? 'Cause that's-
Radio itself.
Okay. So you can get the G106 for $200, and then you could buy a decent HT, or a used VHF UHF mobile at a ham fest. That would be a completely
could do that.
reasonable thing to do.
I should also mention I've got the Boofwang UV5RM.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so I've done this, right? I put up I built a ground plane antenna. So you go get a bulkhead connector, the ones that's like a flat base coax connection that like bolts to the side of a house or the side of a chassis for a radio or something like that. Get one of those and you can build an antenna off of that. The problem is waterproofing of that is pretty much impossible. So if you have $100 left over, you could go buy a decent VHF UHF antenna and a bit of coax, and then you could just connect to your Baofeng, and you could use that for repeaters and local talking. Not the best solution. You could then upgrade later to a nice used VHF UHF mobile, and that would be totally workable too.
Um, I do have a signal stick and some other miscellaneous signal
Okay.
stuff coming in.
Mhm.
I also did get the pro tip from the people in the Discord that the signal stick does not like the cold, so I'm going to keep that for handheld use only.
No, they've gotten much better. So they are they still will react to cold a little bit, but I believe they're using a different material, the makeup of it. So when did you buy yours?
It should be here Monday.
Oh, so you're gonna get a new one. That should be okay.
Okay. I mean, I still don't really want to, because we've been having 10, 15, 20-degree days, and then I'm hopping down local roads at above speed limits. So I don't want to wind chill it.
Yeah. So of course I have to give a shout out to the people who mentioned the G90. The problem is that if your $300 is your budget straight up, then a G90 is HF only, and it's $450. So probably
I
not
mean,
what you're
not too
looking for.
bad.
Yeah, so the advantage of the G90 is it has a built-in tuner, it's 20 watts, and it has an SWR meter on it, which the SWR meter is actually really handy, particularly if
Oh,
this is going
okay.
to be one of your first radios. You could get a lot of use out of that. So that does have value, but then that's a lot
I'll
more money.
I'll probably split that across a few paychecks then and try and get that.
Okay.
I just wrote that down in front of me.
Now, with all these
Um,
radios, you're still going to need a battery or some kind of a power supply. You're going to need the antenna,
yeah,
the
I'm
coax, and
opting
all that
for
stuff.
power supply.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you're all going to be running from the attic, then yeah, absolutely.
For sure.
You might be surprised. Is there a radiant barrier on the roof of the house? Do you know?
That I don't know. I never really had any information on the house,
Yeah.
how it was constructed, and it was built, I want to say the 20s or 30s.
Hmm. So likely not if they didn't have a recent roof replacement. But a lot of new roofs are coming with
No.
radiant barriers, and if there is a radiant barrier, then it pretty much guarantees that you have to bring all the antennas outside or out of the space of the roof. But if you don't have that, then just use all the HT stuff you have right now for VHF, UHF. You got a bit of elevation. You already have a pretty good, probably line of sight to a lot of different repeaters and other people talking. Start with that. Prove that that's not going to work for you, and then look at potentially buying more gear, right?
For sure. I mean, I work over a couple towns over, and they've got a really nice repeater over there
Mhm.
that every night at 10:15 p.m. they do a traffic net. So I've got I've gotten my call sign written down a few times for checking in for the night, and I thought that one was awesome.
Yeah. So I mean, you should be able to participate in that from the attic. That should be fine.
Yeah, I know it's probably closer to 12-mile drive, but I mean I was able to hit a 500-foot elevation UHF repeater from 10 miles over air.
Yeah.
So I know 8 watts is pretty good for UHF or VHF. Sorry.
Well, it's one of those situations. I would fully exhaust all the gear in my arsenal before I would consider going and buying a bunch of new stuff, right? So just go ahead and explore all that, try everything out, and then go from there.
All right, for sure.
Okay, good. Good question, too. That was a good one. All right, who's next? Anybody here for the first time like to say hi or ask a question? Come now. All right. So that's fine. We'll come back to that. Oh, Big Blue Dog, I can't hear you, bud, but I see you keyed up. So you might want to go check your settings and come back.
Oh, I was going to say,
Oh.
I have a comment on one of your videos.
Oh, a comment. Go ahead. Live comments. Here we go.
Well, you did that one where you were using that stealth reflective cloth.
Is it
You're
EMP
frustrated.
cloth?
Yeah. You were frustrated about ripping and all of that because
I
you're
wasn't
stabbing
frustrated about it per se.
Well, but you made comments about it. Have you ever thought about a grommet kit?
I have thought about a grommet. I have.
Yeah, just put
sir.
a grommet right in the
Just
center.
Drop the link.
Every
Just put
corner,
a
put a
grommet.
grommet so you can
Just put a
stake it
grommet.
down and it won't rip.
Yeah, just put a grommet. Yeah, for sure. Let me see. Where's
Grommet.
I just
Put a
lost
bird
it.
on it.
There we go. Hold on. Where is it? There it is. Just put it.
I am going to jump out here now.
A grommet? A grommet? You say a grommet?
Let me just check in with my EMP ground cloth comment, see how I did. Large brass grommet where you poked a stake through. Hope to see you on Orlando Hamcation.
That's something that's so cheap. That's $5 and a hammer.
Grommets!
It's no problem. Static grommet.
Despite going through the cloth, you might want to grommet. What about a brass grommet for the hole? Place a brass or nickel-plated grommet in place of the hole. Josh, get thee to thy local hardware store for a grommet kit. You want a grommet at least the diameter of
brass
grommets.
I got some half-inch brass grommets.
Well, you should add it to the video, or in the links, like this is how you fix that problem.
Through mine. One in the center, one in each corner, and one in the middle of each side.
Indeed,
in each corner of.
Yeah, there you go. So yes, I have thought about that. I have a thing I've built. I have a thing. I've built the thing. We'll talk about it in the future. I'm not ready to talk about it yet, but yes, and it has grommets. Okay. Well, with that said, let's get to the question of the show. What is the cheapest radio you can buy for an experienced amateur radio operator? Like, let's say you had maybe it was a ham. They were like 20 years out of the hobby, and they're like, I'm back, baby. What radio should I get? But I want the cheapest one I can get. And you don't want to give them something that they're going to be bored with. Because as much as I think the G106 is kind of cool, I think that we're talking HF. Okay, let's do HF first, and then we'll go to VHF, UHF, okay? I think that the G106 is so basic that an experienced ham would be like, A lot of them would be like, I don't want to deal with this. For me, I'd be like, oh, this is simple. I kind of like it. So what is the answer? What is the answer for best radio for an experienced ham maybe coming back to the hobby? Who wants to be for anyone? Anyone can jive in. We'll take your thoughts.
I got one.
Shadow Warrior's in there. Go ahead, bud. You're first.
I mean, I'm still rocking the X6100. It's got as many features as you can imagine for the price.
6100 versus a 6200?
Yeah, because when it's plugged in, it's full 10 watts. So I don't want the 7-watt output for the 6200.
Ah, so you want the higher power. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of people that said 6100. Okay, 6100 from another Shagoo joint. Shagoo is kind of conquering the low-cost radio space right now. I kind of see it.
I mean, you can't beat the internal sound card.
I think I can beat it. It's sometimes not consistent, but I see where you're going. And yes, it's better than not, right? Oh, there's Dawn. There's Dawn. I think Dawn's got it, actually. $430 for a Hermes Light 2. That is like peak, and you get one of the best receivers in the game, man. That's awesome. That I totally I do not give enough credit to the Hermes Light. It is an incredibly good radio. All right, who's next?
But then you need to buy an.
You don't. The last it was Shadow was saying 6200. That's a QRP radio. The Hermes Light's a QRP radio. Yeah, so of course I gave no character information like, is this an experienced CW operator? So an experienced CW operator could take a 6200 or a Hermes, and they could rock it, right? QRP would be no problem for them. For single sideband though, yeah, QRP could be a problem. There you go. That's I don't think I'm bringing the 8600 out to the campout, but it does intrigue me to have Adam hike my 8600 to a soda and activate with it. That does seem like possibly a fun thing to do, or at least a really fun email to Flex Radio when I have to send it back to them.
Yeah, Connor took a 6400 out to a POTA.
Full power amp too.
No, for a POTA is different than hiking a soda.
True, absolutely true.
Yeah. Who else wants to dive in there?
You just strap it on the kids, and you're good to go.
I don't need it. I mean, you got an Adam. You got to hike with Adam to know like the power.
Or just do a soda that you can drive to.
I feel that like the only way the Flex would have a problem is if there was an act of God, like if it got struck by lightning. It wouldn't be because Adam dropped it or there was anything with him that happened. Who else? Who else has a thought? What is the best amateur radio? If somebody who's coming back into the hobby, they're experienced ham, They want a cheap but good radio, something they could get a lot of use out of. What is the right answer here?
Yeah, the FX4 is not a bad radio.
Don's a little quiet today. Is that on my end?
No, it might be on mine.
Oh no, okay. I bumped you up a little bit, but the FX4. Yeah. Why, Don?
And then of course, Mike has been shouting 891, and I don't disagree with that either.
Yeah. So what's cheap here, right, guys? I didn't specify like what's cheap. I always say what's the budget.
Yeah.
I think for an experienced ham, they would see something like an 891, and they would be like, okay, that's a reasonable price, and I think that's a true statement. I agree with that.
Especially if you find a used one.
Yeah. You know what's okay? There's radios that you don't see a lot that show up in used, and the 891 is one of them. I haven't seen a lot of used 891s pop up. I think people are like using the heck out of those radios. I don't think they come up used very often.
Yeah, I don't think I even saw any at the Hamfest, at Hamcation.
I don't think I've seen one at the last 3 Hamfests. I keep an eye out for major manufacturer radios like that, and I don't think an 891 has come up.
Around my area, they do pop up at the Hamfest, but it's usually somebody that doesn't like the menu system of the 891. That's just because they don't want to learn.
Well, nobody likes the menu system in the 891. We tolerate it because the feature set of the radio is so strong. But I don't think anybody goes like that is the right way to do a menu. Like I don't think anybody's saying that. But we like the feature set. It's a fantastic feature set for a radio.
I like the idea of having a waterfall for like somebody that used to do ham radio, and then they're getting back into it just because that's kind of cool.
Oh, like a cool let me show you what technology provides today. And you hit them with a waterfall, and they're like, "Oh my god, what has humanity wrought?"
Right. It's like welcome to ham radio in 2025.
Welcome to ham radio. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I can see that. In fact,
I have a question.
Hold on here. That's not it. There we go. Look at the waterfall on the G106. A $200 radio with a waterfall.
It's not a waterfall.
Or not a waterfall, sorry, pan adapter. but okay.
Spectrum scope.
Yeah, pan adapters also works. Who had the question? Go ahead.
James, I just bought the radio. And
you
then
bought
I bought
the radio?
HF, yeah. And I bought the portable telescopic antenna as well.
Oh, okay. What are they advertising?
The Radiology HF 008 portable telescopic antenna. Is it a good antenna, or is it just decent or terrible?
Give me the number again. I did not mention that. What was it?
HF 008 portable telescopic antenna.
Oh, all right. So let's talk about this for a second. What? I didn't want... No. Okay, hold on. This website's fighting me. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. All right. So what we have here is a base-loaded vertical antenna. It is a tapped system, right? So let me... Can I zoom in? Oh, perfect. The leftmost thing, what that is it is a tube that is wrapped with wire. And then that wire is covered with a heat shrink. And then they have little holes that you take that exterior wire and you short out sections of those coils. So starting at the very bottom, see how there's a little thing that's sticking out of the side of the very bottom? So what that's doing is it's shorting out the 80-meter section, and then above that is probably the 70-meter section, and then there's the 20-meter section, and then there's 17, and then probably I think that's connected for 15 right now. And then all the coils above those two posts that are sticking out this way to the left, to you to the right as you're looking at it. Everything above those two posts are active antenna bits. And then you got a whip, right? And then the whip screws on the top. So I'm guessing, let me see if they give you dimensions. What's the total? Storage length is 30 inches. So that's the folded down, and you add the length of whip to that. That gives you 60-ish inches once you add the whip to it. So it's a compromised antenna because it includes a coil of wire, right? The coil of wire will make it a compromised antenna, meaning you don't have just a straight long piece of wire to get all your RF energy out. But it's very convenient because it's lightweight, it's easy to pack. So, did you buy like a connector or some kind of a mount system to be able to connect it to something, or what do you plan to connect it to?
The magnetic tripod that goes with the bundle right there on
Okay,
top
so
of the page.
you got the bundle with the tri-mount. Okay, so you plan on running this on your vehicle, I'm assuming?
Well, I got pack tenor from last week when you guys were talking about the pack tenor that came on sale.
That's
So
a
I have
good
that as
antenna.
well.
That's a very good antenna. Yes. But in this case, this is going to go on your car?
Yeah, that's going to go on my car.
Okay. So that's probably totally acceptable, totally fine. It's going to work just fine for you. The problem with a lot of those base-loaded verticals is they really need like a good ground plane, a lot of radial wires underneath them to be effective. And a lot of the instructions will say something along the lines of, you only need one wire, 1/4 wavelength of whatever frequency you're operating on, and that's total garbage. You need as many wires as you can connect to the shield side of the coax. By the way, shield side of the coax is everything that this base is. All of that is shield side of the coax. You need as many wires as you can if this was just set up at a picnic table. In your case, though, you're putting it on a big hunk of metal, which is your car, and that should work out pretty okay for you. The problem I see that you run into, and you got to come back and tell us if you have this problem. A lot of times with these mag mounts and ham sticks and base-loaded verticals, when you get to the lower bands, so we're talking 40 and 80 and 160, that's when the ground plane just isn't up to snuff. You might get an okay match, but they're just not radiating very well. You're just not getting enough power out in an effective way. So that's more or less something you'll have to experiment with to try. But if you're talking high bands like 10 meters and 12 and 15 and 17 even and 20, you'll do fine.
Okay, that's what I was figuring.
Yeah. So what I request is once you get it all set up, come on back in and tell us what your thoughts are and how everything went.
Oh, I will. Yeah, I
Good.
just got to figure out what I'm going to do at in the house for an antenna, because this is going to be the only HF I'm going to have for a bit, because it's actually very affordable.
Yeah, it is. So you can always take that radio in your car and then disconnect it and bring it into the house, and then have another antenna for at home. Do you have trees at your house?
Not really. I live in Florida. It's kind of flat.
No palm trees even?
There's a large palm tree in the front. That's about it.
How far away is that from where you might be operating from?
The other side of the house, so it's still pretty far.
Yeah, that's good. You're saying the right things. You might want to throw a line over the palm tree and hoist an antenna up on a palm tree. I'd try it. I'd absolutely try it.
Then I could use the pack tenor. That would work fine.
You could, and in Florida, you don't really have enough weather to be a problem, but the pack tenor is not really totally weatherproofed. So you might have to disconnect it, and that's okay. If you want something a little bit more permanent, there are end-fed half-wave options that exist that you could just take that transformer box and like screw it into the eave of your house, like on the roof line, and then just have a wire going shooting straight up to the palm tree. That would be That's what I would probably do. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Just getting a ladder tall enough now.
Ladder? No, you're gonna throw a line, bud. You're gonna throw line. Throw weight. So hold on. Yeah, we're not doing ladders. Throw weight. Nope. Not Thor. Throw. Oh my gosh, what is going on? What? Oh, it's because my mouse is freaking out here. Yeah, these guys. Weaver. Probably how tall do you think that palm tree is? If you had to guess.
About 40 feet.
It's not bad. You could probably do it with a 12 or a 16. Anyway, so what you do with this guy is you just take a throw line. Literally, it's throw line. So if I go to Amazon, they've got a little bundle here, $30, and it comes with how much feet of cordage is this? 150 feet. That's perfect. So you take this and you tie a knot, and there's a special knot that they use for throw line. And you take this and you whip it around, not like lasso style, but like vertical over under, and you whip that over the palm tree. And the weight goes over the palm tree, the cord comes down, and the cord you can use to pull up a piece of wire that will be your antenna. And you can replace the cord with something more permanent like Dacron. Dacron's a little bit better. There's Dacron antenna line that I use a lot. Dacron's great because there's very little static. There's no stretch to it, or it is static. There's no stretch to it. That's generally what I use, so I'll replace my throw line with the Dacron line once I got it hoisted up. So that's what I would use. Just
Josh,
throw a line. Yeah.
There's actually a special arborist line that you can buy on Amazon. It's yellow and black, and I don't know the coating. It almost feels like a very waxy coating. It's very light, but it is super slippery through the trees. So when you use an arborist weight, like a 14 ounce or a 16 ounce weight like that, especially if you're using the slingshot, when it gets way up into those small trees, especially if they have sap on them,
yeah,
Dacron line will hang up, and you're forever and a day wiggling the line to try and get it to come down. The arborist line is very supple. You lay it out on the ground first. You take all of the twist out of it, and when you get it into the tree, it will literally just glide right through the tree like it was Teflon.
I mean, that's what I'm dropping the link for right now. Is that
the line that comes with those weights is terrible.
No, this is waxy. It's super waxy.
Yeah.
It's super waxy.
Yeah. Okay. I've bought that before, and I know the combo.
Yeah.
The line that they gave you was absolutely terrible. I remember an arborist who was a friend of mine said, "Oh no, you don't want to use this. You want to use that." And he gave me a spool, and I said, "Where do you get this?" I said, "I got it on Amazon."
Okay.
And that's what he uses to run his lines into the tree.
So I can't.
Should we talk about the rope burn warning first?
Well, I can't.
That's a good one too.
Hold on. So I can't speak on behalf of an arborist because I'm not an arborist. But I've been using the same bundle. Like I have one of those cubes that you can rotate it, and it's a throw line cube. And I have a bundle of this throw line, like 150 feet of it, and I've thrown this through the sappiest pine trees, deciduous, evergreens, everything. I've thrown that throw line in Big Bear, California. California has a lot of really sappy trees when you start getting like in higher elevation. I've had no problem pulling this through trees. It's slippery as all get out. So yeah. I'm not saying the arborist is wrong. There might be an even slipperier option, which I'd like to know about. I'm actually gonna look up arborist line.
Well,
you can actually,
the arborist throw line is cheaper.
That I used, and that stuff is. Yeah, we have birch and some of the maples that we use here in the Northeast, and yeah, it'll hang everything up except for this particular line. But if it's waxy like you said, then that's the picture you just had in the upper left that has the I'll go get the link, but it's a black and yellow. I can actually just get the link. I could put the link in the chat for the stuff I've used.
This does look like
I just want to
gear.
warn any new throw rope user is when you throw it, make sure you really let go of it, because I have lots of like 2nd-degree burns on my hand the first couple throws as you let the rope go flinging through.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, wear gloves.
Yeah, the way I do it and the way I was taught was I have a 5-gallon bucket that I lay out in front of me. I take the line completely off, just like that in the arborist box. I use a 5-gallon bucket. Most arborists will use the box. You take the line completely out and you just coil it loosely as it lays in the box. And whether you use the slingshot, like I have an arborist slingshot that I modified that has an ascender and a archery release, so I can actually crank the basket of the slingshot all the way down to the end of the handle, load it, and then carry it where I need it to, and pull the release, and it'll go where I want it to. But whether you're throwing by hand or you're using the slingshot, let the line lay in the box as you toss it and let it pay out from that. Or even better, just lay it on the ground so there's no friction.
Yeah, I know that now. I bought the pouch that I think Josh is showing on there, which works good. And my kid thinks it's hilarious to go throw ropes and trees, so he wants to come out and throw.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
You get a 3-year-old running around, and he's like, "Hey, let's throw a rope." And doing it, he gets in front of you, forget to let go, and you've got instantly this weird white rope burn on my hand. So any new user, I'd like to just warn, make sure you let go. That rope whizzing through causes the weirdest rope burns.
Josh, I just posted a video in the chat that shows the bucket in action.
So
the bucket O line.
So let me tell you guys how I learned to throw an arborist line. When I was a scout, we had this game. It was a ball that was connected to a streamer, and it was called a foxtail. I played the ever-loving crap out of this game. And what it is you'd get kids on both sides, and they'd wing this ball. You hold it by the green tip, and you wing this thing as high as you can up in the air. And it's just a huge lofting throw, like a big lob that this goes over. And the game is, the closer you can catch the ball is like, you can't catch the ball. That means you didn't get any points. But if you caught it on the purple, that's extra points. The red is less points than the purple, but it's more than the green if you caught it on the green. And there was a game where you would build these points. So now, for me, throwing an arborist line, it's all from playing this game as a kid. Foxtail is so freaking cool. It's so much fun. It was one of my favorite things ever as a kid, playing this game. We took it out to all the campsites, all the scouting trips, everything. Foxtail is amazing.
So we used to throw wire line in my job when I worked in the phone company. Through trees, we would tie the end of the line to whatever we would do something, and then we'd throw the whole spool line, but we got the spools for free, so we would just go to the other end and pulling cable back.
Yeah, I think that Steve's point, though, is valid, that, like, I don't know how a palm tree is. I know it's very fibrous, and I know things will get caught up in it pretty easy. So it is entirely possible that when you throw a line into this tree, like, you're never getting that line back. So you'll get the weight back if you go over the top of it, but once you start hoisting an antenna up, other than maybe to pull the antenna back down, you're not going to be able to, like, swap out the line. So that's true. That's a true point.
I agree. He's right, because it is very fibrous up there.
Yeah.
Usually what happens is you sling it into the tree and it just hangs there and you never get it back. Or you jerk it too hard and it wraps around something.
Yeah.
I was talking, my kid likes to throw rope in the backyard. We did it, caught in a crotch of my tree in my backyard. It just sat there haunting me for like 2 weeks till I went and got an extension ladder, bought a larger extension ladder and a pole saw, climbed 35 feet in the air and cut the crotch off, so I got my throw it back.
Yeah, I've had them go up and get caught, like you're pulling it back too fast and it wraps around itself.
Oh, that's the worst.
Always take the weight off before you're ready to retrieve.
No, it never came all the way down.
Oh, well.
So when I pulled it back, it wrapped, and I literally just left it there. And 2 weeks later, the wind had blown it out of the tree. And that's happened to me 3 times.
SOB. Yeah.
It seems to me it happens every time. You just gotta. It may be a year, but it will eventually just fall out of the tree.
Yeah, but then it's there in your backyard. You're looking out your backyard, your deck, whatever. And it's just sitting there haunting you every single day. Hey, look at me.
I've got 4 acres. I don't care.
Yeah. So another good point is, once you get a line in the tree, you might want to attach a pulley of some kind, and a pulley's great because then you can bring things up and down. And so to attach a pulley properly, you may actually need like a good ladder to get high up to attach it to the palm tree. But then once you've got a nice little line around the palm tree and you got the pulley, then now you've got a system where you can hoist and bring down a multitude of antennas. It's now just a part of your system, which is great.
Yeah, what I have to do out here is I have to put a pulley on the end of a line that I've thrown up in a tree so that it's outside of the tree, so that the line that's going up and down is not in the branches. Otherwise, you can't get the complete height. You'll end up weaving through a bunch of branches. So it's got to be out away from the tree, and then you can pull it. You can pull it up, and it'll go straight up and straight down.
Does anyone else swap the throw line just for the Amazon special cheap spool of paracord?
No, paracord's horrible for pulling through a tree. Horrible.
Mass strand, 100%.
Yeah, mass strand.
Mass strand's good.
Yeah, I have the cheap stuff, and I did it just enough to bring one of the radio pulleys. Palomar was selling them last year, the ones you can split halfway through and hook the loop through, and that's what I have up in my backyard.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, the only thing you have to be very careful with. Yeah, you got to be very careful on those pulleys that you don't get the cheap ones from Home Depot, because the line will slip in between the pulley and the side of it and just get caught, and that's it. You're done. So you get Mastrant sells pulleys that are built correctly. Now they're quite a bit more expensive, and then there's marine pulleys.
Palomar has
both of those work really good.
Yeah, mine were the 5-pack from Palomar, so they're probably I think they weren't cheap, so they're probably better. But yeah, it's a good. As you're saying it clicks in my head, going, yeah, I could have lost. Well, the only running through mine is it's the bridge point of my end fed.
Yeah.
So Josh, I found it. The one I used was by a company called Notch. It's called AccuLine, and it's made from Dyneema. So you do want to wear a pair of gloves with that.
Really? It's made from Dyneema.
I actually posted a picture of it in the chat.
Sometimes Dyneema, I had Dyneema line that I got caught in a tree pretty bad at Pacifico.
This is what all the arborists here use.
Okay.
And that is, it's very supple. I have yet to get I've yet to get a weight lost in a tree up to 75 feet or so. And it's worked really, really well.
Excellent. Well, thank you for sharing that. That's awesome. All right. I think I'm maybe we get a reprieve from last week where I couldn't tune or do anything on my radio. Let me see. Oh yeah, we got power output. So we're good. We're in there. Won't be running the amp today, I don't think, but all right. Okay, anybody else with the question of the live stream? Got a new a ham coming back. Inexperienced ham. What kind of inexpensive radio would you put in front of them?
I actually have a clarifying question on that.
I mean, we can go in any direction you want, Greg. There's no particular point.
So,
it's thought experiment.
Yeah, so there's the cheap as in the list price or the fair market price of the radio versus there's opportunity cost of a radio. For example, the Scouts, our council has a radio group, WI9 BSA, so I'm part of that, and somehow a member of something was going through some stuff, some bills, whatever, and had to let go of 7300 for like $600. So that was a really good radio, great for Scouts, the graph, the waterfall, anything like that. So not a cheap radio, but a cheap price. So that's the biggest thing, is if you can find a opportunity on a good radio, the divorce sale, estate sale, something like that, that's the best way, I think, of finding a radio at a cheap price.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like the savvy buyer situation for sure. The problem is that's like, how do we really point people to, like, yeah, if you can get this radio for uh 25 cents on the dollar, then yes, that's a good deal. Well, of course. Yeah. Yes, that's of course the way to go. You should do that. But if people ask, like, hey, if they just want to go exchange dollars for radio, what would you tell them to get? Right? That's kind of the question, I think.
All right, yeah, I overthought it. I apologize.
No, you didn't overthink it. It's a good point. Of course, it always needs to be made. Like, if you can buy the same thing for less and it's used, or get a good deal, or even just get it, someone provides it to you, as kind of like a donation, then yeah, absolutely. I hear you. I'm with you. I'm with it. All right. Okay. I'm gonna open it up to anything, anywhere. Let's talk live stream today. Any questions for anyone, anywhere, whether you've asked a question before or not, come now. Anybody talking about anything. Let's just go have fun.
Question.
I got one.
I saw Shadow Warrior first, and then we'll come back to the other one.
Did anybody, since there's so much talk in the news about the border, did anybody see where the cartels made their own cell network using like open BTS and hack RFs?
They've been doing that for a while, though.
That's
I
the
did
first
not.
I've heard of an open source telecom.
No, they've been doing that for a while. That's they hide. They have people that work in the narcos that are like totally like they have some serious communications. If you look up some of the stuff that they've pulled from the people they've abducted, or not abducted, but arrested, like they got some serious communication chops. They'll set up repeater networks, like linked repeater networks, the whole 9 yards. It's pretty crazy.
Has anybody tried to do that in the amateur space with open BTS?
I don't know, because I don't know what frequencies we'd be running on hypothetically. You'll have to look into that.
I don't think the FCC would let you use those frequencies, and they don't necessarily let you use those modes either.
Those cartels, they don't care so much about what the FCC thinks.
Nope.
So that might be why they do what they want.
They're in another country anyway, without a strong version of the FCC.
Yeah.
Well, I would imagine if there's no encryption, we have access to some of those higher bands. We should be able to use something similar.
I guarantee you they put encryption on it.
Oh, yeah, they do, for sure.
All right. Who's next? Any question anywhere? Go for it.
Hello? Yeah, I've got one.
I saw John Bug. Go ahead, John Bug.
Anyone have a recommendation on a pre-1970 mobile rig?
Pre-1970 mobile rig.
Technically,
yeah, I have a
Collins
recommendation.
S-line is a mobile radio.
Comment.
Okay, where are we going with this? Pre-1970 mobile rig. Okay. Comment. Go ahead, comment.
All right, I'll give you my recommendation. Don't skip leg day for something like that.
No, it's the other guy. The other comment.
It was Mike.
It was Mike. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Well, there's only one, unless you want to start digging in the weeds, and that would be an FT7. Very, very old, just above QRP radio. Other than that, it's get the large suitcase radio out, because pre-1970 is all valved.
Yeah. Yep.
The Collins S-line had a bolt-on attachment on the back for mobile operation called the MP1. And there's actually a picture somewhere in one of the older Collins catalogs from about 1968 of the Collins bolted under somebody's dash. But the KWM2, actually can run as a mobile radio.
All right. Somebody asked me, what is a DTX shoulder shot? You gotta drop me a link. Well, oh wait, hold on. Did we find it? Oh my goodness. I'm not. By the way, my FD8, my WSJTX is still screwed up. By the way, check this out again, guys. Look at this. So left-hand side, those are people calling. Or sorry, very farmost upper right-hand side. Those are people calling me, and there's no red. There's no red. I don't see them. They're calling me, and the app is not processing. I have to double-click on every one of them to make it go. That's frustrating. I think I have to download the new, different version of WSJTX. But okay, let's go back to this. So that's a cannon. That's literally a pneumatic air cannon. 100 psi max. Yeah, it's an air cannon. How much is this thing? Oh, you can't even buy it. Where do you buy it from? Hold on. Oh, no. I'm not going to pay $329 for that. No, I'll just throw the thing. I got no desire to lug around an air compressor.
Yeah. We just we at our club meeting just last month, there's a guy that builds these for our club, and he gave us all the plans and everything. So they're not cheap. They're not expensive. They're all parts from Home Depot, and then he's got the whole plans. I could drop the plans in the chat here, and you could take a look and see if that's what you're interested in. We actually used it at field day, and we shot. And he actually makes these little bullets for it, so it's not the throw weights. He actually makes a bullet out of PVC, and you drop that bullet in and fire it. And we took it over a couple of 50-foot trees, and it went over probably over 50 yards over those trees.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and you can air it up with a bicycle pump. It's not that you have to put a ton of power in it. So I'll see if I can find the plans, and I'll drop them in the live chat here.
All right. So what I'm going to do? Go ahead, comment.
You guys, you keep forgetting about Mr. Heil's gadget that he talked to about on your show. Every I can't remember what the Wednesday show you do is. But he talked about a gadget for throwing a line in a very high distance, which just happens to be a ball thrower for dogs that's pneumatic, that's firearms derived, that is actually exempt in most places because people like things that throw things for dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted my 37mm grenade rope launcher that I made.
There you go.
No, this is a specific gadget that uses a little 2-2L. That's the one. Some Jody's just printed it. That thing is actually firearms exempted in the UK because it's literally for throwing things for dogs. You can actually use that in public. So
that's crazy.
That's a great gadget. It's like it costs nothing. It's about $60 was the last time we looked at it. So I think they're probably dearer now because everything is dearer now. But
that's super cool.
Yeah, it was very interesting.
I do like so I'm back on board if I'm using a 22 cartridge to launch something into the tree. I'm back on board. That's.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, comment.
One thing that works for me at least is using a fishing weight and some fishing line, and a slingshot, and just shooting it up there, and I'll usually get it right over the branch that I'm aiming for.
Sure.
I shared a picture of the pocket shot. It's like a rubber thing that you just stick an arrow in and shoot it up.
Hey, Josh, I just stuck a picture in the chat. That's what we used to use to get line between ships to do underway refueling.
Oh wait, what now? What are we doing? Somebody drop. Hold on. Let me get the an atlatl. Somebody just said. Okay, hold on. Somebody is showing an atlatl. Does anybody know what an atlatl is? By the way, before humans developed the technology of bows, they had an atlatl, and it was like a spike, a huge spike. That's way bigger than an arrow, and they had a lever behind it, and they'd throw it, and it was called an atlatl. I mean, they came by other names, but that was like the most common name. And apparently that's
Josh, this is Mark, KD7 DTS. Those things are no joke. I grew up making atlatls. They're super fun.
And you got
we
Grizzly
used to
Adams
put,
out here rocking it with some dungarees. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, we used to use those to put a spear through about 1/8-inch aircraft aluminum. Works like a champ.
Yeah. And they were just used for killing people. That's kind of what their purpose was.
They were particularly good against Spanish conquistadors because they could go through the plate armor.
Oh, really?
You gotta remember, sorry, Josh.
Really?
You got to remember, a yo-yo is technically a weapon.
Yeah, they drop them out of trees and kill animals with it or something like that.
Yes, the yo-yo trees.
The yo-yo trees. Oh, I didn't find a frequency. Hold on, I gotta find a spot. All right, back on 20. I've upgraded my my station to a more streamer-friendly version of WSJTX called WSJTZ. It allows me to do things that I want to do. So let's see if I get red.
A more streamer-friendly version of WSJTX called WSJT.
Eric, you're hot.
Eric,
mute the live stream. Eric, mute the live stream.
A more streamer-friendly version of
Eric, mute the live stream. Oh my God. All right, who's next? Questions anywhere, anytime. Go for it.
Okay, do AWS.
Go ahead.
I was just curious if you've ever used the VX6R on 6 meters, and if you've tested the harmonics and power output and stuff like that, if it's clean to use on 6 meters.
I believe I have the VX6R from Yaesu. Yeah, it's clean.
Clean for 6 meters.
I think so. I think the last time I tested it was probably over 2 years ago. But yeah, I don't know how much what you're doing on 6 meters per se with it, but sure, yeah.
Oh yeah, it would just be some repeater work, some local repeater work.
Oh yeah, you're probably
It doesn't come out of the box for 6 meters, and I did the Mars mod, so I wasn't sure if they locked it out because it was dirty on 6, but I've heard a lot of people using it. I just wanted to ask.
Okay, yeah, you're good. Okay, guys, I'm freaking out. I'm double clicking on the TX4 and I can't make it go from RRR to R73. This is all very weird to me. Like WSJTX is all screwed up right now. What is going on exactly?
Which version are you using, if you don't mind me asking?
Right now it's 2.7. It looks like.
Because I upgraded to the the 2.7 enhanced or whatever.
Yeah, I did.
And
that. I tried that too.
When you uninstalled it, did you actually delete the app data folder too?
I don't think so.
Oh, sorry about the audio before. I was plugging in my headset.
No, you're good. You're good. It's all good. But see, like, I'm not getting the reds. Like, people are calling me, and I'm not. I don't see any red.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah. When you uninstall it, go under your user data. So it should be like.
It's a minute, Josh.
It's a hidden folder called app data, then local, then WSJTX. It's where all of the actual localized stuff gets stored on your computer. It's the same folder that your logs in.
Oh, God damn it. Gray Man. Go ahead, Gray Man.
Hey, have you tried to do a factory reset?
Doing a factory reset. I don't even know what that
format
means.
the drive and start over.
I don't even know what that means, man. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Have you tried a...
You don't have auto sequence
cycle
on.
What's that?
Did you disable the red right there on the very top? Is it disabled?
No, it's not. Oh, it's back. I got it back.
It was disabled.
You know what I did? I reset it back to defaults, Gray Man, is what I did.
I'm telling you, every time, that is always the answer.
That's all I did, man. I don't know if you can claim credit for that, but I also don't know why I still don't have the RR73. Like, that pisses me off. I don't like doing
It probably works now.
It might. You might be right. Oh, and of course, yeah, it works now. I double-clicked the button and
there
then
we go.
Damn!
Josh, I'll be sending you a t-shirt.
Okay, I need another
How do you
beer.
have those tabs above the thing?
I'm using WSJTXZ.
Oh.
WSJTZ. WSJTZ is what you want. I think that's only Windows, Mike. I'm sorry. But
That's
there's
okay.
this thing.
I don't want it. I was curious.
There's this button over here that says Auto CQ. So that's a thing you can do with this app. So, yeah. What does it say when you hover over it? It did a thing. When this is ticked, all hell breaks loose. The Antichrist takes over. Earth. The Antichrist takes over. Earth implodes, and all humanity ceases to exist. That is literally what the tooltip says for this. I had no knowledge of this. This is crazy. Hold on, we didn't even finish it. Warning, tested on animals, non-vegans, includes gluten and traces of nuts. That is what the tooltip says.
Somebody's got a sense of humor.
Sounds like my present diet.
That is a funny person. That is funny. I love it. That's amazing. That is amazing. Somebody give me a plus 14. I love that. All right, I need to get another beer, and I am going to use the restroom really quick. So you guys can run some questions for me really quick. So anybody want to dive in there really quick? I will be back in about a fiver because I gotta hit the little boys' room. I'll be right back. Come on in there. Go ahead.
Did anybody work South Korea this evening?
Saw it, tried it, didn't get it.
Oh, he couldn't hear my call, and the band died just as the last. I think it was the second or third time. Was it Hotel Lima 5? No, Kilo Lima 5. No, Hotel Lima 5 was a Kilo Echo Echo. His second or third time up, I think, on that same frequency, and just as the band died, it was like,
What frequency was that?
What, 415? 4? I could look back in my spot collector.
It was 20, wasn't it?
It was 10 meters.
Oh, 10 meters. Okay.
So this would have been an intersection of the gray line and the bobbit line.
What kills me is I worked Japan all afternoon. Everybody in Japan, 5'9", and the guy in Korea couldn't hear me.
Yeah.
So
I've worked them on 30 meters.
I was trying my own business actually working, doing some work for my desk today, and then I saw, hey, 10 meters just open up, going, well, I didn't really want to work that much anyways.
It's exactly the shiny object that dragged me away from what I was supposed to be doing.
So I got a ran one. What do you guys think about the 7760?
Nah.
Overrated.
Flex radio.
Hermes like,
nah, no way. Flex is nah.
Oh hell yeah, Eric. Yes.
By the way,
cool. Maybe you want to go to my house and fix mine then.
No, mine's never broken, so I've never had to have it fixed.
Have you tried factory reset, Eric?
I would love to, but you actually have to have physical access to the radio to reset it.
Oh yeah, I know what you're. Yeah, I know what you're dealing with.
My SD card corrupted.
Yeah, and even then, I think you're going to have to get a new card.
Yep, and I am 7,000 miles away from the radio, so I can't do anything to fix it.
Yeah.
Don't have a maid to send over there and swap that out for you?
You can do it with the Flex radio. Oh, wait, am I?
Oh, Eric lost his SD card internal.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's an unrecoverable one.
Oh.
Yep. A remote radio that you have to physically be present is not great.
Well, I mean,
if you had a wait for our I know. Oh God, when I say this, we're gonna get all of our network admin, our undercover network admins. You could have a network controlled power strip or power control system that could take power away from the computer, return it, and then you could have the computer wake on LAN, like a very low level wake on LAN.
Oh, I have all that. The problem is the SD card on the Flex is what died.
Yeah, the internal SD card.
Oh, it's like
you have
physically
to physically
failed?
replace it.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, the firmware got corrupted.
You have an older Flex?
It's from December 2022.
Yeah, that was a problem in some of the earlier versions of that board.
But it was firmware related, and they've updated the firmware and it fixed it, because I used to hear it all the freaking time in the Flex forums, and you rarely hear it anymore.
Well, I mean, the issue is they're using an SD card to have the software. So the least reliable storage media on the planet is what they decided to use. So they can fix it all they want. It's still going to fail just over a certain number of heat cycles.
There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a dude you can talk to at Flex and be like, just give me the down low, send me the image so that I can just re-image this thing. Like, you don't have to send it back to them, right?
You can. You just need to have the
Shut
serial
your
number. Which
serial
I
number.
don't
Okay.
have. Since
Oh my God.
No,
the radio's not with. I'm not at my radio.
Yeah, the way Tim explained it, Tim Ellison, Tim Ellison, right? The way he explained it is that when that thing corrupts, it corrupts a sector that cannot be rewritten through a burn. So you have to get a new one from Flex. Now, if you get one that's good, you can go in and image it and keep the image, but you can't get the industrial cards that they can get that they're putting in the radio. So the one that you can buy it, by the way, for $30, and which is what I did. I bought a replacement for $30 just in case, but I've never had mine go bad. And that's probably the best you can do, because it does.
I can say I've not had mine ever corrupt, and I've been through some pretty crazy unplanned power cycles as well.
You just gotta do what we used to do in IT, is have the spare Pick'em card zip tied to the front of the switch, so in case it died, you tell the hot hands to pull the card off the zip tie, stick that back in, and get you back into your core router.
Yeah, so the problem is I don't have a set of hot hands. I'm 7,000 miles from my radio, and I live alone.
Y'all heard about bit flips? Maybe you got hit with a cosmic ray.
You don't have anyone that's like close to you that you trust to go there to fix that, or?
No. I have a lot of really expensive stuff sitting right next to the radio, so no.
All right. Well, copy that, man.
7,000 miles. So you're talking like the East Coast?
No, I'm somewhere else. I'm deployed overseas right now.
I thought you were.
Eric
in
cannot
Hawaii.
say.
Okay. All right. I don't want to know. Don't say anything.
Please don't say anything. I don't want to have a black SUV show up in the front of my house.
But look me up on the network.
My TSSCI is expired.
Yeah, I know. I know it was a code thing. I don't think it was actually a bit flip on the case of a Mario 64 cart in someone's house. But in a satellite, we absolutely have bit flips. That's a real thing.
We have that issue in spacecraft, but not so much on Earth.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty much a radiation issue or a bit flip is the likely cause of why Green Cube died.
Is it? Is that what they came up with? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's stuck in a boot loop. So it won't load, and they have to.
Yeah.
It just
so sad.
constantly reboots.
That sucks. But you never know. Maybe that'll get hit again and it'll flip it back.
It's unlikely. I had someone explain to me the
crazy.
basically it needs a software reload.
Yeah, it needs to be reflashed. So if it hits the boot sector and you bit flip the boot sector and it literally has nowhere to boot off of. There's nowhere to go. So it just keeps cycling. It is in satellite purgatory, as we would call it. And you can't reflash it. You can't like over the air reflash it or anything like that because I don't think it has like that kind of load or anything like that. That sucks, man, because that was I'm so bummed I missed out. So there are things in ham radio that I've missed out on, but most of those things I can go back to and then just, DXCC. Sure, I can get that if I don't already have it. The things I don't really care about. But like Green Cube was a moment in time where we had a MEO orbiting packet station on UHF. That is insane, and I did not capitalize on it. Good for you though. You definitely did. And thanks for taking the time to tell everybody about it. And I hope other people did because they should have. And nobody's flying up to MEO, by the way. We have no launch vehicles that go to MEO, like for humans. You're not just flying up there and fixing it like we did with Hubble. You're not doing that. Oh, wait.
Yeah,
if we had,
I'll have a new bird to play with, so that'll be good. I'll be moving into an area with QL100 service, so.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So if we had Johnny Space Ranger, that one wackadoo that we had on over a year ago, I know Mike was there for that. Maybe he could go up and fix it if he was not too busy having intergalactic battles.
I think what they really have to do is they have to properly Doppler shift the APRS packets.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
No.
Totally.
I tried to switch over to the Space Force, but the Navy wouldn't let me go. Otherwise, I'd volunteer to go fix Green Cube.
Oh, there you go. I like it. Okay.
Yeah.
Just give me a spacesuit and a gun.
If you end up in Space Force, all you're going to do is spend a lot of time in Colorado. So just keep that in mind. If you don't want to be in Colorado,
they've got people all over. They got people. They took over a lot of Army jobs doing some of the like X-band stuff.
Yeah, but that's boring. You're just gonna be rekeying things.
We got them out here in Oklahoma too.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Colorado would be like the dream job in the Space Force.
You working on Discus on X-Band?
All right, we got to get off this topic really fast before we all get
that's
in
where
trouble.
they'll be.
Well, Josh, real quick, did you know that on Wednesday we are launching to the moon?
What?
Yeah, the IM-2. We're my company's hardware is on IM-2.
Oh, but not like humans. You're more probes.
Not
drones.
yet. No.
Yeah, not yet. I'm like, I don't know how that would have slipped by me. That's pretty wild. Okay.
No, and this is a different mission.
You get them to put a repeater on it?
They're going to have cellular network on it. Yes. So first time cellular is going to be on the moon.
Oh, heck yeah. Now we're talking. What do you think about 5G on the moon, Don?
That's going to be later. 4G first.
Okay. So at least at least our rapid radios will work.
Oh, sure.
Does 4G work through the cheese?
No. Well, no, it probably will. Yeah, it's high enough. Sure.
No, the moon is made of cheese, and we live on a flat Earth.
Well, but it doesn't rotate, right? So it's locked. So yeah, we're gonna have
we
a
all
great.
know it's Gorgonzola. It said on Wallace and Gromit told us.
Listen, the jitterbug is gonna have fantastic propagation once they get a 4G station on the moon.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's where the space Nazis are, in the Hollow Moon, right? That's where the space Nazis are, right? I watched that movie. That was a documentary, right?
Yay, Boost Mobile's gonna work again.
Boost Mobile's back, baby! Yes. Can you imagine the latency? That's ridiculous. Oh, no. All right. We got to get off this topic. All right. If there are no other questions, they better come now. We're gonna say hi to our YouTube friends.
Hello.
Oh, I got it. I saw G. Mr. G. Mr. G's here. He screamed about. Do you have a question, sir?
Yes. Just to let you know, Josh, thank you again for having me on your stream.
You're welcome.
What I'm doing now with my radio, I have an FTDX10, an Ultramax antenna, and I'm looking for the coax, and I thank Joey for the earlier comment. But my budget is about maybe 100 or 125. I was looking at the LMR or the RT213, but is that too much for me because I'm starting out as a beginner on the HF bands?
No, probably not. Where's my gigaparts? Hold on. Yeah. So let's go back here for a second. So let's just see. We'll go back to my page. Yeah. So
and I also have traffic. I just started my on the verge to general. I will be done by April.
Okay. So what's the longest run you got? How's the longest run to your from your station to your antenna?
I'm thinking 100 feet.
You're thinking, or it is like you haven't built it. You haven't built it out yet. Is what you're saying, right?
Correct, Josh.
Okay.
Yes.
So a set of Ultraflex 7, 100 feet for $120 on Gigaparts.
Okay, I always take your recommendation. I'll do that. Thank you very much.
10% off. You use the code Josh. So check that out.
I mean, I always use your.
Thank you.
Your name, even when I'm at Ham Radio Outlet. I say, "Tell Josh, Mr. G says hello."
What do they say? Which one? In Anaheim? If it's Anaheim,
yes,
then yeah. They know me there.
Yeah, you and I will shop at the same HRO.
Have we not met there yet?
No, sir.
Oh, man.
You were busy doing the teachers ham radio
Teachers
seminar
Institute, or
yes,
yeah.
And I was there. I got myself an FTDX 10 and a Yaesu 70.
There you go, bud. There you go. FT70. Right on. Well, yeah, man. Thank you for hanging out in the live stream. And yeah, I mean, there are lots of coax that you can get. And again, my top 3 are Messi and Poloni, DX Engineering, and ABR. Those, like, you can find the same general quality of coax between those 3 companies. And so it really just becomes like, how cheap can you get it with shipping and all that other stuff. So those are the 3 to look out for.
HRO said that they'll ship it to me for free.
Yeah, HRO will do that. Yeah, or they'll ship it to the store for nothing, and then you just pick it up. That's what I do a lot of times. Is they have a huge network of stores, and so they'll ship stuff in between the stores, and I just pick it up when I'm shopping, doing my things.
Thank you very much. I hope if I have any questions, I hope you don't mind if I Discord you through Messenger, DM you.
Oh no, yeah, go ahead. For Discord, yeah, hit me up on Discord. That's the best way to DM.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Bye-bye now.
You, Misha de Bear, totally wrong. It would be Schriever Air Force Base, buddy.
They're all over. Cooley's
they
up
are,
in
but
Greenland.
that's where you want to be.
Yeah, well, I like Buckley.
More than Schriever?
Yeah, I mean, they got nice antennas.
My guy. Okay. All right, I'm not going to go any deeper than that. That's about as far as I'm going to go.
I see inside of them, so.
All right. Okay, let's say hi to some YouTube friends. Okay. Starting at the top, the man, the myth, the legend. We got one Andy K. Booty in the house. Man with the best call sign in all of ham radio. Is he he is deafened and muted. He's just there to show himself as being in the chat. So he's
in and out.
He's in and out. He's not in or out. He's just there. He's just showing his presence. His spiritual pressure is you have to acknowledge it. Next, though, is Ara, N6ARA. Good guy, good friend, good engineer. How you doing, man? Are you there? You're muted, but... Oh!
Hey, man. Yeah, doing well. Been stuck in video editing hell for the last few days.
Oh,
trying
man.
to make my first YouTube video here.
Can you tell us what it's on? Can we all be excited? Or is it a Cerritos?
No. It's not too much of a secret. It's for the tiny Gawant. It's this small, almost like an AX1 sized, a little bit bigger whip antenna that has an adjustable dial on it. And in theory, it works from 10 meter all the way to 40 meter. And so I've built a couple of these, been testing them, and then I don't know, maybe I've been hanging around Mark KD7 DTS too much, but by osmosis, I've decided to try to make a YouTube video out of this, and have been teaching myself DaVinci Resolve, and got a bunch of camera gear now. So this is fun. I'm hoping all this pain is going to be worth it, but we'll see.
Is that what Mark uses, DaVinci Resolve?
No, I think Mark uses what's it called? Premiere.
I use Adobe Premiere, but it's terrible compared to DaVinci Resolve. You're using the correct software.
I think Adam uses DaVinci, and I don't know what Mike uses, but this is I don't know. I was just being cheap. I think it's free.
You use DaVinci, right, Mike? We've already covered this, I think.
Yes, but I paid for the studio version like the beginning of last year.
Which is worth every penny.
Just out of curiosity, what does it come with if you get it?
Honestly, I bought it because Magic Mask came out, and I've used that effect all of one time. But you get all of the like titles, like the pre-made titles and effects and all that stuff. So I use those a little bit, but
nice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like hardcore love editing, so I'm like, screw it, I'm gonna buy it because I really genuinely like the editing process. I still have no idea what I'm doing, but Resolve, dude. So many people are switching over from Premiere to Resolve. It's ridiculous.
Hey, the voice isolation is phenomenal. So like when I the interview at Hamcation, you couldn't even tell we were in a room. It was like we were in a sound booth. It was that quiet.
Oh man, I haven't even tried messing with those settings. I got the DJI Mic 2 and turned on the noise canceling to sort of do that in somewhat real time, but you end up losing a lot of like audio information, and I figured it's probably better to record raw and then post process, but I haven't really, I don't know, man. I'm like only a few weeks into this. I have no idea what I'm doing.
So our buddy Shane is in the Discord. He said, I made my first CW contact with K6 ARK with my pocket keyer that I got from you, Ara, at 4 Days in May last year in Ohio. It works great.
Oh my God, no way. That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Dude, congrats.
Yeah. So the Moto Man's, he's on the CW, which is crazy. A Motorola guy using CW, can you even imagine?
I'm right here, right?
You're right here.
Yeah, I'm sitting right here.
You could talk to Ara. He's right here too. You could just talk. You don't have to text your comment to Ara. He's right here.
I know. I didn't want to be rude and interrupt.
No, go ahead. Interrupt. We don't care. We're just all hanging out. Nobody's taking offense to any of this. This is we're all just having fun, man. This is the best part about ham radio. BSing.
Dude, congrats, man. How was it?
It works very well. It's very, very nifty. I really like it.
Sweet. Yeah, in fact, thanks for reminding me. I gotta start stocking up and building more of those for 4 Days in May, because the last time those things went like flying off the shelf. It was all a big blur, but looking forward to that again this year.
So Ara, you went to Hamvention and 4 Days in May, right?
Yeah.
And you were selling primarily at 4 Days in May, or did you sell also at Hamvention, or you were pretty much cleared out at that point?
Yeah, I was only at 4 days in May, and then I was too slow to jump on the train to get a booth at Hamvention, and then I think we tried to do that this year with a couple of the QRP or not QRP, QRP, folks like Adam and gang, but I think all the booths are already sold out, and there's like a priority that if you were a booth the prior year, you get like priority to be a booth the following year. So, it's a limited amount of open slots every year to get in.
If you're really serious about it, can you DM me if you want a booth? Like if there are a number of QRPers that want a booth from 4 days in May, can you DM me?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Let me talk to some people.
Sweet, sure, yeah, it's worth a try.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Because I think that the 4 days in May influence, the QRP influence, I don't think there's enough of that. Like, obviously, we have QRP Labs. They usually have some kind of presence at Hamvention, but I think we can boost that a little bit. That would be awesome. So yeah,
that'd be sweet. I know. I think Pactena and Halibut Electronics have a booth as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'd be nice to see more folks like that.
Right on. Cool.
That's what I was going to suggest.
All right. Very good. Well, thank you, Ara. Appreciate you hanging out. Bill Hem Radio Tectonics is in the house as well. Who are you there, man? Are you there?
Ladies, fellas, how's it going? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, buddy. How you doing?
I'm all right, man. I jump around from one machine to the other depending on where I'm at. And first of all, I have two questions.
Okay.
So, first is a statement. Whoever came to my remote location and stole my calipers, just put them back where I lost them, and there'll be no questions asked.
What? What? What is happening?
Nonsense, man. I've been spending 5 hours looking for my calipers, and I finally found them. I was just joking. I was just
okay.
joking.
I was about to freak out right now.
I'm just joking, guys. Does anybody know off the top of their head what the barrel size for the charger for the ID52A is? Is it 3.5 by 10? Does that make sense to anybody? Millimeters.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Anyway, thanks for having me on. Good to hear from you guys. Thanks for all the shout outs. Bill, K0W8W, Ham Radio Tectonics. Gonna fit for those of you that are tortured with my long drawn out power supply build. I got it all finished up. It's looking good. So there'll be at least one more video about that.
Right on.
And then that's about it. But I haven't been doing a lot, just a lot of work, and had to move both RVs. Short notice, one here in North Carolina and the other one in Phoenix.
I didn't know you had multiple RVs. Multiple RVs.
No. Well, I'm homeless by choice. I sold my house in Phoenix and I bought an RV, and it's there. And then I work here in North Carolina, and I have the Green Ham machine here. Mm-hmm. And they both had to be moved this month.
Oh, boy. Did you have to fly, or did you drive one to the other one? Like, what does that look like?
No. So how does that look? So I had to fly out to Phoenix and then hunt down a place. And remember, my RV is old. It's 2000 or something, or 1999. And the hoity-toys don't want me parked near them, because I'll bring down the property values or something.
The property value at the campsite. Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Seriously, man, I'm not kidding. Remember I told you that one site turned me down here because I was less than 20 feet.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, it extends beyond your HOA and your home. But anyway, I found a nice guy, and I'm gonna move in here at the end of the month, but I had to get that one done in Phoenix as quick as possible. It worked out. There's a couple of smaller airports there, and one Stellar Air Park has they got smart because aviation had dwindled a bit, and they just took part of that space and turned it into RV parking. So
nice.
I get to hang out in my element as of sorts. But that's about it. I'm not gonna hold the mic any longer. Glad to hang out with you guys and hear what you guys are talking about.
Love it. Yeah, there's a couple of side chats going on in the YouTube chat talking about $50 sub $50 ham satellite Yagi DIY, and I think it was Jamscan that already nailed it. Build a tape measure Yagi. Yeah, build a cross pole tape measure Yagi for 40 centimeters. Sorry, 70 centimeters and 2 meters. That's the way to go. You'll be well under $50, but you got to do the work. You got to put the work in. All right, going down the list. Broke Ham, how's it going, man?
Man, it's going great. I'm finally getting on top of the new job situation and getting some more free time back and trying to be more involved in my local club. So I just actually met a bunch of them for the first time. We do a monthly brunch called the Brunch Bunch. Ton of fun there, meeting all the people that are here on the repeaters.
Yeah, so what's that like
today
when you go out there?
It's I mean, it's everybody's just talking about like, honestly, it's kind of like this. We just talk about, like, oh, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, what kind of radio are you using? So I really enjoyed it. I'm kind of awkward in person, so I didn't know how it was going to go, but everybody was super welcoming and
That's
everybody
awesome.
was very nice. Yeah. Also, I just got my tickets for Hamvention in the mail today. Super excited for that.
Nice.
Be my first kind of ham expo thing that I'll be going to. So
are you
really looking forward to that.
You didn't ask for media passes?
No, I didn't ask with my 500 subscribers. No,
I
did
mean,
not ask for
you
me.
gotta ask first, right? You gotta try.
Yeah, no. I just figured I'd go and hang out and see what cool stuff I could find. So,
well, check them out.
Submit for a media pass.
All right, you've talked me into it. I'll see if I can do that.
Now, at the same time, straight up, I was well over like 100,000 subscribers, and I went to Hamvention and I bought the pass and I got in line, and then Jason Ham Radio 2.0 walks right past me. He's like, "What do you mean you didn't get a media pass?" And I was like, I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even know that like you could get media passes. This all happened to me. It was 2019, and somebody yelled out to me, like, you could just get a media pass, right, Josh? And I was like, I didn't, and so I just bought my pass, and I did the same thing, and I was well over 100,000 at that point. So, like, yeah, it's cool, man. Do you?
Well,
yeah,
I'll reach out and see if I can get a media pass, but I don't mind paying for a ticket. Like I want to support, so
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, like,
don't mind.
Yeah, totally. And again, every one of these hamfests, particularly the majors, I take that back. Every hamfest you go to, figure out a way that you can help to support those hamfests, because if we don't do it, again, all the ham radio people tell me, it's like, oh, you're a young guy. I'm 42. And they look at me and they're like, oh, you're so young. We have to get involved to be able to keep this going. If you like hamfests, then you gotta do something to get involved in this, because it's not gonna exist without us at some point. We have to step forward to keep it going. So I like what you're saying. I like what you're throwing down.
Yeah, I'm mid-30s and I get told that too.
You young asshole.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but that's also why I'm trying to get more involved with my local ham club, and there's talks about doing like a public outreach thing. So I've volunteered for that, and I'm looking forward to doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, man. Okay, I like it. I like
anybody under 45 is youth in ham radio.
45, that's the limit, and then I'm OM. I'm full OM, so I can start rocking the.
Yep.
I get the jacket, get the windbreaker. OM.
So I can participate.
Full-time OM. Get that like a huge logo, full-time OM, and put it on a jacket. We'll put it on hamtactical.com. I will do this. I will go full OM. I'm ready.
How many of us qualify for the QCWA?
I don't even know what you're talking. Oh, a Letterman jacket. A full-on Letterman jacket where you put the DX. You get a stitched patch for DXCC, and it's a Letterman jacket. That is a good idea. That is a really good idea. That's
the QCWA is a Quarter Century Wireless Club.
I'm
or association.
I'm not quarter century. Wait.
Quarter century. Yeah, you have to be a ham for 25 years.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not there. I need another less than 10,
Yeah, that
I
was
guess.
me.
Um, But then you throw that bad boy on that Letterman as well.
Yep.
Like to get the whole thing right on the chest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, buddy. Oh, a Letterman jacket? I'm gonna go buy another '67 Mustang for this. That's crazy.
Yeah, you should go down to near Houston, down in that area where NASA is, and look at all the guys that have patches just everywhere.
Oh, I got patches, man. I got patches they've never seen before.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Oh, dude, the patch game is strong. The coin game though has come up big time. There's so many damn coins out there now. It's
Are you
crazy.
talking about challenge coins?
Yeah, every mission, anything that ever launched into space has a coin, and you're like, I don't even know how I'm keeping up with all this stuff. It's crazy.
I used to work with a lot of police departments and like DOJ and DOD, and that was the best part about training those people was getting to swap all the coins.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, and the patches.
I'm a collector, so I was
Oh,
all
yeah.
about that.
I love
I do
it.
have to say, working in the satellite segment
So
had
many.
the best challenge coins ever.
So many coins.
Yeah, there were
And a lot
so
of you,
many.
they can't even leave the building.
Yeah, some of them can't leave the building. Right, exactly.
Which is
Keep it in your drawer.
hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious.
Got to go back in the ITAR cabinet.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, Steve, you and I have more in common than I think you know.
Yeah. Wait, no lone man in that cabinet.
Yeah. So here we go. Here's the future Hamfest. This is the future I'm looking for. Where is it? Hold on. That's it right there. Letterman jacket for today's digital amateur. That's exactly what we're looking for. That's what we want. Now, me personally, I was a water polo player, so I need that full parka. I need the parka with the Letterman on it. That's what I'm gonna the letter on it. And that's what I'm gonna be rocking. That's what I'm gonna be rocking at Dayton and Orlando, for sure. That's crazy. All right, who's next? Going down the list. Scream Out. I think it's Digital Rancher. Is there somebody before him? Digital Rancher, are you there, bud?
Yeah. Hey, Josh. Hey, everybody. I'm fair warning here. I'm 4 fingers deep into some Taiwanese King Car whiskey. So, yeah.
Wait,
so I'm just hanging out.
Four fingers deep in some what whiskey?
Some Taiwanese King Car whiskey. Have you had any of that stuff?
I have
it's
not.
good.
What is that?
Oh, it's fantastic. I'll have to see if maybe I can bring some along to Dayton so everybody can try it out. It's really good stuff. It's too good. So
what have you been up to,
I'm just hanging out.
What's on the what's in the future horizon of the Digital Rancher?
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Future horizons. I'm still getting through some Hamcation stuff. I did just put out a video about something called Hyper Mesh. It is a competitor to Meshtastic. It's in its really early stages. So, and there's a lot of those things popping out right now. Right that's becoming a real popular segment. But yeah, just trying to get through Texas winter here, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but man, last week we had like 11 degrees, 14 degrees, just nonsense. So hence the Taiwanese King Car whiskey, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay, right on. I like it.
Oh, one other thing. For somebody looking for a cheap satellite antenna, you can keep an eye out for something made by Jetstream. They have a 2-meter, 70-centimeter Yagi that will oftentimes be right around $50. So I heard somebody say that that magic number. So a lot of times you can pick that up for $50.
Yeah, that's the one you got on Amazon. That you had that at Huntsville a couple of years ago. That we shot a video with you. That was a really cool antenna for $40. That's like killer.
Yeah, $50, but that's
$50.
exactly it. So Yeah, if folks want to go back and take a look at that old Huntsville video, that's the one where I had a piece of PVC
Yeah, the bent
used
PVC.
as a
That's right.
handheld
Yeah,
mast.
yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So that's I think the cheapest kind of commercial antenna I've come across that works really really well.
So somebody's asking in the chat, like, what did you call it exactly on Amazon? Like, if they had to search for it, what is it?
You know what? I'll find it and I'll drop it in the Discord for folks. How
There
about
you
that?
go. Right on. Cool. Yeah, do that. Thanks. Excellent. Yeah, it's actually I think it might perform better than an Arrow or an Elk, and it's cheaper, but it's not as portable as those antennas. But there you go.
Yeah, it's a really strong performer. It's got like really thin elements though, right?
Yeah.
And they're permanent. I mean, you could take it apart. It'd be a real pain to take it apart, but it is a strong performer, and you got to come up with your own kind of mast thing. So it's the convenience factor is below a 5, but the performance is approaching a 10.
Yeah, you could take an eye out with this thing easily. It's it's
Yeah,
like little
no
thin
joke.
elements. Yeah.
Yeah, transporting that thing is can be kind of interesting, but those things are really springy. I mean, I've bent them to a point where I thought, "Oh crap, I've just ruined this antenna," but they spring right back. It's almost like spring steel, right? The way that stuff springs back. So, but yeah, you'll take an eye out for sure.
Right on. Okay, well, I appreciate that. Let's I got to make sure I dropped your YouTube in the chat there.
Yeah,
Cool.
I've been doing that.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, Don. I seen you do that, and it's very much appreciated. I can't tell you. But next, it's you, Don. What's going on, man?
Well, take a look at the photo. And
Delta Loop.
Yes, I put that. I finally got that up today. I mean, that sucker weighs a ton. It's not that it weighs a lot. It's the fact that it's so damn bulky. And so getting that thing to lift up off the ground, I literally took that speaker stand and laid it down and stuck it through the mounts, and then pushed, pulled, jerked, did whatever I could to get it to stand back up on the 3 legs. And so then now I've got it guyed down because, boy, I don't want that thing to fall over. But I've worked Spain, Japan, and a couple of Hawaii, some other places mainly on 12 meters.
Mm-hmm.
It will tune on 30. It goes from 30 down to 6. There is a ballon supposedly that you can add, and I need to see if I've got that ballon that mine came with it, because I think I bought the more expensive kit. It's supposed to come with that ballon that gives it 40 meters. And it does tune on 40. It also tunes on 80 and 160, but I mean, it can't be that affected on either of those two. It is very, very quiet, which is, one of the selling points for the Delta loops. And I was like basically just listening to it. There's so much difference between the signal to noise ratio on that antenna and then moving over to like the DX Commander or even the ZS6 BKW and the InFed half wave that I've got up. And I kind of was switching between those radio to radio to radio. And the Delta loop is so much quieter. But then when you start trying to go back to somebody, the DX Commander just flat out blows them away. All of those antennas. Yeah.
So you're gonna start looking at like antenna phasing now, where you use one as the receiver and then do the whole thing.
Yeah, I've done that since I had loops on the ground back at
right.
And then of course the Onan radios, not the Hermes, unfortunately, but the full blood Onans have the ability in the software to do that phasing. You actually get a graphic, and it lets you adjust the the phase between the two antennas as well as the phase angle. And you can do all of that graphically by sliding this little thing around a circle and pulling it in and out of the circle. And you can really tune that in. It's so much better than that MFJ 1026 if you've ever even tried one of those. And it's extremely effective. So yeah, I'm thinking about trying it as a loop. Right now, I've got it hooked to the 7300, and probably in a little while, I'm going to go out to the shack and try tuning it up on 160 just to see if I can run some FT8 on 160. That ever since I moved here, that has been my goal. I want to do FT8 on 160.
Really?
Just to try it. Just to try it. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got the right space for it.
Yeah, I have the doublet up, and the doublet was tuning that, but I was having trouble with the doublet, and last week I found that I had closed the coax up in the that box that I've got outside, closed it up in that box such that the box was literally cutting it almost in half, and so it just squashed the crap out of the dielectric. So I need to replace that coax. It's about 8 or 10 feet of coax that I've got to replace on that, and see if I can get that thing back up on 160, because it's the doublet's much more effective on 160 than the Delta Loop, but it is not. I mean, it's not as quiet. So again, phasing may be the way to go on that.
So we got or Steve, are you going to say something? I saw Steve pop up for a second.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. So old school, that Delta Loop's upside down.
That's the
fed
way,
at the bottom.
Go on DX Engineering and look it up. It's an EA Antennas 7B. That is how it mounts.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Delta Loop, classically, like every time I've ever built a Delta Loop, and as it's described in nearly every antenna book I have that I'm looking at right now in my library, the Delta Loop apex is at the top.
Right. I totally agree with that. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
And the way we used to run a Delta Loop above the ground, by the way, it's got about 2.7, I think, 3, maybe 3 dBi over a dipole, but it's a dBi gain. So, but the advantage of the Delta Loop, one of the cool things about the Delta Loop is when you switched apex, switch from one side to the other, you could change polarity of the loop, which was one of the advantages of the loop. And I'm just knowing how the Delta Loop works. I'm just curious what the low angle radiation differences between mounting it with the apex down versus the apex up, because traditionally the high current point would be towards the apex, but be curious to model that upside down versus the right side up way that old school I'm used to seeing. And that's not, by the way, it's not the first one. I've seen a few of them like this, and I'm like, wait, that loop is upside down.
Yeah, if you look at the thing that Adam dropped, it shows 4 different ones, including the one where it feeds at the bottom.
Yeah, that's
like
a classic. Yeah, that's a classic diagram. And the traditionally, usually you feed either the corner. Usually, it's one corner or the other is usually the way that we fed. In fact, we used to have one of the antennas I had built a long time ago. I had a relay switching system that used to switch between one corner to the other.
I'm gonna bug you. I'm gonna bug you about the next Christmas light antenna. Like, would it be the most effective Christmas light antenna ever, Steve? That's gonna be your challenge if you start thinking about it now.
Okay, you can do that.
I don't have a big lot, right? So I have a small space, right? So that's something to think about. It's like, what is the most effective Christmas light antenna we can put up? Christmas light rhombic. Already somebody said it.
Oh yeah.
Always a rhombic. Always a rhombic. Always a rhombic.
Always a rhombic.
That should almost be a shirt at this point. I think I had to tell Leia, it's like, always a rhombic. The answer is always a rhombic.
Always a rhombic. Truth be told, I've flown lazy H's with kites. One thing I've never tried is flying rhombic with kites, and that would be an interesting one as well.
Rhombic with kites. That's hilarious. Yeah, I like it. I like it. All right, well, Don, thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate you hanging out.
Okay,
Somewhere
sure, no
is my
problem.
Discord. Yeah. Oh, there's so many Delta loops people are dropping. Oh, you could feed a Delta loop at the top, same configuration, but with like a ladder line. Don.
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly how I used to feed them.
Oh
Was with
my
ladder line.
God, that's
Yeah.
so hot. Hold on, Jody just dropped the. Oh, that's a horrible picture, Jody. It's too small. But look at that thing. You can't even see it on the live stream. But it's the same configuration as Dawn, where you got the triangle flat is on the top, but then it gets to the middle and it's ladder line down, and that's what feeds the antenna. That is ham
Well,
sexy. That is ham
it looks like what they're doing is they're going down to the 1-to-1 balun at the bottom of that V, and then they're going coax the rest of the way. And typically, you would take that ladder line and go all the way back to the shack with it. That's the best way
Bring
to
the
do it.
ladder line all the way back to the balance tuner.
Yep. That's the way I built them in the
And if you
past.
feed it at the corner lower, the high current point ends up higher. So that was one of the advantages.
Dude, that's awesome. All right, so next is Eric, KH6WI, man. Is still making them YouTubes? What have you been up to? How you doing? I know you're up to something. You don't have to talk about what you're up to, but what's going on with you, man?
Yeah, I've been out of the country for a while, so no recent videos due to the work situation. So I haven't been home in 6 or so months. I should be home about a month from now. I have been working on a couple projects. One of them is essentially like a ham radio server admin side project, utilizing like a mini PC to set up like a little ham oriented server with Docker and making the containers for like Wavelog for logging.
Okay.
And then I built out like a documentation server, like diagram drawing tool, and it all gets hosted on a little $125 PC. So I think I might do a video series on how to build one of those.
Nice. Okay, right on.
But yeah, I'm gonna try to go to Hamvention. I should be home in Hawaii in about a month. I gotta pack up my house, get all my stuff shipped, go to Hamvention, and then I'll be moving in June, and then I'll be out of the country for a couple of years.
Oh, so we get to hang out in the Hamvention then. That's awesome. I can't wait to meet you. That's super cool.
I'm gonna try the best I can, but a lot of moving parts.
Nice. No, I understand completely, but let me drop the link. By the way, he's got a lot of videos on GreenCube and working in like many different satellite type setups, which is just awesome. So go check him out.
I got it, Josh.
Yeah.
No, I know.
I haven't been able to
my web, so that's there you go.
Sure.
I haven't been able to make any lately just because I'm at work and where I'm at, I could not bring any radio gear with me.
I understand more than you know.
Hey, Eric, mention your TLE project too. I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh yeah. So right now I work at night, and a lot of it's just monitoring stuff. So I started working on a project a couple nights ago, where basically it goes out to Celestrac, gets the TLEs for whatever satellite you want based off the NORAD ID, and then it'll actually calculate the passes over any location you specify, and then draw you a polar view, so you can look from AOS to LOS of where you should be pointing throughout the sky.
Oh, that's super cool. That's amazing.
So I'm not sure if I'm going to make it any more in depth. I thought about maybe making an app out of it so you can do it live, but a bunch of other apps already exist. So it's just kind of a thing I've been making because I've been bored.
Right on. All right, man. I appreciate you hanging out, and feel free to chime in if anything comes up. All right, so next is, let's see. Oh, it's Gray Man. It's Gray Man Poda. So Gray Man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you son of a bitch.
I'll make sure to send you a shirt.
Yeah. All right. Send me
It's
a
got
shirt.
my beautiful mug on it.
Send me a shirt. I'll wear the shirt. You deserve it.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I have been doing live streams from the park Saturday and Sunday mornings, like at 8:00. I just get late shift or early shift contacts in, and started live streaming, and it's actually kind of fun. I'm getting,
Yeah.
30, 40, 50 people watching, it's a good time. So, yeah, I'm a little tired, and same thing. It's after midnight now, so I probably won't be up too much longer. But doing that, I dropped a video this week on some buddy pull stuff. So stuff from Hamvention, and also doing it the Ham Radio Kids Table live stream every Wednesday nights at 8 p.m., which is picking
So
up.
what is that?
Starting
Explain
to pick
that.
up steam.
What is that?
Well, it's I kind of wanted to put it somewhere between the fun, jovial side of amateur radio where the clubhouse is, and some more technical side of where Coffee and Ham Radios. And it's just a group of people, and it's our tagline is this isn't your grandfather's ham radio anymore. This isn't your grandpa's ham radio. That the soon to be OMs need to just grab it and do our own thing, and stop asking for permission, and stop doing things because they've done it 100 ways, and stop. I get frustrated when I hear people talk like doing this TNC and packet stuff. I'm like, why aren't we trying to find new ways to push more data through there and get out of 1980s and
Packet's so
sorry,
cool,
Don, I know
though.
that's your thing, but
it's so cool. You can make it go faster, but like Packet's good. Like Packet's a useful communication protocol.
I get it, but it's so much of hanging on to the past, and we're not encouraging. So, for example, the Teachers Institute, right? The stuff you saw how those kids when we did the live stream, and the kids came in from the New York schools, and how excited they were. Those are the kind of things that we need to be looking at instead of poo-pooing on everybody because it's not real ham radio or those kind of things. It's encouraging people to do those things and to push and to get back to being experimenters and not appliance operators. And we've become so appliance based because we haven't had to. You could buy a turnkey radio basically since the 1980s forward. That a lot of the electronics hobby, nobody even understands. They don't understand it. They watch a YouTube video, and I'm saying that as a YouTuber, and they just go. So I'm trying to encourage people in this Ham Radio Kids Table to get out and go do your own thing. Learn. Don't be afraid to try and experiment and do stuff and have fun at it.
Yeah, so the kids table concept, like it reminded me of my wife this week. Kind of hit me with the gauntlet, slapped me around a little bit, and she was like, "You spend more time getting other people licensed than your own kids. You need to get your kids licensed." And I was like, "Oh God, you're not wrong. You're not wrong."
Yeah.
But I want to say, if there's anybody young that's still watching us that's like pre-college age, I don't even know how many people there are that are like watching right now, but there is an incredible amount of amateur radio grants that exist for college that you can apply for. And it is an untapped market. Like, it is a very underappreciated market. There is a lot of money that actually can go to your college education if you are an amateur radio operator, if you have a license. It is more than I think most people expect when they start stacking up all of them that exist. It's a huge number. So
I think as of last year, the ARRL gave out like $250,000 to college students through the scholarship program.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And you got to have a license, and you got to be doing something with it. You can't just have a license and say, "Please, sir, I'd like some money." No, you actually have to be involved in amateur radio.
No, you don't. You can.
Well, but you get more. You get
like,
more if you do more.
Yeah.
Is the point?
Yeah, but but like the ARDC grants, the $25,000 ones, their only prerequisite is having a license.
You understand that, kids? $25,000 in your pocket to go to college because you have an amateur radio license. Did you know that? Did you not know that? And Levi cracks me up. Levi coming in clutch on that one. Way to go, bud. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, the ARRL helped me pay for college. You know?
Right on, man. Right on. Good for you. Good for you.
I was looking at all the grants for like getting licensed as well. And there's a whole bunch to like comp your license fee and comp your test fee.
Well, the comping. So we're talking about $35 comping your license fee, but $25,000 as a grant to go to your college fund. Like depending on where you go to college, that could be half of your year. Some of you the entire year. Maybe not all. Maybe not all of you.
Yeah.
Like
hey,
it's a
considerable
considerable
amount. 2 years of school. Where I went, that was 2
wow,
years of school.
Wow, that's impressive. That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, so I mean, even like
something.
A lot of like the smaller ones, like I got one of the $500 ones. Like that money will go directly to you. That's food for a month. Like that adds up quick.
I love it. Okay, who said I want to add something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just was gonna say I'm a 4-time recipient of the ARRL Foundation Scholarship,
nice.
And of all these scholarships I've applied to, the ARRL one is probably the easiest one because usually you have to do like a long essay and all this other stuff to get a scholarship. This one they just want like some brief information, and most of the effort is figuring out which of the 30 or 50 some odd scholarships you actually apply to, because some of them are like if you're going to nursing or most of them are engineering. So you just go through and figure out which ones you or it's applicable to. Once you do that, it's pretty easy, and I think I got at least $10,000 worth of scholarships throughout my 4 years.
The questionnaire you get in the email is like, y'all be hamming out there? Tell me about how you're hamming out there. Like that's the essay. Yeah. Okay, right on. That's super cool.
A lot of them are like, there are scholarships the ARRL has that they cannot give out because people don't meet some of the requirements.
Well, that's what I'm
Mississippi. Yeah, the Mississippi one doesn't go given a lot of years because no one meets it.
The Mississippi one. What does that mean? You have to be a ham in Mississippi?
Yep, you have to be a ham under the age of 25 in Mississippi, enrolled at one of the universities. There's a couple that are state-based. I think there's a Virginia one. There's a Michigan one. I think the Black Hole Contesters put one on. Like there's a decent amount of them for like geographically locked people.
Just keep in mind, like we're talking about free money to go to school, and as Levi said, like it helps to pay for their living expenses if they're abroad, like out of home. Like that is a huge comfort to a lot of college kids. It's an amazing thing that I don't think a lot of people talk about is how many scholarships actually exist for amateur radio. There's a ton. You should be taking advantage of that, kids, particularly if you have your license. And if you don't have your license, it's so easy, and it's free money. It's so easy. Add it to the list of things to do. There you go.
I put a link in the chat.
What is the people that manage the IP addresses, like the IPv4 space that the amateur radio,
the ARDC
like, received? ARDC, did they give out grants too?
I think that money is funneled into the ARRL who manages it, right? Or am I wrong?
I can answer on this, Hosh.
Oh, great. That's awesome.
So the ARDC sold like a quarter 44 space, a 44 net for some ungodly amount of money.
That's so much money.
So like $250 million.
Imagine kids remember like Bitcoin. Think of Bitcoin, but it was IP addresses, and you bought it 20 years before Bitcoin, and then you just were a millionaire.
And they sold like a quarter of it, or like 1/5 of what they had.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to topic. The ARDC manages 3 types of grant. Well, the ARRL or the ARDC funds grants through the ARRL via the scholarship program and then the club program. and those are limited to like $25,000 and $50,000 respectively. Now, through the ARDC directly, they also have their own grant program, and that I think their theoretical maximum is $500,000.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Holy crap!
Again, they got like something like $200 million, at 2% interest in, a fund. You do that math. You can give out a lot of money by just skimming off the top.
Yeah, it's $500,000.
Just the most responsible adults in the universe.
But they're hams.
Yeah.
So they're all us. They're all us. They're all us.
Yeah.
We are them. They are us.
Yes.
The numbers might not be exact, but again, the ARDC has oogles and boogles and oogles of money, and if you can give them a good enough reason as to why you need that money, say you somehow have figured out a way to break Nyquist-Shannon, the Shannon-Hartley theorem, and can push more data than theoretically possible, they may try to fund you. That's where M17 was funded, and like FreeDV were funded through ARDC grants.
So there is a comment. There is a comment from VE6LK that says ARDC explained how the grants are given during the podcast. It wasn't my podcast, so I don't know what podcast that was. So let me know, VE6LK, what podcast that was, and we'll link it.
Ham Radio Workbench podcast.
Oh, okay, Ham Radio Workbench. Yeah.
Yeah, I do know one of the big things that the ARDC funded. They gave a lot of money to, I think, Purdue to rebuild their station.
Boiler up?
The Boilermakers,
something along the lines of like almost $90K to help rebuild their station.
Yeah, so
they're really really active group too, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'm friends with a lot of them. So yeah, but ARDC goated.
Goated, officially goated. There you go.
That's
ARDC
cool.
officially
I
goated.
like this. This makes me happy.
Yeah, I like it. Very good. All right. Okay, we're going down the list here.
Josh, you got a new guy in here. Well, he's not new to the chat, but he's a newer YouTuber.
Oh, please.
Chris. Yeah, Chris Radio and Life.
Which one is that?
Is in the group too.
No, Chris KD9?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Chris, go for it, man. Go ahead. Sorry. Thank you for correcting.
And
yeah, thanks.
I was on about a month ago, and I was telling you about the 220. Did a lot of experiments over the last month, and I'm going to do my first live stream coming up this Monday, right before T.O. does his ham nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
Probably just about a half an hour to go over some stuff that's been happening here in the Sheboygan, Wisconsin area of ham nation, so to speak.
Yeah, man, go for it. You're good.
And the other thing we're going to be doing is that 220 is working really, really well. We've been connecting with it about 35 to 40 miles away. And then also we've been having very good with going from the south side, which most 70 centimeter repeaters have been having issues with. We've been getting from the south side of Sheboygan to the north side of Sheboygan, which is great. So we're loving it.
Awesome.
But yeah, and I'm loving my G90, playing with that a little bit on FT8. Got to figure out the setup for that again because it's all confuzzled. But also picked up a FTM 400 the other day for $300. So I'll be putting that in my car here shortly and taking the 733 and putting it in a Go box. So there's a lot of different projects I got going on, and I'll try to get them all on video as much as possible between that and the divorce and trying to study for my extra.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, yeah, take some time for yourself, but just start cranking content. Just start cranking. You got a ton of ham radio stuff probably that you already own. Just start making videos on the stuff you already own. You'd be surprised how many videos you can come up with from just that alone. So there you go. All right. Appreciate you hanging out.
We're also doing some Meshtastic, so that'll be coming also.
Nice. All right, I like it. Let's see. Next, I think it skips over me. Next is K6 ARK. How you doing? Oh, maybe not. He might be eating right now. Having the dinner time.
I just gotta get to the dang mute button.
All right, there you go. It's Adam.
I'm doing well. I got out for a Summits on the Air activation today. That was pretty fun. So
where'd you go?
Went out with Mark, Katie. We went to Elsinore Mountains High Point, San Mateo Peak. It's kind of off Ortega Highway, down near Lake Elsinore, and pretty easy hike. Couple, I don't know, 2.5 maybe ish miles up, and brought. Well, I'll let. I assume you're going to hit up Mark from Plus there. Yeah, we got a stream going. Mark was trying to get a stream going on the DJI, and it wasn't working for him. So I was like, I've done this before on StreamYard, and I pulled it up, and I was like, I guess it's working. I guess we're gonna stream. so yeah, I did a stream, and the audio wasn't great because the StreamYard filters tend to knock out the CW audio and the noise from the radio. But I think you can turn that off. I just need to remember to do it. At any rate, we had some fun. Mark brought up his new to him FT857, and I'll let him talk a little bit about his experience with that when you get around to him. I worked a couple of satellite passes. Yeah, go ahead.
That's kind of like one of your I don't want to say favorite radios, but I've seen you pull out the 857 a couple of times. So I think you generally like that radio.
Yeah. I do. I like it a lot. His doesn't have the crystal filters in it, so it's a little more limited. But when you don't have real busy band conditions, it's fun to have 2-meter CW and sideband, which we did make a contact on 2-meter, I think 2-meter CW and sideband today.
Nice.
So that was good, and I worked a couple satellite passes. I forgot how to set up make my Kenwood THD7, the one I picked up at Hamvention last year for $25. Forgot how to make that transmit the CTCSS, so I missed the ISS pass this morning, but I was able to get a couple contacts on the SO50 pass, which was pretty fun. So
nice.
So yeah, it was a good day out, and I'll post a couple pictures in the chat of our station setup there, and then I definitely hit up Mark if he's still on to talk a little bit about the fun he had with the new rig.
Yeah, I can already see from the thumbnail that he might not have been completely enthused with his experience, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if he's hanging out. Right on. Well, thank you, Adam. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, very good.
All right, so next,
Josh, you skipped over our buddy Ed.
Where's Ed?
Ham Radio One, or JAWN.
Yeah, go ahead,
what
man.
that means.
Yeah, sorry if I skipped over you. Go ahead.
No worries, man. No worries. It's all good. Right now I am going to work on a video for another video for the FTM 150. Somebody made a comment on my last one that I skipped over a part where you get to tag some of your memory. It's like what you're saved in your memory with putting tagging with the call sign or doing the text for the call sign. So I'll be doing that hopefully tomorrow or in a couple days. Also, other than that, not much else going on. I just have to fix my random wire antenna. We had a little bit of a windstorm a couple days ago, and it snapped the antenna. So I have to get. I ran out of antenna wire, so I had to order some more and slap on a new antenna wire for that, so I can get back on the air. Other than that, not much else. And yeah, I'm going to also do some content, and I am going to Hamvention. I got my tickets.
Oh, nice.
And so thanks to Jody, I got. He gave me the link. I just saw the link. He put the link in the chat for the media pass. So I figure I'll apply for that and see how that goes. But at least I have the tickets as a backup. So what the hell? So other than that, that's pretty much it, man.
Well, I will see you there regardless.
Cool. Awesome.
Very good. Well, thank you. So is it Jan?
John.
John.
JAWN. John.
Yeah. You got that
John.
John.
Yeah, John.
You got that
ham
radio
John over there. That John over here. Kind of like Dingus, but a little more. A
little longer yawn. Yeah.
John. Yeah. Like you have to get that John in there.
Northeastern background, or what's your background?
Yeah, Philadelphia. It's mostly
Philly. It's a Philly background.
Philly
Yeah,
I'm a
okay.
Philly boy, so.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Got it.
So
All
is
right.
it with or without?
It's whiz.
For me, it's with.
Yeah,
It's
totally.
It's with or without really onion. That's onions.
No, I want all of it.
That's with or without fried onions. Yeah, it's like
I'm
whiz.
down.
It's like you can. Yeah, like whiz. You can also get like you can get the other types of cheese, but mostly whiz is the most popular one in here. Up here.
I mean, that's what I'm getting. Every time I've been to Philly, I'm getting it with whiz. So I get
with
the
whiz,
onions
yeah,
and the whiz. Yeah, that's me.
Well, I'll take the cheese, but I don't want no onions.
Oh no,
okay.
That's where you want the onion. Man.
You got to get the fried onions, man.
Oh,
That's the way to go.
It's so good.
Time for a factory reset.
No, yeah, okay. It's time for a factory reset. All right, I'm scrolling down the list here. Getting down past the K-Merds. Oh, no. It's Mike next. Mike, K-Murder, how you been, man? The ham radio tube.
It is 100% whiz-wit.
Whiz-wit means with, it's cheese whiz and onions. And onions, right?
I used to live just outside
No, I'm clarifying.
of
I'm not correcting you. I'm asking if I'm correct. Yeah.
With onions, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
with onions. Yeah, okay.
It's the greatest sandwich
Agreed.
on the face of the earth.
Agreed. A hot, dirty meat sandwich. Yeah, that's what you want.
It's so good. It's so good.
I agree. Look, I don't get the hot, dirty meat sandwich very often, but I've been to Philly a couple of times. Every time, the cheese whiz with the onions on the steak. That's what you want.
Doesn't get any better.
Yep.
So how are things? What do you got going on tonight?
I'm just here, man.
Doing a little live stream?
I'm doing a little live stream. The family is gone. I will tell you, I bought a sound bar for my television. I got a Sonos Alpha something, like just an expensive sound bar. And it is freaking awesome. It completely changes the entire experience of watching a movie. And we've been doing all these like movie, watching things on the podcast where people tell us movies to go watch. And it changes it fundamentally. It's amazing.
Were you just using the TV speakers before? Or?
I had a sound bar once upon a time, but it wasn't a very good one. But yeah, we've been using the TV speakers, which is trash. Like nobody should do that.
Oh, God.
Nobody should do that.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
And
that's
so-
night and day what you just
Oh,
did then.
yeah. No, night and day, sir. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, I'm loving it. It's amazing.
Get a subwoofer.
I've
That'll
got
change
that.
your world.
I've got that on the list. The Sonos has like a subwoofer that they all connect to each other over Wi-Fi and all that stuff, and it just it's gonna be sweet. It's gonna be sweet.
Yeah, I've got the 5.1. I didn't put the fifth speaker up since I moved to Texas, but I've got surround sound, and I was using a subwoofer in Michigan, but it was my uncle's, so I had to give it back to him when I moved. I found a subwoofer at the Houston Ham Fest. Was it last year or 2 years? I think it was last year. I paid $20 for it. It's a powered subwoofer, and that thing shakes my house. And I'm just concrete
Nice.
slab. Like it's amazing. So yeah, that's good. That's awesome. I'm happy for you. You gotta watch. Dude, having good sound in a movie when you're watching a movie is so important.
I think
Changes
so.
the whole thing.
I mean, there's
Changes the whole
never
thing.
one of my favorite experiences growing up was my dad was tooling around with all these stupid speakers and all this stuff, and then he's like, "Everybody, shut up and sit down and watch this." And it was Jurassic Park, and it was the Tyrannosaurus scene, and it was like, "Oh, I get it. This is awesome." But then it always seemed so complicated because he was literally up in the attic, running conduit and doing all this crap. And now it's like now it's all just Wi-Fi. Like everything's just Wi-Fi. Like you get the bar, you connect the bar physically to the TV, and then everything else just kind of connects over Wi-Fi. And then they balance each other out using the app and stuff like that, and it's all done. And that's it.
Yeah.
Like that is all it is. You just it's so easy. It's insane.
Yeah, my receiver has a little microphone you plug in, and it's got a cord that's actually long enough so you can put it in the middle of the room, and you run the test on the receiver, and it runs a bunch of sounds through each speaker and just optimizes it.
Oh, I love it.
Can I ask y'all a quick question on this topic?
No.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So,
maybe not. sorry, Don.
All right,
sorry,
go ahead,
Don.
go
No.
ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
do y'all like dynamic sound? That means that the volume will go up and down with the sound. So like when you get those big speakers and everything, part of the rumble and everything, like you'll be watching the fight scene and all of a sudden everything is so damn loud you can't stand it.
Don,
and
like
then they,
any,
then
Well,
they
that's what
talk. That's
compression is
dynamic.
for.
Don, like
But that's
any,
what dynamic.
like any proper Netflix user, I want the dialogue to be like completely incomprehensible, and I want the
Yes.
explosions to be enough to destroy my eardrums. That's what I'm looking for in a movie
Yeah.
experience. No, so the sound bar that I bought was specifically for better dialogue. That's why I got it. Because
Well, I go to movie theaters.
I hate the fact that you. So look, don't get me wrong. I grew up going to movies. I love going to movies. It's still the best way to watch everything. David Lynch was right, all that stuff. But most of the time, I'm not dragging my kids out there. I'm not doing all that stuff. Everybody's too busy. So, like, let's get a good, experience at home.
Oh,
the problem is that like
yeah.
the mastering of a lot of audio is theatrical mastering, and so the dialogue is trash. And if you don't have a good speaker setup, you can't pull the dialogue out. You just can't. And so you get these huge booming cinematic explosions and the worst dialogue ever. And the volume differential is through the roof, which drives me nuts. I hate
Right.
that. I hate it.
Well, I get that at movie theaters. I'll go and watch a movie at a movie theater, and I can't hear the freaking dialogue, and the other stuff just booms my chest. And I grew up in the 60s and 70s with movie theaters, and it was not like
That's
that.
where you had to like scratch the little
started
thing on the paper, and then you smelled it when they told you to like smell it, right?
And you had the little 3D glasses with
That's
the red and the
right,
blue.
buddy. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
That's right. Rest in peace, David Lynch. That's right. Holy smokes, he died recently. That's
Yeah.
insane. Oh, that's crazy.
But I have had a sound bar for years, so I do appreciate it. I'm not big on it. There is a setting in the TV where you can turn dynamic sound off, and it'll bring the dialogue up to the same level as the explosions and everything, or it backs the explosions off. I don't know exactly which way it's going, but it levels all of that out.
Yeah. So this soundbar, I set it up, and then I connected to the app, and it's like, we need to tune this for your space. And my kids are screaming in the background. My wife's yelling at the kids. I'm like, everybody needs to shut up. It says this needs a silent space. And everybody,
Good luck.
They're like, what does that mean? I'm like, just everybody shut up and listen. Check out what this is doing. And so I click the button, and it starts doing this like, it makes all these beeps, and the beeps are literally bouncing around the walls. Like you can hear them moving around. Like it makes a three-dimensional sound space kind of thing. And my kids are looking at me like, is this some Predator shit? Like, what did you just bring into the house? Like it's literally reverberating around. And they're quiet, and they're like, oh. And so I put a movie on. It was The Gorge, which is on Apple TV. It's that like American, Russian, and then in the middle is hell beasts and all that stuff. They have to pretend, protect the nation, all that stuff, or whatever. Anyway, so they're watching this, and these sound things are jumping out from all over the place after putting this bar up. They're like, this is amazing, Dad. This is like one of the best things you ever bought. And then today we got home, and my youngest son, they all play Fortnite, but my youngest son's like, I'm docking my Switch on this. I want to play on this. He's like, this is amazing. And the explosions and the guns and everything with the sound bar was just awesome while he was gaming. It was super cool.
Do you have the speakers in the back, or is it only the bar?
No, not yet. I'm thinking about getting them, though. I'll build up to it.
Do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna build up to it.
See,
I'm gonna get the
rigs.
subwoofer. I'm gonna get the subwoofer,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna get the two satellite speakers, because I like this is I'm very impressed by the quality. It's insane. It's really good.
Yeah, all of my gaming systems are surround sound because that is such an experience. I can't get over surround sound.
Yeah. I'm down, man. I'm down. I get it. I'm in. And we just passed 50 movies on the Ham Radio Crash Course Movie Club, the podcast. We've watched 50 disaster or horrible traumatic movies. I've made my wife, thanks to the podcast, watch a series of movies that she would probably never watch ever. And it's been great. So now we're gonna amp up the quality. That's what we're doing. We're just gonna amp up the quality.
The movies are still going to suck, but they're going to suck a lot better.
They're gonna suck better, Mike. That's
They're gonna
right.
suck a lot
That's
louder.
right, Mike. They're gonna suck better.
Well,
Suck a lot louder, hey yo.
It's so great that not
That
only
needs to be a T-shirt.
not only do you have her watching it, but then y'all have to sit there and discuss it. And I love the discussion.
I will say that as far as movies have gone recently, The Martian, she did not fall asleep at all during The Martian. The Martian is one of the best movies that has come out in a long time. That is a really good science movie for kids. It's a really fun movie to watch for just the character drama that goes with it. Apollo 13, kind of close, but she fell asleep at least once. We had to 2-day it. So, yeah. There's a couple of movies that she watched and she was like, oh, Interstellar's not really a disaster, so it doesn't really count. So in the HRCC podcast, our movie club has to be disaster related or preparedness related or amateur radio related or radio in some connection. And Interstellar, unfortunately, I don't think hits the oh, please, not the core. Not the core.
The core is great. I will hear nothing else about this. It is a great movie.
Not the core. That is a bad
What
movie.
about Poseidon Adventure?
Not yet, but we did Towering Inferno. Towering Inferno is actually really good. That's it's
It is.
long.
Oh, yeah.
It's very long, but it's pretty good. The core. The problem I have with the core. Here's the problem I have with the core. It's like one particular scene where he's like, "So you want me to hack the planet?" He says that, and he says, "I need." What does he need? He needs Hot Pockets and Star Trek tapes. He's a nerd. He's got his own Star Trek. So what does he really need? He just needs Hot Pockets.
It's Xena tapes. Okay.
Oh, it's Xena.
Yeah, that's it. Xena tapes. Yes, 100%.
Like he can't get his own. He has his own Xena tapes. He's got all of them. What are you talking about? That's like, come on.
Counterpoint. If the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff tells you we're going to give you free reign to hack the planet, you're going to ask for some arbitrary stuff just to make sure you have.
Oh, that's like
that
his
power.
writers. That's his nerd writers. Is what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
And instead of no brown M&Ms, it's Hot Pockets.
It's Hot Pockets. It's Hot Pockets. An unlimited amount of Hot Pockets. So we've been watching.
Also, another counterpoint. All bets aside with that movie, it gave us the phrase unobtainium.
No, actually, it didn't.
No, that was Avatar.
I was using unobtainium wall.
No. Unobtainium comes from the 1950s when some scientists were like, we need some material we can't create. That's where the term unobtainium comes from. It comes from the Cold War.
Rocky and Bullwinkle said it.
Really?
Yeah. Unobtainium was Kelly Johnson's original name for titanium.
Yeah. Kelly Johnson.
I love that deep pull. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Unobtainium
I love it.
comes from Kelly Johnson.
That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Dude,
also, but back to the core. The best part about the core is just Stanley Tucci being Stanley Tucci.
Oh, dude, yes! That's my favorite part of the whole movie.
Stanley Tucci in the early 2000s is the best version of Stanley Tucci. You've got Burlesque, Devil Wears Prada, and The Core. The three greatest Stanley Tucci movies.
Levi, sometimes you hit so hard. You miss a lot, but when you hit so hard.
Hey, don't you start
that. But when you hit so hard. And the Stanley Tucci on The Core is the best part of the whole movie. He is completely unhinged. It's insane. Good point. That is a fantastic point. Yes. Oh, I love it. That was great.
Question.
Yes, sir. Is this a ham radio question? Because I'm not ready for that. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
You're wrong for that, Josh.
I'm good. Go for it. I'm kidding.
I have 4 radios.
Okay.
I have a 240 watt, a 25 watt, and a 5 watt. What size power supply would I need to run them on?
Well, it depends on the amp draw when you're transmitting, right? Do you know what the amp draw is, or like what are you using as a power supply right now?
Right now, I'm using a 12-volt car battery with a battery charger hooked
Okay.
up to it.
So what are these radios? Like, what are we talking about? You got 4. So what are they?
I got a GMRS, a 2-meter ham radio, a Marine VHF radio, and a CB radio.
So the reality is you could probably run all of them off a 30 amp supply because you're
Which
never
one's
going
the
to be
240
transmitting.
watt radio?
What's that, Steve? Go ahead.
Which one's the 240 watt radio?
Yeah, what was it is the CB, I'm assuming. The CB is the 240
No,
watt?
I just have 2 radios that are 40 watts.
Oh, okay.
A
Oh,
GMRS is
2
40
40
watts.
watt radios.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right. 2
So
40-watt radios.
GMRS radio?
So the reality the reality is that like you're never going to be transmitting on all of them at the same time, right?
No, sir, never.
Yeah. So like a 30 amp power supply would probably be fine, but you have to have like a breakout panel or something like that to be able to get all the radios onto it. If you can do it though, like a 40 amp would be good. Like a 40 amp supply would take care of you.
Okay, so a 40 amp would be better than 30.
Well, I look at it as kind of like
Would a
future
50
proofing.
be? Would a 50 do a lot better?
I mean, sure, the sky's the limit if you want to keep going, but I don't think you're at the point that you're even hitting the 30 amp draw because again, you're like nobody's sitting there with 4 radios like octopus hands where they got like all the microphones and they're keying up simultaneously. That's not happening. So you're only ever going to be having parasitic draw and receive for 3 radios, and then the 4th radio is the one that's going to be transmitting. So a 30 amp power supply is probably fine for your 40 amp max transmitting radios. But a 40 amp supply, if you can get one, is just like a little buffer, little future proof. You want to throw a couple of radios in the mix, like that'd be fine. You know what I mean?
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate the info. I'm fixing to order me one.
There you go. There you go. I mean, a 30 amp's gonna be fine. Like if you end up like just failing out and getting a good like a linear 30 amp is probably gonna be better in your case because you got a lot of draw potential on all those radios. That's a good option too.
Okay, I'm fixing to see about ordering me one. I appreciate the info there. Thank
Right
you,
on,
sir. I always love watching you.
Well, thank you for watching. I appreciate that. All right.
Appreciate it.
All right. So after the K-Merds, Levi is a fantastic commenter, but not making the YouTube videos next. So we're just gonna jump over him to Mark Hughes of Boondock Echo.
Somebody say Boondock Echo?
I did.
I heard Boondock Echo. Echo.
How you doing? I love you, Tim.
That was good. That was good, Tim. That was very good.
We got to hire him as voice talent for the next audio recordings. Yeah, I came late. I went out to dinner with some neighbors. How is everybody?
I think I'm just drinking beers and having fun and playing radio.
Nice. Well, I'm happy to hear it. Not too much in our space. It's been programming and cleaning stuff up. Let me share a couple pictures with you guys.
Okay, here we go.
All right. So on the left, you're going to see something that we're working on called Boondock Echo Livestream. Casey, so the way that things work now is the Boondock sits there and it records audio, and once it's finished, with a file, it takes it, sends it to our servers, and a couple seconds later, you get the transcription. So what Casey's been working on is instant, right? So just streaming the audio from your radio to our servers and doing the thing. So it should make things go even faster, but it also breaks a lot. But so he's been working hard at that. It's pretty stable now, but we're going to continue to work on it. And then that other picture that I shared is something I've been working on with 3D printing, where we just take the audio kit board. It's an open source project, and a scanner, the Uniden 125, and I've also this week I also started with the other one, the 3 whatever, the phase 2 one, 325 I think it is. so we have a 3D print that'll hold the scanner, it'll hold a Boondock Echo, it'll hold some USB dongles and thingamabobbers, and it should allow people to basically just build your own without us. The trouble with that is I don't know how to monetize it, but it would let a lot more people get into the Boondock Echo sphere with stuff that they have or that they can make at home. So that's what we've been working on this past week. But I got to make some videos. If you have some suggestions, I'm happy to hear them.
Okay. Well, I mean, anybody in the chat, what do you want to hear from Boondock Echo? How it works or functions or what you can do with it? Jump in there. We'd love to hear it.
Demo the crap out of it.
Oh yeah, demos are always the spot. Yeah, they just demonstrate everything. No one has any questions, right?
This is why we love Don. See, all I was thinking was, like spend an hour just roasting Murder Mike, but I love Don's idea more now.
Oh, now I'm liking your idea.
The hell do you do?
Mike, it's just that you have more radios than friends. And by the way, I respect that.
That is a very true statement.
Don't all of us have more radios than friends?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
There was the thing that I'm referencing, Mike, and I think it was a couple of weeks ago. You did an absolutely hilarious video where you were going after all the YouTube commenters.
I've been known to do that. Yeah.
I think he does that like every week.
No, not every week.
I saw one in particular that, tickled me. So that was all. Anyhow, no, we're just hard at work programming and coding and trying to make things better and figure out how to get more of these things out into the world. So thank you, everybody, especially Tim. And one other quick question for you. How's Frank doing? Anybody heard from him?
He was on with us last Wednesday on the kids table.
Yeah. He's just busy.
Doing good.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you. Thanks, team.
Right on.
This is a quick video.
Okay, here we go. Next is Mark Knight, a friend of mine, friend of Adam's, Soda Plus on YouTube. Check him out. I'm gonna get the link going here. But what's going on, Mark? How you been?
Hey, I have been amazing, and you can probably guess why.
I don't know that I can. I'm sorry.
It turns out that I really like pile-ups.
Oh, okay.
Getting to go out today with Adam was just an absolute blast. It turns out the only thing better than a K6 ARK infed half wave is a K6 ARK Moxon. We had 15 meters in the air, and the coverage was just phenomenal. We got Slovenia, the Canary Islands, Spain, Belgium, Wales, France, Canada, and Germany. And all of that is to say, I am hoping at some point this year to actually make my own video on a 100-watt system on some big mountains.
So this was all with the 857, with the antenna Adam put up, or that's the radio you ran, right?
Yeah. So W7MTB up in Oregon agreed to sell me his Soda radio, which was the 857, and I'm very lucky to get it. Those things are incredibly hard to find. So Adam and I went out today with KN6PHZ to test this thing out and see if it acts like a radio, and by gosh, it does. So
okay,
Adam
good.
Brought his,
good.
Yeah, Adam brought his Moxon, and the combination of that radio with the Moxon ended up in over 200 contacts. Just phenomenal.
That's awesome. I'd like to hear it.
Yeah. So later this year, my hope is I'm going to finish building an antenna for it, and then we're going to take it up to some very big mountains and just see how big of a pileup we can generate, and maybe make some videos on that. So that's coming later this year.
So was this all CW on the 857, or did you do single sideband, or what'd you do out there?
Yeah, so we started out running 50 watts on 2-meter FM using a 3-element Aero Yagi.
Wow, okay.
And I got about, so that worked great. I got basically everybody who was on air in San Diego all the way up through the the Santa Monica Mountains. So we had about a 300-mile footprint on
That's
2-meter
awesome.
side. Yeah, that was phenomenal. Then we snagged KD7DUG on 2-meter CW on 144.2 megahertz.
Okay.
And then flipped over to 15-meter sideband, pulled in over 150 contacts that way.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so a lot of those European things were coming in on sideband, which
On
was
15.
crazy.
On 15 meters.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Just boom. I got a 5.9 from France, and for maybe the first time, I actually believed it.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. So that was fantastic. And then at the end of the day, Devin KN6PHZ made one of the last contacts because he was trying to get a summit to summit on 2-meter FM, and 2-meter FM could not get the job done. So we had a third party tell the other person to drop down, and they had one of these modified Quan chunks. So they dropped down to 144.2 sideband. And we pointed the Yagi at him, and sure enough, sideband could get it done when FM couldn't. Yeah.
Wow. So is it like, oh wow. So was this like a vertical? You were running a vertical, or you both on Yagis when you were on FM?
They don't actually know what they were using, but we were on that 3-element Yagi.
Okay, and so you dropped down to sideband on 2 meters, and you made a summit to summit on 2 meters.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let me drop a picture in the chat.
That's so cool. That's so cool. That's fantastic. I love that.
Yeah, and of course, while I was doing that, Adam was off making his satellite contacts.
Right. So we're also outer space at this point. Yes, good.
So we're also doing outer space, and Devin, of course, not to be outdone, had fired up his 10 gigahertz system because then we didn't interfere with each other.
Okay.
So we were simultaneously running 10 gigahertz satellites and 2-meter sideband. It was pretty wild.
That is insane. That's an amazing, and that was all on the summit.
And that was all right smack dab on the summit.
That's amazing. That's so cool. That's so cool.
Which is to say, Adam is a great person to go activate with.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like with Adam, it's like you just say like, this is kind of what I'm thinking about doing. It's just like a challenge you float. You're like, let's see if we can make it happen. And it's like, oh no, we're gonna make it happen. Let's make that happen right now. That's awesome.
And then it will happen. Absolutely.
Yeah, I love it.
So that was a heck of a day, and it's giving me a lot of ideas for some videos coming up. But while we were doing that, Adam live streamed it. So if anybody wants to see the just absolute chaos on the 15-meter sideband, you should check out Adam's live stream.
Excellent. Well, I'm dropping the link for your channel. Everybody go check them out. Soda Plus. And yes, they take a cat to the summit and activate with the cat. The cat's not necessarily activating.
Hate life.
No, but but this cat's an orange cat, and you know that they're a little bit different. They're a little bit different.
I watch his videos for the cat.
Yeah.
Orange cats.
The ham radio stuff too, but
that is a very progressive cat. That is a cat that's like willing to explore, willing to see the sights. We love that.
Just want to comment. Kudos.
It's Ono, right?
Ernest Moxon is a hero to me, but the Moxon antenna is the unsung hero of directional antennas. So it's always nice to see a Moxon in use.
Yeah. And Mark, what's the cat's name again? Sorry.
The cat's name is Ormu.
Ormu. I thought it was Ono, but Ormu. Okay, very good. Where does that name come from?
Well, we found her in a rainstorm in a trash bin.
Oh,
and I told Dee there was no way we could possibly have a second cat. And our existing cat is named Muon, which is a play on the fundamental physics particle, right?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
So,
as one does.
As one does. So Dee said, but she's basically an orange muon.
Oh, that's funny. Okay. So Ormu. Okay, I get
Ormu, and I was not allowed to get rid of the cat, and now she's our best friend.
I like it. Okay, very good. I love it. Well, Mark, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. And everybody, go check him out. I really mean that. He's a good friend of mine, and we're in the same club. So you saw him on our winter field day when everybody commented, well, that Mark guy, so good on camera. He was like the great, he explained everything that was going on, did a great job on camera. It's like, yeah, because he's a YouTuber. He's already making videos. He's been making videos for a while. Go check him out. He's Soda Plus. There you go. All right. You know what? I don't often do this, but I'm just gonna call him out because he's sitting there. Mike N8YO, what are you up to, man?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't have a YouTube channel.
What are you up to, man?
No, just hanging out. It's gonna be pretty hard to follow up with Mark's story there. That was pretty entertaining. I will say, just while I have a second here, Orange Cats, I love them. I have a 17-year-old, and he's still going strong, still acting like a kid. And so I will have to check out your video, sir. Just when you were on CW earlier, I was hoping that I could work you. I'm not at home right now, so I wasn't near a key. I got to get my mobile setup working again. The mount disintegrated on me a couple of months ago, and it's been too cold to fix. So hopefully this week it's supposed to break 40, so I'll get that the 891 and the ATOS going in the car again. But that's about it for me, man.
What do you think of my CW earlier in the live stream?
It was clean, but I don't know how much you were copying.
Oh no, I got most of it. I did. I think I copied like 3 out of 4 characters I was copying. I think I was copying 3 out of 4 characters, which I'll take that. That's good for me. That's great.
The code you were sending was perfect.
Okay, good. The sending has never been my problem. It's always everybody hear me, see me. It's never the sending. It's always the copy. It's always the copy. Everybody has a problem with the copy, right? Right?
Nope. I'm so glad.
I've always been the opposite.
No, that's crazy. I hate you. I hate you so much. It's like an instrument to me. I'm just playing an instrument.
So
I don't think about it.
I can comfortably copy 40 words a minute, but I can't send over 25 without effort.
Shut your mouth. Like that pisses me off.
I'm the other way around.
No, that makes me so mad. I thought everybody was like me, where the sending is easy. It's literally an instrument to me. I'm just playing keys like if it was a recorder and I was in middle school. Like that's all that is to me. I'm just doing the thing. That's easy. I know what I'm sending and I boop 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 and I'm done. It's the copying because I don't know what they're gonna say. It's all random, and I have to decode it. That's a tricky bit.
See, this is where, Josh, you just pick up the old Navy way of teaching code. Just start sending random 5-letter groups, and every time you miss a letter, you restart with the new 5-letter group settings.
You beat them.
Yeah. We don't do that anymore.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But yeah, no. For a lot of people, like, I guess, like contesters.
It's time to get the cat out of the bag.
You have to. Most all of them, they receive much faster than they can send because it kind of. You need to be able to pick up whatever the other person is sending, no matter how fast they are. So
sure, absolutely. Yeah.
About 35 is where a lot of major contests around 35 to 38, somewhere in there.
That's insane. All right, so did I miss anybody at the end here? I'm looking. Please speak out.
Dane.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
The portable. There it is. Okay, geez. A lot of these avatars I don't know.
I'm new, so like I don't blame you
No,
one bit.
But don't hold back. Just speak for it. I'm happy. Let's go. Tell me about what you're doing.
So right now I have all the parts to set the truck up to start everything that we were talking about last week with live streaming and ham radio fun on the road. So I have a lot of the parts ordered. I'm still trying to figure out the audio chain. I think me and Grayman got it pretty much figured out what I'm going to have to do to be able to get good audio so everybody can hear and all that stuff. but I have to wait until I get 50 subscribers before I'm allowed to live stream, and then I'm about halfway there at the moment. So that's where I'm at the moment.
Drop your link really fast because I'm trying to find you and I'm getting a ton. So the portable ham shows up in a lot of different videos. It's not just those terms are not just yours, right? Drop the link. Let's pull you up. Somebody do that. Help me out. Somebody help me.
Help me help you.
Well,
help
hey,
me.
if
Help
we're
me.
if we're looking for new YouTubers, I've been doing it for a couple of months now as WD0OM Ham Radio on YouTube.
Okay.
And just dropped a new video this morning, dating from my road trip back around Christmas. Had a whole bunch of videos from that Podorov and road trip. And then today, I pretty much burned through a 20 amp hour battery doing Poda today, which was pretty good.
Nice.
15 meters was alive, like Mark said earlier. 15 meters was where it was at today, which was not what I was expecting. And I recorded a lot of that too. We'll see how much actually goes up on YouTube. My main problem is finding time to edit. I don't know when. I think I asked you this question at Hamcation. When do you find time to edit, and when do you find time to sleep?
I don't know. Most of the time, I don't know. I am undersleeped almost every day, and I edit right before I have to post a video. So like that's about it. I don't know, man. You just got to figure out how it works for you. You just got to figure out the how do you build the life around the radio or whatever you're doing. It could be a gaming channel for as far as I'm concerned. But I just happen to like radio that much. That's why I do and continue to do ham radio stuff. I don't know, Mike.
Well, I definitely know where that's coming from. So
yeah. So there we go. We got you. WD0OM ham radio. So I'll drop that in the chat as well.
Thank you.
So it sounds so cliche. It really is. It's kind of cliche. I spent over 600 days shooting a video, editing it, and posting it every day for 600 days. You can't walk away from that without learning how to just shoot a video quickly and like how to put a story together very effectively. I don't do that anymore. I have the opportunity to have a couple of days in between when I post videos. So I just have a lot more time doing it than a lot of people do. I've just been doing it for longer. Like that's really the answer. It's just I have a lot of experience doing it. That's it. That's the secret.
That's fair enough. I'm still relatively new at it. I'm still relearning how to edit. Like I knew how to edit way back on videotape because I learned that in college. I think people were mentioning DaVinci Resolve earlier. DaVinci Resolve is awesome. Love it to death, but I'm still really learning it. So
there's nothing more than I can recommend to find an editor that you like. And when I say an editor, I mean software that you edit on. Right? You need to find something that really works with you. And there's a ton of different ones, and they're all slightly different, and they give you a little bit of this and not a little bit of that, and they're all, a little bit something that you will like or not like. I love the fact that Mike is like, I'm DaVinci Resolve, ride or die. I'm Final Cut Pro, ride or die. But also, that's literally like my Camel cigarette unfiltered pack that I'm addicted to. I can't separate myself from that editor at this point. So that's another problem you have, is that when you get good at doing something and effectively can produce a product, then being able to switch to a new editor is like, it's crazy. I had nightmares trying to switch. Find something you like and you think is going to be good for a long time, because that's what you want. You want something that's going to stick around for a while.
Yeah, that makes good sense, especially because it's complicated, right? Good video editing is complicated, and once you learn a tool, you want that tool to stick around. You want it to work for you. You want the skills you've built up learning it to last. And but so far, DaVinci is what's doing it for me.
It's the muscle memory, right? There's so many like muscle memory keyboard things that we all just like learn, that when you switch to a new platform, it's a completely different game. So the way I look at it is that like there are ham radio videos we're making right now, and if you compare that, like let's compare that to somebody like a mainstream creator like Linus Tech Tips or something like that, that's like a technology creator, and the level of editing they're doing, we're not there yet. We're not doing that.
Oh,
Could
yeah.
one
Oh,
person
yeah.
do that? Oh, so many people talking. Woo! Woo! What was that? What did we just do there? There was so many people talking. Okay. Who had a comment there? Would you like to add a thought? Go ahead. We didn't hear anything you said.
I was just saying, Linus Tech Tips. He's got a team, right? He's got a whole office full of people helping him make his content, and each one of us is just us.
No, well,
he's also a massive sellout and paid for by like every major computer manufacturer.
Okay, Levi, Jesus. Okay, see, you got the dark web side of the Levi here. This is dangerous on the live stream. The hot live stream that we're on right now. But okay, here's the point: is that eventually editing and the creation that we do gets democratized enough that a single person can do it. But it starts with the high level creators doing something, and then all of a sudden you have cinematic level creation at the single creator and editor level. We just haven't started doing it yet, right? Like the cinematics of ham radio, like I think. Okay, here's my little thing that I'm starting to work on, and I think we need to do more of this. This is me saying I'm gonna do this, and I think we all need to do a little bit more of this. We do a lot of like, this is what we're doing. Here's the thing. I'm doing a POTA. To be honest with you, everybody watching, I can only get through a couple of minutes of a POTA video where it's just cranking contacts, right? And so you got the other side of it, like the Thomas Witherspoon side of it, where it's like, I'm going to show you every dirty bit, and you're going to watch all of it, and you're going to love it. But you do it because it's Thomas Witherspoon, right? Not everybody can just copy his steez and just be like, that's my channel now. You can't. So what haven't we tapped into yet in the content creation? Totally hypothetical, situational, fictional events that you mock up almost like a cinematic short with radio. We haven't done it. But that's what a lot of the higher tech channels and all this other stuff is doing. They're creating these short, situational kind of things, like an event that's happened, and how do you deal with all this stuff, like an emergency event. Like, what is actually amateur radio in an emergency event? Well, it's not necessarily talking to somebody after the fact, like an interview, like I was there and we did da 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 da. Like, that's good, it's fun, but what if you just recreated it in video? Because you can. We can all do that. We can fake it. And faking it is, I don't mean fake it like in the true sense. I mean, you can recreate it and make something that looks like what you might experience if there was a disaster or a whatever you want to do. Go to the sky's the limit, right? Like we're not doing that right now. Like that doesn't exist in the YouTube space of amateur radio, but it could.
Josh,
that is very interesting. That's a very interesting point. The storytelling of it, and I think actually that's something else I'm struggling with to some degree. A lot of my
fictional
videos
narrative of amateur radio.
Yeah.
Like there's no fictional narrative. It's all just matter of fact. Like this is what you do. You gotta do this. This is how to.
Yeah, like I record my POTA videos and I do try to edit them down so they're not just endless streams, but finding a narrative, telling a story with it, that I'm still struggling with, even though I'm a storyteller in other contexts. So clearly I got to find that mojo somehow. I think that's a very good point.
Right? Oh, well, I think that would help you differentiate yourself from all the other people that are just like, here's the thing I bought. I'm going to talk about this thing and how great is this thing, right? Like, I mean, that's kind of what we do. I mean, even my last live stream was like, hey, let's talk about how cool this thing is. That's like we're very when it comes to amateur radio, we're very like practical to like an extreme sense, like concrete brained practical. Like, here's this radio, we're going to do all these things against it, and it's either good or bad, and it will rise or fall under our own thoughts, right? But there is a feeling that you get. Go ahead.
Josh, I think what you're saying is, as hams, we make videos for other hams.
Right.
But what you're talking about is really making videos for a different audience.
Well,
right?
both. But because here's where I'm going, is there's a feeling you get when you're setting up an antenna and it's a quiet morning, and you're like, I'm gonna try to make a couple of contacts on CW in this 9 a.m. park that I just set up my antenna on. I normally do single sideband, but I'm gonna try and make a couple of contacts on CW. What I just said right now, like there's an emotion that all of you had in your brain. That just happened, like just from me saying that. So how do you make that a video? Like, does that? I might be getting a little. I might be getting a little David Lynch
No,
right now.
I know
God
what
rest
you're
his
saying.
soul here.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Like,
I think what's interesting is that's tapping into, not the functional aspect, right? That's kind of tapping into this more emotional aspect of, what the hobby means to you, how it affects you, those types of things, right? Because when you were saying that, right, I start to get that anxious, right? That, I'm gonna sweat feeling, right?
Exactly. And so you can actually create that in video with the anticipation of build. Like, you could make like a couple of short, like 3 or 4 short shots where you're like building the antenna, and it could almost be like a voiceover. It's like, today I'm gonna activate this park or this summit with Morse code. It could just be a voiceover while you're building the antenna. So you're building emotion, right? And I don't think there's a lot of that going on at all on anything we're doing. No one is doing that right now. There's no storytelling in amateur radio, period.
Yeah, I think one guy who comes close. I think Salty Walt sometimes comes close.
I don't even know who you're talking about, and I hate to say that. No offense to Salty Walt, but drop the link. I'll check it out.
Yeah,
I love
Coastal Waves and Wires.
Oh, Coastal Waves and Wires. Oh, yeah. Okay. No.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
but
I think Traveling Ham does a little bit as well.
So don't get this twisted. I don't mean I talk at the camera and I'm walking you through this. It means I'm creating a scene almost that is solely based on radio. Like, I don't think anybody's created a dramatized scene that includes radio as a part of it. Like, radio is a prop. It exists as like a thing that you see in movies, and they're like, oh, there's a Baofeng today. Oh, I'm going to post this on a Facebook group. No, I mean like the actual dramatic human doing of radio. Nobody's really done that.
Comment? There's a lot of videos that start off, I don't know, will I activate this park today? Stick around.
That's not what I mean either, Eric. You know what I mean. You know what I'm saying, right? I hope you know what I'm saying.
I think what you're getting at is there needs to be authenticity. Everyone knows when you're
I don't mean
faking
that
it.
either. No, I don't mean that either. This is actually the opposite of authenticity. I mean, like, let's actually go and create like a fictionalized radio situation, highly dramatized and fictionalized, that shows like what radio does, instead of it just being a prop that is an ancillary thing. No,
Comment?
that's not. No,
Well,
that's not
in
tech
other
prepper
words,
either.
you gotta ham the videos up a little bit. In other
We
words,
gotta ham the videos up. That's it. That's it. You got
Nice.
it. You got it. You got it. You got it. That was it.
Aren't you basically describing the no random contact series?
No, I'm not. I'm not because okay. Oh, so God, I don't want to give anything away. I'm working on some things. I'm workshopping this a little bit with you if you guys are all hearing what I'm putting down. So let's assume let's hypothetically. What if this was your day? You wake up in the morning and nothing works. Your cell phone doesn't work. Nothing doesn't work. You can capture this on video. You could create this as a dramatized situation on video where nothing works. And then you're going around, it's dark, it's before dawn. And my phone is not telling me that my camera outside my house is working. Oh no. What's going on? And just build upon that, right? Like just build upon, like show what's going on. Like literally like a movie almost, like shots of a movie. And you get to the point where you're like,
likelihood of disaster 0.
Josh, take a look at the link I dropped in the chat. It's by the Traveling Ham. If you can, play like the first minute of that.
Okay, here we go. Hold on. Oh, you know what? Oh, I already saw the opening of this. I think I think he's. Hold on, where's? Let me copy this over.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, is like making a movie, showing everything.
Yes,
every
yeah,
little
exactly.
detail of the video.
Exactly. Okay, here we go. We're gonna give a big shout out. Everybody go subscribe to Traveling Ham. Here we go. And I already know how this. I just watch. Perfect shot. Opening.
Well, friend.
Background.
You've had a good run at the Yellowstone, but your time here is up.
Yeah, I'm already seeing kind of what you mean. There was
That's what I'm talking about.
Taking to the train station.
Yeah. Close up. Yeah, this
great
is
shot.
Definitely playing
it's
with
great.
cinematics here.
Cinematic. And then look at this. Look at the opening. Okay, we're gonna dip it. Okay. With respect to him, go watch this video. I dropped the link. You should. I'm gonna dive in a little bit, and then we'll see where it goes.
Prep work, and I explain all that in a video I made
got
earlier.
A comment when
now,
you have a minute.
okay, so we've already lost the cinematic. So there's a cinematic opening, and now we're back into like just a ham radio thing. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not taking anything away with this. I'm just saying, what if the entire video is all just a dramatized situation of what amateur radio could be used for? And it could be really weird. It could be like aliens. I don't even care. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, we're not doing anything like that. That's not good or bad. I'm not saying that we should be or this, that, or the other. I'm just saying, like, I'm kind of interested in that. I'm kind of looking at, like, what we might be able to do in this space. That's where I'm at. But the opening is, like, spot on. Called the Buffalo Dude. Go ahead, comment.
Hey, it's Mark here. I think what some of you guys might be looking for is something called the 3-act structure. And it's how most movies are made or laid out. And once you realize what it is, it's one of those things you can't unsee.
I'm familiar, but Mark, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just going to say, at the beginning, Josh, you were talking about everything's out. That's your call to action, right? That's the moment where your life's never going to be the same. And then typically the hero's like, screw it. I'm going back to bed.
But then I became a vampire, and now my life is complete.
No, but then your kid really needs you. You just realized you can't ignore your kids. You got to get in contact with your kids.
He needs his insulin.
And then it's just a constant 2 steps forward, 1 steps back, right? You just keep hitting these barriers and plowing through them. And then, that's your second act. Third act, you reach the climax, you succeed, and everything resolves.
Yeah, but what if you did this in so here's the thing, right? It's really difficult. Like most of the time, whatever we do is like, I got a thing. Let's talk about this thing. I even did this on the live stream. Let's talk about this thing that I got. I paid for it. It's $200. I'm talking about that thing. It's a cool thing. Shouldn't you like this thing? You should like this thing, right? Like, that's literally what we're doing. There's no storytelling really in amateur radio. Again, I'm going to go back to my point of amateur radio is a prop in movies. It gets a short shift on everything that it gets put in front of. Like, it's boring. Andy, oh my God, what's going on with your mic? What the hell, man?
I'm losing the vote from Mike.
I believe the microphone is inside of your mouth,
it is
somewhere between
inside
your
of
tonsils and
Andy
your
now.
uvula. Please remove it out.
The mic is now inside of Andy. Dude, I don't know what happened to your mic,
swallow
man.
the mic, they don't really mean it.
Yeah, it's bad, dude. It's bad. It's real bad. But the point I'm going to is that, like, I don't think we have anybody that creates, like, a narrative of amateur radio. Or radio in general. It doesn't have to be, like, amateur. Like, I'm planning on doing some things. Again, I have lots of thoughts. I have no time. I've got things wrote down. I don't know who wrote things down. I wrote some things down. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean.
Josh, I feel like I've seen videos from Adam that are a lot like what you're describing here, and in fact, the video that comes to mind for me is the video where he takes you and your son out to fish and camp. Like, that kind of felt like a documentary in a way.
That's
just like this moment in story.
Well, you got it exactly. That's a documentary. I'm talking about like a fictional narrative. That's
I see.
Different thing, right? Like a different thing. I want to do this. I think I can do it in like 7 minutes. I'm trying to aim for like a 7-minute hot little. Anyway, I'm not going to talk anymore.
I dig it.
But I got
it's
some
a great
thoughts.
idea.
I got some thoughts because I don't. Everything we're so just like matter of fact, and we got to add a little. We got to add something in there. We got to try some things. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean,
all right, I have an idea for episode 2 for you. Adventures of Liddington, the world's worst ham radio operator's daily life.
So just
that's a documentary. That's a documentary, though, right?
No, it would go through his life, like showing him jam all the POTA ops and just be a total lid. And why?
No, again, that's a documentary. That's a documentary. I mean, like, it's a hypothetical situation. Like, again, the point of a lot of this is, like, what if something happened? Something extreme that you never expected. Like, how do we handle it?
Like old age?
I mean, would Contact...
You know what, Levi? You know what?
Contact is literally the only movie in modern history, I believe, to use ham radio as anything other than a prop. It is kind of the central tenet of why Contact happens. So
that's literally one of my favorite memes in the entire meme stash that I have. Is the Contact one? Oh no, not Contact. Though. It was what's the
Frequency?
No, Contact. No.
It's like going back. If the grid goes down, you have no communication but ham radio.
Yes.
The creation of ham radio communications without your picture involved in it.
Radio operator got it.
Exercise.
So again, like everybody in amateur radio is like, oh, we spend too much time with all these preppers and the emergency preparedness. But the narrative is literally that. Like, that is the narrative. That is like, you could create an emergency scenario. You could literally make like a 7-minute movie in a local park with people running around. You just got to put the orange. Literally, I could put a tent. I could put a tent like that on my video, and it would be like, oh, it's serious. Like,
is your emergency scenario that the Golden Corral has run out of hamburger steak?
And the club is, we're all the club members are all culminating on the Golden Corral, and we have to figure out how to resupply the gravy to the Salisbury steak. That is right, Levi. That is a narrative you could make. That is is something you could.
Your Team 6 must be fed.
Yeah. Think about the North Carolina when the hurricane went through. They had nothing but ham radios and GMRS radios out there.
Yes,
that's a movie in itself, right there.
Yeah, like, honestly, that's great. Like, I think you could actually make a decent movie on just what happened in Asheville. That's totally true. And yes, you would have to dramatize a lot of the conversations and how quick it happened between people and how quickly people went into action and all that stuff. But that actually happened. Like, that is a real thing. Yeah, you could do that.
Comment.
Josh, don't I recall you did a video with a bioterrorism simulation with you and Leia?
Where a bomb blew up? Yes, I did. Yeah, that's kind of where this is coming from. That's a little bit of that, like 10 years ago, or however long it's been. But yes, that is what I'm talking about. A hypothetical situation. You dramatize the situation and create the narrative for the video. But the video ended up being like talking about, here's a thing I'm reviewing. I'm saying make the whole video an actual, like, a creation thing, like something you just make that is fun to watch. That's kind of where I'm going with this. I got some thoughts. I have like one thing that I want to do. It again, it has to be like me, so it's got to be a joke at the end. And so there's a joke. I already got the punchline. But we got to build towards it.
So you mean something a lot like that kid did when he did that grid down video?
Yeah, but I mean, that's like a consistent joke. I mean, this is something you build up to. I'm trying to make art here, Dawn.
I don't know. To me, it is a consistent joke.
It is. It's funny. It is funny.
The whole grid down thing.
It is. That is good. All right. I have to go to the restroom, and nobody's home, so I'm just going to be right back. So we're going to be hanging out for a little while. So you guys talk amongst yourselves, and I will be right back. Let's see what let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, I got to go anyway. Thanks, Josh. That was awesome.
All right, I will be right back.
I have a scenario and a question.
We possibly have an answer.
Present your question as a scenario.
All right, so let me just kind of set the scene a little bit here. So, without like describing what I do for work, I was at work and I broke the end off of a coax cable and I couldn't find a coax crimper. And other people that are above me, I was like, hey, do we have a coax crimper? Where is the coax crimper? Like think installs here. And one of the people that is like not necessarily above me, kind of in a different like area at this job, and she was like, I found a BNC like crimpable coax end, but I didn't have a crimper, right? And the only crimper that was available that she found was for like wire terminals, right? And she's like, oh, just use this. I was like, are you kidding? Like, no, I'm not going to use that because obviously I'm a ham radio operator and I like doing things properly, and that would probably suck. And I've never actually connected like a nano VNA or like any type of analyzer to a piece of shoddily put together coax. So I was just kind of wondering, has anybody done that and compared it to like a properly crimped coax, or like what would be the best way to like prove to her that the way that you crimp or the way that you attach the connector to a piece of coax actually matters? And how much does it matter? Because the only thing that I've really used my nano VNA for is like looking at the SWR or seeing where my antenna is resonant on. I've never actually like tried to analyze coax with my nano VNA. So just any pointers there to be like, here, this is why this matters, and this is why you're wrong, and that is why that is a stupid idea to use a terminal crimper for a piece of coax. All right, go ahead.
Couple
Use a pair of pliers.
No, don't use a pair of pliers. I'll go, then you fix me if I'm wrong. Couple things with coax. The big kicker you'll find is, it may, like, doing a DC pass test will probably work because, as long as you're making the connection to shield and center, it's gonna connect. The kicker is going to be when you add power. If you're improperly connected, you're not going to have a perfect impedance match, so you will introduce extra loss. You can also read as a short if shield is connecting to center. In some cases, if it's improperly crimped, that could happen. Sorry, it's 1 a.m. and I'm EP. But like the big thing is, if you start putting power through it and it's improperly connected, it can start arcing. You can start, that's going to be one of your big things. Is it'll start arcing if there's enough power. It also just won't match impedance properly, so you'll have, improper impedance, which is going to cause loss to heat. Also, if it's
that's kind of what I told her, but my goal here is to prove to her that that is a stupid idea to do it that way, and to also show what is a good lab setup that I could do to show to her that what she was telling me to do is dumb. And just like with like backupable data, like how much of a difference does it actually make?
All right, where's Steve? Let Steve in. Let Steve in.
Do you own? You said you own a VNA, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so one thing you can do is use what's called the S11 test. You can take your coax, put do an open short load cal for the bands that you want to operate on. I'm assuming this is HF. At those frequencies, you can
VHF.
Oh, okay. So at VHF, it becomes more of an issue. At HF, you'd be surprised how badly you can mangle a piece of coax and it'll still work fine. As you go up in frequency, dimensionally, what determines the characteristic impedance of a piece of coax becomes far more critical. So as you go up in frequency, the impedance bumps that you'll get from a poorly terminated cable become more apparent. So what you'll want to do is use your VNA, calibrate it for the band that you'd like to use, or the frequency sweep that you'd like to use. In this case, let's just say 140 through 150 megahertz, or if you're going to do 2 meter for 40, just 140 through whatever. And attach your cable to the S11 port, move your 50 ohm termination to the end of the cable, and look at the sweep, and you'll see the return loss and phase vector magnitude. You can look at that, and if it's poor, it will not be a consistent, straight, constant impedance across that sweep. The other thing you can do is, if you want to measure loss, is you can do what's called an S21 measurement. That's the other port on your VNA. So you calibrate your VNA with the calibration piece of cable that they give you. A lot of them are just a short jumper with 2 SMAs on it. Do the cal with that, take that off, put your cable on. The difference is going to be the loss that you'll see through that cable in S21. But like Levi says, Levi's 100% correct. Where you'll start to see a lot of this problem is when you start to add power. So improperly terminated shields, center pins that are awry, and even just the migration of the center conductor relative to the shield is going to change the impedance at that termination. You'll see that in your VNA test, by the way. So when you do your S11 or S21 sweep, that's exactly how we test cables in a lab. In fact, a lot of the measurements, especially if you're doing performance measurements, we will test the cables. We'll cal the cables before we do the test. That's exactly what we do. That's how you would do it.
I hate to ask this, but where is the origin here? Like, what's happening? Like, what's the question?
Someone's wanting to prove.
Let's just say that this is the 30 to 88 megahertz range, and this is a person that is above me at my job, and I was just trying to explain that is a horrible idea. I will not crimp a coax that way. especially in this scenario. And this is a person that used to program radios for a police department, and that's not what I do. And she was telling me some stories, and I was like, "You did what?" Like, just the way that she connected coax in the past, and I'm like, that is horrible. That is absolutely bad. But then the reason I bring this up is because I'm in my mind, I'm thinking like, I wonder how bad it actually will be at VHF within that frequency range. Like a properly crimped coax compared to like a poorly crimped, like you just basically squeeze the thing together with the pliers. Like, I wonder how actually bad that will be. Like, will the SWR be like horrible? Has anybody actually tried this?
Yes, I have
And
tried this.
Go ahead, comment.
I have.
Where's Shane? Where's Shane right now?
Okay, the real kicker is going to be how improperly it's connected.
Exactly.
Yeah, again, this is it depends. There's a reason RF engineers are called, wizards. It's because a lot of our stuff is it depends. Like, I mean, yeah, it might be improperly connected to the eye, but you have enough connection between shield and center, or between shield and the outer part of the connector, and then to center in the inner part of the connector, that it works perfectly. And you can put 100 watts through it, it's not going to matter. It really is it depends type thing. And the only way to really determine how much it depends is to throw it on a VNA and just check.
I just did exactly this experiment recently.
Ah, that sounds like Vince. Go ahead,
Vince! Vince is here. What's up, man? That's awesome.
Hey, Josh, what's up, man? Yeah, better late than never. Here I am.
Dude, so cool, man. Right on.
I just went through, I was at a repeater site, I don't know, a month and a half ago, and we had to run a new piece of feed line in for our link antenna. And long story short, we didn't have a connector to crimp. So we committed the cardinal sin. There's a point to this story. Hang on. And so we committed the cardinal sin. We cut the coax in the middle. We stripped it back. We wound the wires together. We wrapped it in electrical tape, and we said, "Let the chips fall where they may." We went back out there a few days later with a bird watt meter, and a video camera, and a proper connector. And we measured it front to back, and we could measure 7-to-1 SWR on that connection. I repeated the experiment on my home bench, and I released a video showing how you check for this. Mm-hmm. Now, so with respect to this improperly crimped connector, my simple answer to this is put this on a TDR. Your nano VNA's got a TDR function in it. Read up and learn what it means. But because it's the connector and it's right at the VNA, to somebody's point earlier on about the S11 testing, run a 10-foot piece of feed line in front of it and put a barrel on it so that the TDR has something to reflect against that bad connector. At the other end of the line, put a dummy load. Now you can TDR the whole thing. You're going to see exactly what the impedance is at that point, and you're going to know how far it is along as well. That's how you measure this. If you want to do a bad field fix that'll get you by, a pair of lineman's pliers will probably get you through for a couple of days until you can do a proper job. That's what I had to say.
Are we fighting over like the way to terminate coax here? Is that like what we're doing?
No. The original question was if we don't have a proper crimping tool, like just how bad is it, and how can we help this viewer of your show convince the boss it's bad?
I can help you with that. Don't waste your time. What you do is take the crimper that you have, that's the wrong crimper, put it in the back of a filing cabinet under some papers and say, "Hey, boss, we need a new crimper," and then go buy the right one.
I've done this.
No. So I already agreed.
That's
to
very
bring
smart.
my crimper from home, right? Okay, so
no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be a whacker about it.
Listen,
don't.
Okay, so this is why. No, I'm not going to be a whacker.
Steve and I
this
are
is why I'm doing this.
Do not bring your crap from home. Do not bring your crap from home.
Don't pass go. Don't collect $200.
Do not do this.
Sentence.
What you're not understanding.
No, what you're not understanding is we're all professionals in this space. Like, do not bring your crap.
Josh, this is Jamscan, man. Like, I know what I'm doing too, but what I'm saying is, I need to prove my point visually, right?
Prove on their dime.
Let them be wrong, dude.
Well,
Who cares?
I'm already gonna get a coax. I'm already gonna get a coax crimper. But the thing is, I want to secure that coax crimper by way of bringing mine, showing them what a properly crimped connection looks like, and then crimping a connection the way that they were saying would be fine, and the way that I was 100% disagreeing with. You know what
okay,
I mean?
Jam, help me out. Jam, help me out.
100% with Mark.
Jam, if you win the argument, do you piss off your bosses?
And no, I wouldn't. And I'm also just curious.
Wait.
Also, my actual supervisor.
Yeah.
My actual supervisor is on my side, so I'm not worried about that.
But who's the person you're going to piss off hypothetically? Hypothetically, who could you piss off in this situation?
I would piss off nobody. I would just prove my point.
But who are you proving the point to?
I'm proving the point to an inspector that I know more about, like way more about than they do.
And the inspector could like shut you down, kind of thing, inspector.
This is a piss and
no, because no. My supervisor has more power than they do, and I would not. This would not affect me. This would not affect me in any way.
Jam,
negatively.
I'm not taking anything. And what I said earlier, I'm not taking anything away from what you know. I didn't mean that from what I'm saying. But could this inspector create an obstruction to the flow of your normal working progress?
Not in this case.
But could they? Like in other cases, could they do that?
No. My supervisor trumps them, and my
keep going back to
supervisor
the
is on my side, like
so I'm
175%.
I'm feeling like the answer to my original question is kind of yes.
So it's like I have a person above me that doesn't know as much as me, and it's frustrating, and I just want to prove my point because they were arguing with me about it. So it's kind of just like a tiny squabble, and it would give me great pleasure in proving them wrong.
Yeah, Jam Scan. Here, okay, hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let me talk for a second. If this person actually willing to learn from you? Are they willing to hear you and understand what you're saying?
So they have their idea. I had my idea.
Jam Scan, can you answer my question? Can you answer my question?
I'm getting there. I'm getting
no,
there.
No. I don't need to get there. Just a yes or no.
Yes,
are they
but
willing?
I need visual proof. I need. This is why I'm
asking
this question is because I want.
Hold on.
They're willing. They're willing.
Are you sure
if
about
I show
that?
them, hey,
okay.
This is why this is bad.
Yeah.
This is why we need to do this way, my way.
Yeah.
The right way. This is why we need to do it this way from now on, forever, for always. This is why you shouldn't ever do it the other way. If I show them with like visual backupable, like here is the data, this is why we do it this way, then 100% they will learn from that, and everybody will be better for it.
But do you actually think they're willing to change their mind based off of what you're?
Yes,
the
no,
evidence
like we actually agreed. We actually agreed
on
this. So I just have to actually prove it. Right?
Okay.
So we're talking about like a mobile set. We're talking about like a mobile setup here. Right, so like probably like maybe like 20 feet of coax, and we're talking VHF, and we're talking well, I'll just say we're talking like 30 to like 88 megahertz if anybody catches my drift there. But that's all I'll say about that.
So
hey, Josh.
Well, hold on. Let's help out Jamp here. So, what do you need?
I'd like to do the experiment at home and bring it into the office.
I mean, yeah, I think that's kind of where you're at. You're at a theoretical. Let's
all right, that's 100% already what I was thinking. But the fact that Vince jumped in exactly at that time, kind of like the skies just parted there when that happened, and I was like, oh, I think I heard that noise actually in the background. So,
oh man,
right on.
Just
there you go.
One comment for coax performance: the measurements you want to make are rho and tau, which are S11 and S21. You want the performance characteristic of a coax, we do reflection coefficient and transmission coefficients, which are S11 and S21 measurements. And those are the two measurements that are going to give you the most insight into the quality and performance of that coax. TDR is a great tool for measuring distance to fault, but you can make infer some measurements from it, but for absolute measurements, especially in a lab, and if you have a VNA, that's what the S11 and S21, they're called scattering parameters. And anybody who's ever been in a lab and done S parameter test sets, they're two of the seminal tests that you do on a cable, and it's something we do in a lab all the time just to make sure that cables meet performance. In fact, when they stop making performance is when we check them out. And some of the cables we use are several $1,000s per foot. And you get working at microwave frequencies when they're very, very, have to hold stability over very long runs at very high frequencies. It's important to maintain your cable integrity. But anyways, that's what you could do with your VNA. And it's insane that you can do those measurements with a little $80 box. That even 10 years ago, you'd have to have a $20,000 piece of test gear on your on your bench for. So, use it. It's there. It's a great tool, and you'll learn a lot for that.
Right on, yeah, and obviously higher frequency, the more important all that stuff is.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm definitely gonna take VE6LK's advice and throw on like a little female to female barrel BNC adapter on the end before I connect to my dummy load, so it has some things to reflect off to, as it would if it was in the.
That's
not how you do the
I'll test it out. I'll test it out at home. These are still relatively somewhat low frequencies we're talking about. It's kind of high, but like kind of still low. So I'm gonna test it out at home. And you know what? I will report to you guys back next week.
Now, JamScan, just as a manager talking to you, like when I'm talking to other managers and people that work for me, if you have evidence that proves somebody wrong, that they may believe they're higher up than you. Let me just say that. I think you have completely a good argument that you have somebody that is the higher authority to you, and this person doesn't mean anything to you. But if you're going to come to them with evidence, just come with it. It's like, hey, I did a bit of a study at home on this, and I spent a little bit of time working on it. I just want the best answer for how we can, create a solution that will be good for, mass producing. That's what I most care about.
Oh, like 100%. Like,
you know what I mean? Like the way
at all at work. Like I'm
right,
a super
right.
chill guy.
You see what I'm saying, right? It's like the way you pitch this is going to be really important. Yeah.
But since I heard like the one person who's kind of like the person I get equipment from, and then my inspector, they're kind of like friends. But from the one person, I know that she used to work for like the police department, like doing like radio stuff. And she told me some things, and I was like, "You did what? Like, that's not cool." And then I mentioned the whole impedance thing and like how stuff matters in RF. Like, it's not sure you could like test it with like a multimeter and like you have continuity between the center pin and the shield, but like there's a lot more that goes into coax and RF than just that.
So,
and
like, if I was ever trying
to, it might cause SWR issues, and
if I was ever trying to date a lady that worked in dispatch, I would never bring up impedance. That would never be a part of my discussion. What are we talking about?
I'm not trying to. I don't really date people at work. I think that's a bad idea.
I'm
from experience, but no. So Anyway, I just was wondering. I just figured I'd throw it out there and see if anybody's ever done it before, because it's honestly kind of a good. I feel like I'm just curious about it, to be honest. Like, how good can a poorly crimped coax perform? Honestly, like against a properly crimped coax.
This is actually like a proper science experiment. This is like, you should like create a real experiment to do this.
Question?
And document it. Please. Please.
question?
I'll document it, but I'm only going to come. The only documentation will be here in the HRCC after chat Discord.
No, like make like a blog post or something that we can actually link to, like a URL or something.
I'm not into that stuff. I'm not into that stuff, Josh.
Okay, well, DM me and we'll try and create something that will stick around for a while. Because if you just drop it in like ham radio, it's gonna get disappeared quick.
I will take good pictures and I will explain data and I will send that to you and then I will explain in the HRCC Discord.
Okay. I mean, even if I have to like make a video or something where you come out and we talk about it, like that's okay too. Like let's go through the whole thing because I like where you're going because we're so like, oh my god, I love these connectors so much. They're my favorite things, and maybe they're not that great. And maybe your experimentation will tell us that, it's okay to get a little wild.
Best connector is DIN 410.
That was my thought process as well. It's like how far will electrical tape take you and like somewhat like a Leatherman.
Here we go. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Let's talk
Dude,
about it.
that is exactly how I spliced the cable at the repeater site. Were you looking over my shoulder?
Hey, Jam,
got that
I'm
3M
from
joint.
Minnesota, so basically I'm a neighbor. I will say to Vince.
By the way, that describes every repeater work party I've ever been a part of. Who brought the crimp tool? I thought you had it.
Jamscan, I've got a
Leatherman comes out.
Yeah, I've got a question for you.
Shoot.
If the inspector doesn't care, why do you?
Because they have it in their mind that that's a totally fine thing to do. And I was just trying to explain that that's totally not a fine thing to do, especially for the work that we do, because these radios need to be reliable. And not only would that not be reliable on like just the physical aspect alone of not having a properly crimped connector, but it's also going to perform more poorly than a properly, like an actual connection in my mind makes a difference, but I have not tested this. And I was totally chill about the whole thing, and I was like, hey, you know what? Why don't we just do an experiment? And like, if it's significantly better, then we should probably not do it the way that you're saying. Like, okay, I was less condescending sounding than I just sounded, but like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I hear you. I worry. The language that I was hearing earlier was condescending towards that person, and it was more of a "I'm going to prove you right." And in that type of situation, it always goes poorly for the subordinate, one way or another. It might not be in the moment, but office politics will find a way to F you at some point. That's what I'm worried about.
Even in no retaliation
I understand that. I understand that, and what I think in my head and what I say here is totally different than how I talk at work. Like I'm very professional and chill.
Comment.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me now? All right, so Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, you're an engineer, correct?
I am. Yep.
Okay. And I am a production manager, excuse me, and I deal with engineers all day.
Yeah.
And engineers are constantly telling my team how to build the machines we build.
Yes,
and my guys are constantly telling the engineers, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, because we actually build the machines and the part that goes to the part doesn't fit the way you think it does. So we had a few guys on the floor who would consistently try to prove the engineers wrong by showing them the right way. And you know what ended up happening?
Yeah.
It didn't matter, because the engineer would go, oh, you thought it was wrong? Well, we're going to keep it wrong just to spite you, because it's my creation and I like it this way. And it didn't matter. And we're talking about high precision machinery here, like in the 50 millionths accuracy. They don't care. That's their design. That's the way it is. You could prove it 9 million different ways. It didn't matter. This is the way we want it done.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not like that, like, hey man, if what we're doing is working and it's, it's adequate for the application, then like if it works, it works, and.
But if your goal is
all
to
that.
just get a
I'd
better
still rather do it correctly, I'll still end up getting my crimper. But the thing is, this is just an experiment that I'm curious about, and that they're curious about, and I don't know. We all just kind of want to see how it goes. So that's what I'm gonna do.
All right,
for science.
If you and that's wonderful, but if your goal is to get the better set of crimpers and you want to avoid all the other nonsense, just lose the bad pair or break them. Put them in a vise, just crank it, hit it with a hammer, whatever you need to do, but just be careful.
Well, the other set of crimpers is not a coax crimper, so I'm still gonna get that.
What other set of crimpers?
So she was telling me that it'd be totally fine. She was like, "Oh, I used to use these all the time." I was like, "You did what?"
No.
And it was like
what
a
I'm saying
crimper
is,
for like a terminal, like a ring terminal connector.
Disappear it. Put it in an AC duct. Put it in a filing cabinet. Heck, pull out a
I'm not
potted
going to
plant,
disappear it
put it at the bottom.
because I also do electrical, and I also need like decent crimpers, and these are really nice crimpers.
And you'll know where it is.
Yeah, I'm just gonna also get the good ones for coax.
Good luck, buddy.
Okay, can I talk now for a second?
Okay, go.
Go ahead.
Because I got a couple things to hit, and then I'm gonna head out of here. But the booty, it's booty time. It's booty time.
Hey,
Let's go.
Sorry about the mic earlier. I had to get my brother to bring me a laptop to the hospital, and I'm in the hospital.
Oh
and,
my God! Are you kidding me?
No. I have a partially collapsed lung and pneumonia, and I'm gonna be here till probably middle of next week. I've been getting nonstop antibiotics since yesterday morning, and my sodium is crazy low, and I'm pretty bad off, but I'm gonna live. It's just gonna take a few days for me to get better. So he brought the Tough book, and I was trying to use the internal mic in it, and apparently that mic doesn't work very well.
Okay. Yeah,
So
you
I'm on
sound
my
good
phone
though. You
now.
sound good.
Oh, now I'm on the phone. So I gave up on the Tough book. So back to the drama thing earlier, with the radio drama. So it's grid down. Boy, for whatever reason, doesn't matter. Grid down for a while, right? Like years. But not even, whatever. Post internet technology has crashed. Radio exists.
Yes.
Boy meets girl on the radio. Oh, God damn it.
I like it. I hear where you're going. We're getting the narrative. We're getting the narrative. Here we go.
Okay. Sorry, I had to reset my my pump because it started shouting at me because I bent my arm too much. So they have like she's overseas, can't get to her, right?
Of course, can't get to her.
They talk every day.
Yeah.
Then band conditions go to shit.
Yes.
And they drift apart. But then over time, band conditions get better again. And they reconnect. And they just do this. So it's like from here to eternity, but on the radio.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
And he's trying to get that K booty.
Josh, heads up, your microphone is very staticky right now.
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like you're being shocked by about 18.9 volts.
Oh, did it happen? Did the whole?
Yeah, no, it's been going on for about the last 2-3 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna pull the.
But yeah, that was my grid down. Actual drama with the radio, and the technology would matter because we're dealing with band conditions and solar cycles. And I thought I would share with my one lung. Now I just need $10 million to make the movie. and you can all be producers.
Well,
Can you please call it Hey Booty?
Hey, am I good now?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So there was a question I got, and K Booty.
Oof, I used up a lot of wind doing that, so I'm on oxygen too. So I'll shut up now. I didn't want to say a whole lot because I can't. And I'll talk to you guys soon when
you relax,
when I'm
man.
not so messed up.
You relax.
Andy, hope you feel better soon, dude.
Can you hear me, guys?
Oh,
Am
I'll
I
be
making
okay.
it?
It's not good.
Be praying for you.
It's not good, but it's gonna be okay. And,
Hello.
and I've quit smoking because I have to. I'm gonna die. So, but yeah. Anyway, I will shut up now. And and this is a very 80 meters conversation because I'm talking about. I've taken it a step up. I'm not talking about going to the hospital. I'm at the hospital now. So I tried to get on the flex, but I can't get into it for some reason, and I can't troubleshoot it because I can't leave.
Hey, Josh, you still around?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You sound better. No more
Okay,
static.
hold on. Okay, am I making it?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Am I still staticky?
No, you're not.
No.
Okay.
You're good.
Yeah, no, it was the mic thing. that
Fünf
happens.
nine.
I just wanted to say before I go here, I'm currently building another solar node for you.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, I had an extra WizBlock board hanging around, so I'm putting it into a solar node. Probably have it in a couple of weeks.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's going to be a lot of fun to play with. So that's great. I appreciate that, man. And yeah, I didn't give you a shout out either. You started a YouTube channel. My buddy. Let's
Another
drop the
one.
link. Drop the link, man. Throw it in the chat.
All right.
So let's I got to give some context here. Lars, the guy talking right now, Corpse a lot. I know him by many names.
Many names, yes.
Many names. He and I go back to early 2010s.
Google Chat, man.
Yeah, early 2010s. Like he and I have been friends for a long time. So when I was talking about Leia, like her water broke on a yoga ball playing League of Legends, we were playing with Lars. Corpse a lot. He's a great guy, and he has done lots of things online. He's a fantastic dude. A lot of really good insights. Insights I appreciate. And he decided to make a YouTube channel where he was like, he's been on Twitch, he's been on YouTube, he's done a myriad of things, but he's like, I'm gonna make some YouTube videos on amateur radio. And so drop the link, man. Let's throw some people at you and have them take a listen to what your thoughts are. Because I think you got some good points on your video, your first video that you made.
Yeah, it's a little long. I go on a bit, so just a heads up.
You did drop a 50-minute video for your first video, so you know what you're doing. You knew what you're doing.
Yeah, I know it. This isn't my first rodeo.
It's not your first rodeo. No.
No, I'll put it in the chat. I'm on my iPad right now, so it's a little hard to like go back and forth. So
Nah,
I'll drop it in the chat.
Yeah. But I'd like to share it.
Question.
I do want to crack this baby open because Jody had a really good question. Because Jody remembers the tragedy of the quality control. So part of the reason that we ran into so much problem was the quality control on this radio. And so he wants to know, did they go nuts with like hot glue and all that? So we're going to crack the case on this. We're going to take a look. Did they just create some layer of protection by hot glue for all those toroids that fell off of this radio? Interesting thing. Interesting. Let's see.
Yeah, I posted a link. I don't know if I put it in the right channel for you, but I posted the link.
No, you got to post it in the live stream, the hashtag live stream.
Oh, I say I'll delete it.
No, you're good. Just leave it there and just drop it in the new one so I can post it in the. Got to post it everywhere, man. Got to. My buddy, literally. There was. Okay. There was a time. Where I spent a couple of weeks in Camden, New Jersey. And
I'm so sorry for you.
My buddy, Lars, is like, oh, buddy, why are you in Camden? And we ended up meeting up, and I drove out to him. And when I talk about why I respect the Jersey Turnpike so much, it's because I was driving out to meet this man. I was hauling ass. And everyone got out of my way. As a Californian in the fast lane and people getting out of the way so that you can pass them, I'm not going much faster than them, but I'm going fast enough that they're like, this man is passing me and I need to change lanes. And they did. And they all did it. And I was like, this is what I'm talking about. This is actual functioning traffic moving through the road. Yes, I'm possibly breaking the law in this particular moment, but they're like, it's not my job to tell them that they're breaking the law. They're just moving faster than me. So I'm going to slide over. I'm going to let them do their thing, let them pass, and I'm going to do my own thing. And I was like, amazing.
That was like his first comment to me. I met up with him and he's like, dude, what's with the fast lanes around here? I'm like, what about
so
them?
good. They're so good.
I bet I know where in Camden too.
You probably do. You probably do. Yeah. I was staying at the what's the DoubleTree. I was staying at the DoubleTree in Philly and taking the what's the bridge? Is that the what's the bridge over to Jersey?
I come from the other direction, but Camden is horrible. It's miserable.
It's Harris, right? That's where you're going.
L3.
Yes.
Yeah. I knew where you were going.
You know where I was going. That's ridiculous. Okay. Wow. The longer we do this, we all just get closer together.
Check, please.
Yeah. Okay. Let's figure out how much hot glue is in this radio, and then I gotta wrap it up here because we're already. Oh my God! It's 11 o'clock. I think.
Are they gonna do the hot glue, or are they gonna do the infamous black goo?
I don't know. And there's so many screws on this thing. I was looking at this. I was like, oh my God! There's so many screws. Let me grab my magnet bowl. There you go. So I think we have to come at the top. I think, but I don't know.
Yeah, the torides will be on the top. They're close to the rear of the radio behind the speaker.
While you're unscrewing this, could I ask a Part 97 question?
All right, I mean, go for it.
Okay, so I've been wondering about this for a minute. Under Part 97.11 Bravo 6, it says a one-way transmission that disseminates information bulletins is allowed. Obviously, 97.3 Alpha 10 says a broadcast is defined as a transmission intended for reception by the general public, either direct or relayed. So, at what point does a one-way transmission become a broadcast?
When it has no specific intent, I would say when it has no specific intended target or person or an intended station.
So that's how I read it originally as well. So does that mean that as long as I say or disclaim at the beginning of it, please note this bulletin is being issued solely for the benefit of amateur license operators and not intended as a public broadcast. Am I in the clear? Can I now start talking about local traffic? Can I start talking about the news that's happening around my town?
But you can already do that right now. You can already do that right now.
Oh, we can?
Of course you can. What do you think people talk about on the radio?
Yeah, that's all we
But I'm talking about a one-way transmission. I'm not talking specifically about a one-way transmission.
So
yeah, well, wait. Hold on. What are you trying to do?
So basically, you know how like AR Newsline does their kind of weekly transmission where they kind of give out like ham radio news sort of thing. Something similar to that on a local net, but specifically for the local area.
Okay.
I mean, that's just Kurt chunking a repeater.
Gotcha.
Hey, Josh, can I jump in there? Those two beside the speaker, don't remove those. Those are what anchor the speaker to the lid.
Oh, okay. I think I've already caused irreparable harm at this point. I don't think it's going to tighten again. It's all right.
I think there's an important distinction here. If you call what you're doing a net, it's intended for other amateurs. Even while other people can certainly listen to your net, a net implies there's more than one person there. Who else is going to be there besides other amateurs?
Yeah. I shouldn't have said net. Should have said like just as a one-way transmission. Just distinctly a one-way transmission. You give out all the info. It's done. No one else responds. Like you're not having like a two-way conversation.
The big thing with bulletins. The big thing with bulletins is most of them are pre-approved. Like the only people who really issue bulletins is the ARRL via RIDI for their news, and that's typically, if I remember correctly, that's reached through an MOU with the FCC to do that. A couple other people do them, but it's not really a thing that everyone does. If you're trying to do a impromptu shock jock show where it's just you yapping about the weather, well, they could make the distinct argument, well, you're not actually participating in amateur radio, you're trying to broadcast on amateur radio frequencies. No, you can't do that, and we're gonna slap your hand for it.
Yeah, and there's case law for that. I don't know if everybody remembers way back when, but K1MAN was that's the case. That's one of the big case laws against that.
I think if you were to, I'm sorry, I was going to say, I think if you were to, if you wanted to do something like that and you couched it as a net, but allowed for other hams to break in certain moments where like you weren't completely taking up the entire frequency for that for 15-20 minutes, I don't think it would be a huge problem as long as you allowed for there to be break-ins for other people for that duration of that net that you're doing at that moment, even if it's a one-man net at that point. I don't know, it's kind of a gray area, I would think.
It's an area that's best answered by lawyers, which none of us are.
Yeah, I don't know.
So again, after the K1, the K1 case law that Steve said, that's why bulletins kind of quit. Is the FCC moved to we would like bulletins to be created under a memorandum of understanding with the FCC as where you're doing these, when you're doing these, and what specifically you're doing. That's why not a lot of people do them anymore. That's why some of the old RIDI bulletins quit. It's because they couldn't reach an MOU, and people were very much and the FCC was like, well, we're cutting down on this. I mean, you can try it. However, try it at your own risk and be prepared to meet whatever remains of the FCC in a couple months if it does happen.
Yeah, appreciate the intel. So yeah, thank you.
The most that happens is probably just ask you to stop.
They'll ask you to stop one or two times, and after the third time, they'll start getting involved legally.
Well, hold on. Before we even get going down that road, remember, Amateur Radio Newsline built credibility after years of doing what they did. And it was only after years of doing that hams on their own started taking Amateur Radio Newsline. You use that as an example. And then playing it on their own repeaters, right? Amateur Radio Newsline didn't make a broadcast and then forced it upon people or played it on those repeaters. They created a thing that got a populace of people interested in what they were doing and respected them for what they did, and then propagated their creation. There's a very big difference, right? So If that's something you want to do, then just start making it. Start making it and letting people know about what you're doing. And if what you're making is good and people like it, then they will propagate it for you. That's the best thing that you can hope for, is that people will take up the creation that you've made and start putting it out for you. That's what you want. And that's what they did. And you can do that too. Just assuming that you're creating something that is worthy of that, right? That's the point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you guys.
Hey, can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah, go for it. I'm going to head out pretty soon, but Jody, hey, Jody, where are we at? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. There you go, buddy. So many toroids. They're not all self-destroying themselves. What do you feel about that?
No, I'm happy. I'm not sure if they're gonna stay that way. if
Yeah,
you
I
take
don't
that
know.
to
Who
Nova.
knows? Who knows, man? Who
Yeah, I was just gonna
knows?
say,
Who
I don't
knows?
think that's gonna take 12 G's on a nosedive.
Yeah, who knows, man? Who knows? That's a lot of MOSFETs I'm seeing right here. That's a whole lot of MOSFETs. But okay, what's the question? Go ahead.
Okay, so Hex Cody, why not take what you're trying to do, turn it into a directed net, and just make show notes effectively instead of bulletins?
No, yeah, I think that's a great idea and a great suggestion. Yeah, just to be clear, I haven't done this yet. This was like kind of an idea I've been playing around with after hearing, kind of listening to AR Newsline and all that stuff. So yeah, I think it's a great suggestion.
If I could, like, this is just me completely BSing. Amateur Radio Newsline is kind of like an institution, right? So if you want to dip into that, I think you have to bring something completely crazy and wild. You have to do something in the space of radio that hasn't been done before. So it can't just be like a recording that we download and play, right? It's got to be something different. I don't know what that is. But there's a space. There's a space if you're willing to, like, look outside of the normal. I'm just gonna play this on the repeater. It's the amateur radio newsline. Here we go. You know, like that. That's like it's valuable, but like there's lots of opportunities that you can explore all those other spaces. I just don't know what it is yet.
Yeah, I feel the same way. There, one of the things I was thinking about was along the lines of a sort of like a game night sort of situation, just locally for kind of like the local people. But
What does that look like? A game night? What is that? Like, you got me real excited. What does that mean?
Yeah. So like one of the things that what I'm trying to get stood up in my local club is I want to start playing. I want to play like a video game, like a kind of a milsim game, but use ham radio as the way of communications through our local repeater. So we all hop on the net and we kind of like do we play like any kind of milsim you would be playing. And,
like full quiet. We're playing full quiet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, not that one. But yeah,
we're not playing full quiet.
Call of Duty, full quiet.
But yeah, just instead of using like Discord to communicate, like actually use like a ham radio to communicate. I think that'd be kind of a cool thing to do for hams, especially my local club is very, very much on the older side of things. I'm kind of a younger guy.
Okay. Everybody in this Discord, everyone's ham club is we're on the younger side. Like everyone is on the younger side. That's kind of where we're at. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So here we go. You ready?
I'm trying to,
We need Pokemon via ham radio.
I'm down. That sounds like a blast.
What gen?
Like
the real question is what generation?
How much ham radio do we need to get a shiny in Pokemon? That's really the question.
Wait. Josh, brilliant idea. Pokemon Go ham radio.
Right?
We
just need to turn all the summits on the air into Pokestops, right? Is what we need. And we need to create a gym on every soda summit is what we really need. A soda summit, every soda summit is a gym. That's the future I'm looking for.
Well, Josh, the shinies in this case would be winning a contest. If you win the contest, that's your shiny.
Who is it? Chi-Chi said, "How am I as old as Josh and I'm too old for Pokemon and he's not? I literally got a job. Because I could recite the 150 Pokemon from the first gen of Pokemon. That is how I got the job. I was so freaking enamored with Pokemon that I was like, oh yeah, no, I got all these 150 right now. You want to see my Game Boy? I got them. Because I did.
Who was your starter? Who'd you pick for your starter?
Bulbasaur, man. Bulbasaur.
Man, so that's the easy mode pick that everyone goes for. You got it. The real OGs knew that you had to go with Charmander.
No, man. No,
Charmander's
trash. Charmander's trash.
He is trash. He's trash. But hear me
Bulbasaur,
out.
No, but don't get me wrong.
easy.
Don't get me wrong. Yes, I definitely evolved him to Venusaur. Don't get me wrong. But it was Gengar. Gengar is my Pokemon. Don't get me wrong. I'm ride or die Gengar crew. No question.
The real OG strat was you go Charmander because he sucks, but he's the only fire type that or he's the one that has the fastest fire spin move, and he's the only one that can learn Earthquake, which makes him very on the competitive level against other humans. Anyways, we're going way too much down this.
Dude, I'm telling you. So, I had a Game Genie. I got my missing numbers, and I hacked the Mew on. I had Pokemon Blue. My sister had Red, and we did all my transfers. That's how I got the Gengar, right? Of course, dude. Don't get me wrong. Gengar is love. Gengar is my favorite. Don't fight.
Anyway, I just think that'd be a really clever idea to use a augmented reality game with ham radio.
I think.
Tie-in.
So I think ham radio is enough without having to create like an AR platform yet. I'm not saying that we don't have to start looking at that.
Just for engagement.
No, I'm with you. I'm not. You're not wrong. I don't know that we're there yet. I think we don't do a good enough job of like literally every video. This goes back to what I was saying earlier. Every video is like how-tos and this. You want to buy this thing? Go buy this thing. Here's how I tell you that this thing is an okay thing to buy. My live stream today was literally talking about this thing that I just have the guts exploded on the table here about why this thing is good. But there's no human aspect of it.
Right.
Like, so when you watch, like, okay, I like Milwaukee tools. I also really like Harbor Freight and a number of tools that they create. And you go to some of these channels and they do things with these tools. So when you're doing radio things with radios, it's almost like it's ethereal. It's not real. It's like, oh yeah, I heard this thing. I hear the tones. I hear people talking, and they're talking back to you. And yes, that is real. Like they literally heard you. But there's like that narrative. I just don't think.
Here's my thing,
I'm gonna
Josh.
try. I'm gonna try.
Here's my thing: is that when radio, getting on the radio is talking on the radio.
Well, I mean, that's what we do. We're all. Well, I got another thought there, but okay. Go ahead.
My point is that there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that if from an advertising perspective, to try to get more people involved in the hobby, opening up that hobby to be a tool, as you mentioned, that does more things than just fulfill its own self. Like it perpetuates itself by existing. Like there needs to be, and that's fine. But if you add more function to the tool, you get more people involved, and it just becomes its own thing. Like Poda and Soda became like a thing that utilizes the tool of ham radio to do it. So and not to the fullest extent, I don't think. I think there's more you could do with that than just getting on the air, but you can do more with that kind of stuff. So like with Hex Cody saying what he's saying, like you have this frequency space, you have this access to these frequencies. Maybe there's ways to utilize them for more than just talking about utilizing the frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, it seems like a more fun way to bring it, like making it be something in the toolkit versus like the topic of conversation.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say I think that maybe I'm a little bit biased in this. My viewpoint is a little bit skewed. So even while I'm 2 hours away from Asheville, I was very much in the area when Helene was happening, several days and weeks of aftermath. One of the comments that kind of I want to clarify from several hours ago now, there was really no drama involved in. There was already a repeater. There was already far enough away from the area, had far enough coverage. There was no scramble to get things going. There was no effective grid down, whatever. It was just, okay, something happened, we're going to react to it. So a lot of the fun, and I'm going to use the word loosely in this case, Occam, Ares, races, whatever, all the simulations, I hate the idea of like the war games or whatever, but these are the kind of things that can fulfill the needs that you guys are expressing.
Absolutely.
And yeah, and it seems like, I don't want to say, oh, I'm accusing you guys of not doing enough of that, because that's not how I want this to be heard.
Yeah.
But getting everyone involved in that, and especially if the problem is the older side of the hobby don't want to do that anymore, or maybe never got into it to begin with, or think they can't, or whatever, finding a way for people to participate in that, and then letting fun stuff happen organically through that. Fox hunting, but with whatever twist is going to be the twist this week, and so on.
But my point is that those things do not exist mutually exclusive from one another. And getting people into the hobby with something that they're already interested in gives them the possibility, the opportunity to get into those types of things as well, because they're not mutually exclusive. It's not like they can't do both. So trying to sell to somebody who is on the fence about getting their technicians or their general and taking the test and studying for the test and say, hey, don't you want to be involved in emergency communications? They'll be like, no. But you get them in on something else that they have an interest in, they may end up there anyway. And they can do both. And that's my point, is that give them a reason to utilize that tool or to want to pursue it. And then, like Josh is always promoting, they'll find their groove in the hobby, and they'll utilize the skills they've learned to apply to what they love, and it just keeps growing from there.
Yeah.
I don't think it has to be a mutually exclusive, isolated thing.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. And it's not a perfect metaphor. It's not a perfect new person get excited about this, and then this turns out to be like Skywarn. That's not going to happen. That was literally my first meeting with the club after getting my tech. It put me to sleep. Not even going to pretend it didn't. But how do you make Skywarn fun? That is a worthwhile challenge for us to figure out. How do you make, all the rest of these things, yes, add fun to it, but let's face it, okay, so FT8 is a perfect example, because it's designed for, we can't get a message through any band condition whatsoever. This mode can potentially get whatever we're trying to send to whoever can barely hear it, right? And now what do? We just sit and get made fun of by other hams who don't like FT8, and that's the thing. We just need more of that for what it is, and Levi's going to stab me later, but for what it is, that whole kind of situation of why some people love it, some people hate FT8, it illustrates the kind of thing I think that solidifies around the ideas we're talking about.
And emergency communications are always going to be very important. And I'm getting involved in them here locally, and there's 2 local nets I'm getting involved in. And I think everybody should, but not everybody's going to. But I'm just thinking in terms of just getting more people their license. And when you hear the question, well, I have a cell phone, why do I need a radio? Well, you can't do this with your phone. And trying to come up with things that they can't do with their phone, that they can't do with the internet, that they can only do with a ham radio. That's the trick. What can they only really do feasibly with a ham radio that they can't do with their cell phone or the internet? That doesn't necessarily involve emergency communications that will interest them. That's the trick. And and that's something I've been wrestling with for the last few months, trying to think of ways that I can sell that to people who would say, "Here, go get your technician's license. Let's try this." And to me, I think that's a worthwhile endeavor. And then they get involved in that, possibly.
I don't really know that I have the answer to this, actually. This is actually a tricky question. Say it again, Lars. Let me hear the question again.
Well, it wasn't so much a question. It was
Or a challenge.
The challenge was
yeah,
something that they can't. Something that you can do with ham radio that you cannot do with your cell phone or with the internet.
Yeah.
That is fun.
No,
for the person to do.
No. Okay. Here's the answer. Pay somebody. So services that we all have, we pay them for those services. They are responsible that they are appropriately RF communicating. We are just a humble consumer. They can take it away at any time. It can disappear at any moment. We have the capability through our license and privileges that come with our license to operate and transmit on frequencies that people with a cell phone plan cannot do. That is like that is the argument. But it's kind of boring, but it can be sold really well. I just I always try to come at it from different angles to try and figure out the best way to sell it. But that is it. Like, you're beholden to no one. You are your own lord of the frequencies, if you will.
With that argument, though, you're going to run into the field of preppers and crazy conspiracy theorists at some point if you push that argument long enough.
Levi, boy howdy, you're on the pulse. You're on the pulse of exactly the comments I get on so many of my videos. Yes, because of course, it's like it goes both ways politically. Yeah. You are going to always race to the bottom. Who can be the most free? Who can be the most of anything? Like, there's always some contingent of any argument.
No true libertarian idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
The problem is no throttle to the bottom. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's an infinite pit to hell.
Exactly. You only get more powerful as you capitulate from the lowest points of whatever political argument you're at. Right. So we have a community, regardless of like the worst actors of our group, that generally believe in a concept of know what you're doing, get your license, operate the radio safely, and do the thing that you're going to do. The problem is that's not like, it's not sexy. It's not sexy to say like, yeah, no, we self-police and we also just like we've just kind of follow the rules because it's a finite frequency space and the electromagnetic spectrum is finite. Did you not know that? It's not like, I almost need like Neil deGrasse Tyson to come in here and be like, sex this up a little bit, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Explain why the electromagnetic spectrum is finite. I can only go so far. I'm trying my ass off, but I need a Neil deGrasse Tyson to explain why this is so goddamn important that we have this much space and we got to fit everybody in here, and you can't just go off doing whatever you want because we've done it. It's been done historically. You can look it up. We have had a bad time. What's that, Levi? Go ahead.
I was going to say, insert question, why can't I use encryption on ham radio?
Yeah, because then AT&T will do it, and then T-Mobile will do it, and then every other major faceless corporation will just use encryption and then just be on the amateur radio bands. There you go. There's a simple answer. Like, The reason why we don't do encryption is so that we know who's transmitting.
Josh, I know I was being sarcastic.
Okay, but I mean that's the so for everybody watching right now, that is the answer. That is the answer.
But Josh, my point
I know you
is,
knew that, Levi.
But my point is that ham radio is a tool, and now the hobby can be the preservation of that tool. It can be the refinement of that tool. It could be the endless discussion of that tool. And then there are people who actually want to actually use the tool. And I often equate it to firearm ownership.
I do too.
There's the collection of firearms, and then there's the actual shooting of them. And I believe in both. I believe in the preservation of the tool and the refinement and the curation of it. That is a holy that is a worthwhile endeavor. But a tool without a purpose is useless. And I'm not saying ham radio is useless. What I'm saying is that finding additional use cases for said tool that opens up the possibility for more people to adopt said tool, I can't see that being a bad thing. And it may be outside of the box from what we're usually comfortable with it being used for. I'm not saying break laws. I'm not saying violate FCC rules. What I'm saying is find other activities that can utilize that tool in a way we haven't thought of, that other new people would find interesting to get involved with, to help preserve and refine that tool in and of itself.
I just don't know what that looks like yet. So yeah, I would be totally on board with it. I just don't know what that is yet.
I have a suggestion because I've been thinking about this a lot as well. And so, like, imagine a like murder mystery net that happens citywide for your entire city, where people can, like, basically your whole town can listen into, and you have to have the people in it that interact with and react to the randoms who are going to inevitably talk on the net during the murder mystery net as well. So it would be like a citywide murder mystery net that you then give clues to. You kind of host it that way. I think that'd be such a fun way to use ham radio.
Do it. Do
Yeah,
it.
that'd be
Yes,
cool.
I love it. I love it. I love do it. Yeah, I'm down. Get a wild crackhead on the street and just have him speaking nonsense. I would love that. I would love it. I would love that more than anything. But okay, here's the thing. I think that to a certain degree, a lot of people in amateur radio are they're concerned that they're always going to run afoul of the rules, right? And so they're unwilling to try things. And so this is a primary case of let's try it. Let's try it out and let's see how it goes. Like this would be one of those cases of like, let's go for it.
Ask for forgiveness kind of thing, not permission.
No, it's not.
I have to disagree with that. I have to.
Okay, Steve. All right, Steve's coming in.
And only I'm a different generation, but it all goes back to, I think, the four things that you outlined. I mean, which I thought was a pretty good breakup. One of them was the know what you're doing. There was never an issue with running back in the day. There was never an issue with running afoul of the law if you had a new mode. And by the way, Tapper was a great example of this. Tapper, Tucson Amateur Packet Radio Club, for years was like the gold standard for new and evolving technologies. Like, say, in the 80s and 70s and 80s and 90s, Tapper was where digital mode was happening at the time, and you saw a lot of projects, kits, QEX articles that would come out of that group.
The best of packet radio came out of Tapper
back in the day.
Yeah,
and hey, it was big back then.
Right.
So, but I'm just saying that it was never an issue of running afoul of the law and being afraid to try something. There was always a liaison with the ARRL to say, this is something we want to try. How do we go about doing it? So there was never an issue with that. I mean, and the other part of that, the other part of that, when part was knowing what you're doing. I think it was one of the very first. It was like the first thing you said: know what you're doing, operate your radio, and there were two other things. Those two things were germane to the license, the privileges that you had to learn for this hobby. And again, it was a hobby. It wasn't purpose built for emergency communications.
It
Yes,
still is a hobby.
It's a hobby. It still is a hobby. It's my profession and it's a hobby. But for those of us
I
at
would
the
argue it's
time,
the same for me too. Yeah.
yeah, and what attracted us was the similarity, the things that we enjoyed out of it that were very similar to the things that attracted us to the professions that we are in now. So it wasn't, and I don't want to get too far off topic on that, but
yeah.
I think it had a different direction. I don't know where it is now, but I think when a lot of that was, I don't want to call it relaxed, but when a lot of that was eliminated, I think that accelerated that race to the the velocity we were talking about of heading into the abyss of weirdness. And I think that's where we're off the rails.
Hey, thank you, Jody. Jody's heading out. Take it easy, man. Appreciate you. So,
sorry, I didn't mean to hold you up, Josh.
No,
I
you
didn't mean
didn't.
to
You
bring...
didn't. But it's a really good question. And so hear me out. Steve's point's really good, but Steve and I come from both similar places but different places, right? Because half of my career is on YouTube. Like, I make money off of YouTube. I've turned talking about amateur radio into creating content that people look at, and that turns into dollars, like straight up. So we're at a point. We're already past the point. We're past the point. We are past the point of exploring the spaces in which people will create content based on this hobby. If I'm not doing it as probably one of the biggest amateur radio creators, someone else will. And they will use that to, skyrocket their popularity, because that's what humans do, right? People will be exploring this space from now until, whenever, right? So any preconceived notions that we have on anything doesn't really exist, because everyone that wants to get popular in this space will be willing to do almost anything to get popular doing it, right? And the reality is, yes, we have rules. We have rules in this space, but we now know we're in this space where the popularity of, like, the prepper movement and all that, of like, oh, I don't need to get licensed, I'm just going to use them. Like, we see that in videos, on YouTube videos that are more popular than mine, from like really mainstream preppers. They're like, oh no, you can just use it. You can just use ham radio and it's fine, right? It's already happening. The cat is out of the bag. So okay, like, now what? This is the world we're in. Like, we're talking almost as it's like, oh no, we're like cloistered off a little bit. Like, oh no, this is a protected space that we exist in. It's like, no, it's out of the bag. Like, we got people that are using Baofeng radios, multiple Chinese radios, and they're just like, oh no, I don't care. To the behest of all the work we've done to tell people, it's like, no, you actually should learn to do this so you could join the real community that is amateur radio. Like, no, I don't want that. I just want to hang out with my dudes that go into the desert or go into the forest, and we shoot our guns. And it's like, can I really be mad at them? Not really. But at the same time, it's like, you're depriving yourself of what we offer. So that is the point. So you're here, you got that Baofeng, you're illegally transmitting, you're doing all this stuff. So how do we bring people back in, right? That's the question that I have, is how do we do that effectively? How do we continue to bring people in and be on the fringes of, like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I get it. I've been there. I was doing that stuff, blah blah blah, whatever. Like, okay, now how do we get you into amateur radio?
Well, I mean, I've got a suggestion, and
I've got a good idea.
You know what? Go for it.
Find events around your community and ask permission if you can set up a table or whatever, and see if people come around your bench or your table and introduce them to the hobby and see what they want to say and get some news from them, from feedback from them from that. If they want to get interested in it, show them everything about it.
So
Otherwise,
I hear what you're saying, but how many people do you think you hit in a day?
you would really be surprised, Josh. I
No,
mean, we were totally doing the same thing, but
yeah, no,
they made a car show here in Dothan, Alabama, just Saturday, and it wouldn't be surprising to me if there was a dozen people that come around and got interested in it.
yeah. So hear me out. I'm not coming hard at you, but my channel gets 600,000 to 1,000,000 views a month.
Oh, I know that. I realize that. I'm just saying,
No,
for people in the public that don't know about YouTube channels and all that, to get involved in at events or what have you. They don't go on YouTube and all.
Counterpoint. Have you met your average ham club? If I saw them at an event, I'd walk to the other side of the event.
And that's one of the reasons why.
Mike, I'm not trying to humble brag. I'm not trying to humble brag. My point is that, like, so I think hams limit themselves. We get so technically frustrated that we limit ourselves. We can open the aperture a little bit. I get 600,000 people's on the minimal that are looking at my videos. It goes up to 1,000,000 people that are watching me on YouTube.
And how many are licensed hams?
I mean, that's not one of the statistics that I get on YouTube.
Right,
I wish I
exactly.
had. I wish I had that. That would be amazing if I had that. That'd be amazing.
Well, but okay, so to Josh's point, and then Lars and Levi aren't really giving a counterpoint, but kind of deepening it. You don't look like the average ham club. It's optics, it's presentation, it's
Exactly. Oh, dude, you are so smart. You are so smart. You are so smart. Yes.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
Yes. So this is a cool hobby. It's been a cool hobby since it was whomever created it. It was actually a byproduct of the FCC and the Telecommunications Act of 1934. Yeah, all the history. The problem is the imaging has been trash. The actual marketing of ham radio is like it never evolved. Nothing changed in ham radio. It was just like, yeah, go get books. Go get books from the ARRL and you'll learn all about ham radio. But it was never cool. It was always just like, yeah, no, that's what we had to do because there was no other way to communicate. But then phones came in. So now it had to become cool. It had to become cool because it had to be counterculture. It is counterculture.
Josh, that was part of my point.
Okay.
Is that when you look at the ham radio clubs, and it looks like, and no offense to the older people in the chat, I mean no disrespect, but when the average age at a ham radio club is 79 years old, and you come in as a 20-something, you're going, I don't belong here. You know, I'm at these guys. I have nothing in common with these guys. Optics, it's advertising. As much as that sucks to say, it's all about the advertising.
But here you go. Here you go. Here's my crazy thought on this: is that like a lot of the people who are the biggest complainers are unwilling to lift their hand to do anything anyway. The volunteers that want to grow a club will be there to grow the club for the old people that will eventually term out and then they will become the leadership. Those are the people that are committed. Those are the people that are going to make the trends, the changes, all that stuff. And they're just going to do it because they're already invested in the community of amateur radio. The problem we have is that like you can't. Okay. Oh God, this is
Well,
like
hold on, Josh,
5 years ago. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the problem there that you came to is churn. How do we not become the old hams that we don't want to be around now?
Oh my God! You must become the old hams. You must
you have
become
to transcend.
them.
You have to be better than the old hams.
No. But that's okay. Oh my God, my wife is the best. You have to become you have to become the old hams. Everybody, congratulations. I'm telling you the secret of every ham radio thing in a club or whatever. You have to take over from the older guard.
Well, okay,
and you
yes,
must
yes, you do
change
have to
it
do that.
to be the thing you want.
I don't know if I do,
That's
but I'm
it.
pretty damn cool.
I'm giving
so
you
I'm fine
privilege
with
to do that. Where are you going with
So-
this question?
Okay, so yes, you have to stay in the hobby, improve. You know, you're not going to stop aging. But my point is the behaviors in the old hams that you dislike, that you have to not adopt that, which it's going to be
Please.
hard because
Please
it's
don't.
naturally going to happen.
Hey, hold on.
Oh,
Stop.
wait.
I'm not talking about you, Steve.
Do you think that you're gonna wake up tomorrow and think, I gotta start gatekeeping ham radio? I gotta start making people feel real bad about dumb decisions in ham radio? Like, of course you're not. Of course you're not.
There we go.
I am an old ham. And we just went through elections. I did run for president this time around. I am not president. I actually decided not to take the position that somebody much more qualified is, and I'm very happy that that person is now president. And that person is younger, which is good because we need that. But I think there's this automatic assumption that every ham over a certain age is some way. I got to be honest with you.
They're not. That's not
They
true.
were not, and exactly, and we are
no, but many above a certain age are a certain way.
No.
We are looking for the newer generation to come in and take some of those positions. So I'm glad that we now have a president that's younger because there's a new perspective, there's some new energy, there's some new excitement that and new things that we may be doing that some of the older hams just don't want to do. I'm so happy for that. I was hoping to have a newer secretary, we were hoping to have a newer treasurer, but absolutely, Josh, I applaud you for that because I think it's a great comment. I think if you want to make the change in a club, you've got to be in the club, and to be in the club, you've got to participate in.
100%.
So join an engineering, join a repeater committee. We have repeater committees. Every repeater that we have has a repeater committee. They meet with the engineering group once or twice a month, and we go over what things need to be done, and then they get done. So be active in the group, in the club, and eventually you may want to actually become one of the actual leaders in the club. There's a number of positions that are open. So, I mean, none of us are like that. If I hear that again, it just makes me cringe.
Okay.
But can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
My thing is not so much the clubs.
Okay.
It's the image of what the ham radio operator is as a whole, and I think there's a stereotype, maybe unfairly, but that stereotype exists for a reason. I don't know what that reason is, but it does. And you mentioned ham radio operator to the average person, and there's a picture in their head of what they're picturing, and the average person doesn't want to be that. That's why I'm saying it's about the optics of changing what it means to own a ham radio or to have a ham radio license, and to.
It's when I 30 years ago when I said it was a ham radio. I'll give you an example. 35 years ago, if there was somebody pulled off on the side of the road before cell phones, there were times where I would pull up back in the day when you could. Hey, my name's Steve. I'm so and so. I'm an amateur radio operator. Do you need help? I'm more than happy to call somebody in a repeater to make. If you need to get in touch with somebody, I can make that happen. And I used to do that. It was very common to have happen. That was the image of a ham radio operator. We were very happy with that. So, are we
Society
nerds?
changed.
Absolutely.
Well, yes, yeah, we are nerds. Yeah, we are
We are
nerds.
all nerds,
Yeah,
but
we
you
are
know what?
nerds.
That's no doubt there.
Yeah.
But in our community, at least in the area where I've been, if you said you were a ham radio operator, there was a certain amount of respect that went along with that. So I have to disagree with that.
Yeah, well, kind of. So, Lars, restate the point you made because I think it's a good one.
The point I'm making is that outside of the clubs, the stereotype, the social stigma, or the stereotype associated with when you ask the average person to imagine what a ham radio operator is today, now, what they think of, and to them, that's not sexy. That's not appealing.
Yeah.
And it's changing that perception, which is the key. Joining a ham radio club and working your way through the leadership so that you can run that club the way you want it to run is a great idea. But that's not going to really change the perception it's not going to move the needle enough, in my opinion, to get the general public on board with ham radio operators cool.
Well, clubs are generally where that interface happens.
I'd argue that ham radio, to its fundamental point, to the average person, is not cool. It will never be cool.
Yeah.
And also, why do you need the general public's approval?
So Levi makes a really good point, and Levi makes a really good point. So Lars and I go way back, and one of Lars and I's big points is that we should normalize firearms everywhere. That was one of our biggest things. So we've tried this.
Yeah.
We've tried this. We tried
Take
this
the
with ham
boogeyman
radio.
away.
We've tried this with ham radio, and normalizing ham radio, it
Not
doesn't
gonna
work.
happen.
But it doesn't work the way you think it does. So I could say, everybody wake up tomorrow and put a handheld on your backpack and then carry it around. But half of the ham radio operators are HF operators, so they don't even own an HT, or they'd have to dust it off and turn it on and figure out how it
Josh,
works.
I used to carry a Yaesu FT727 on my belt everywhere I went, and that's and we all did.
But also that's not the common. So that is you. Not all people were doing that, right?
This was very common back in the mid to late 80s, early 90s. That was not uncommon. We all looked this
uncommon, but it was not all hams. And if you look at today, I think there's actually a very large separation between HF hams and VHF UHF hams. When you're talking about digital modes and all the things that goes into that,
digital, yes, but all of us, at least in this community, at least here, at least the ones I know, all of us are HF operators. Most of us are HF operators in our
sure,
club.
but I mean, my point is
all
that
of us also we are all VHF UHF operators as well.
But my point is that we're not trying to alienate anybody, and that's what causes the problem, particularly when you're talking about what Lars is talking about, is that you can't corral any particular segment into all the goats are here, and so if we push really hard in this space, we'll get really positive outcomes. It doesn't really exist, right? That's kind of the problem.
Let me clarify a little bit. When I say the general public, I'm not saying ham radios are going to be flying off the shelf like iPhones or whatever. What I mean is that if the goal is to get more people involved in the ham radio hobby as a hobby, and not just buy Baofangs off Amazon and transmit on them illegally, but actually get involved, it's normalizing the hobby as a whole. It's I'll give you a perfect example. Chess for the last, say, up until recently, the last 30 or 40 years, chess was the most unsexiest, unappealing nerd game that intellectuals played or nerdy guys played in the back room of the high school. In the last 10 years, if you go on YouTube, chess has blown up.
Yeah,
and
the twins pop up. That's why.
But there's a lot. They had a Netflix show about chess. There's been documentaries about chess. People are getting into it again. Why? Because there's an appeal to it.
Okay.
That got grown dynamically through popular culture, people talking about it, and it had a resurgence.
Oh no!
So chess. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I'm gonna find the YouTuber that literally caused the resurgence.
That's the
It's
same thing,
Hikaru.
Larry.
It's Hikaru.
It's,
Hikaru.
Yeah,
it's like playing.
it's also the rise of Magnus Carlsen.
But it's Hikaru. Hikaru was literally the most like socially minded chess person ever.
Yeah.
But my point is that game was, only the biggest of nerds played it, and it was as, ew, you play chess? Ugh. And now it's like it's growing into, it's never going to become widely accepted as the most sexiest thing on the planet, but it's definitely a lot better in a situation than it was, say, 15 years ago.
Okay, but hold on. Let me ask you a question though. Anyone
Shout out
in America,
to
in Europe,
Crandall Logan for the super chat. Thank you for the 556. Love it. Be me my night off from working graves. You enjoying conversation, feeling bad for those with a bad club leadership. Okay, go ahead. Discord, go ahead.
Okay, so everyone who looks at people playing chess recognize immediately that these are people playing chess. But amateur radio doesn't all look the same. To Josh's point earlier, to Steve's point earlier.
Exactly.
Well, no.
You
So,
can only
in a way-
climb. You're only climbing in chess. In amateur radio, there's no climbing. You could just be a Motorola guy. You could just be a 10-meter guy. You could be
Or a
anything.
soda guy, and there's definitely climbing.
Well, thank you.
All right, Jesus.
Yeah. Very
Well,
good.
but a
Very
lot
good.
of-
Nailed
a
it.
lot of amateur
Nailed
radio,
it.
The point is, amateur radio had gotten all the way to HF bands and not back to the old ways of doing.
What does that mean?
Well, yeah,
What does that mean?
The old ways of doing it are now illegal. We
What does
can't
that
go
mean?
use spark gaps.
What does that mean? What do you mean when you say that? I want to hear you.
Well,
What do
it's
you
like
mean
y'all
with the
were talking
old
about-
ways?
It's like y'all were talking about toting around HTs and what have you, or talking, say, locally, like repeaters and what have you. All ham radios nowadays have gotten where they're going to like further range of talking, like the other countries and POTUS and what have you like that.
You had that
It's
before. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it's not gotten as far evolved into as it has recently have.
No. You had a time when you lived that there was no Chinese technology in the homeland or local RF noise. You had the quietest of DX situations. You had the best opportunity to make DX, and you could have got DXCC many times with the radios you had.
Did you live through the woodpecker?
Fair point. But you had opportunities when it was not on the air to still make DX contacts. Come on now. Come
By
on
the way,
now.
It's China now, but back then, if you remember, it was all the Japanese radios. So I mean, it's the same thing, different time.
See, okay, this is literally what I'm talking about. Is that we're tearing people down for just being a part of the community.
I don't tear anybody down. I'm just saying that it's the same thing, different genre. Just it's not very different. I mean, it really isn't. It's a different time, but it was kind of the same thing. So
okay,
the same gripes.
So hear me out. Like, we have the worst noise floor that you have to deal with radio. It's not a young people thing. It's not an older people thing. It's every person.
I didn't hear you say that again, Josh. Repeat
the
that.
noise floor. The noise floor that we have to deal
agree.
with. That is everybody's problem. It's not a young people thing or an old people thing. Everybody has the worst noise floor that we can ever have right now, and it's only going to get worse.
Fair enough. Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
So as we talk about all these things of amateur radio, the big deal is we got a big noise problem. We have a huge noise problem. That will continue to be one of the largest things that we have to battle, because how do you go to tell your neighbor that their charge controller creates noise on your amateur radio. Like,
I'm
what are you
dealing
gonna
with
do?
that one right now.
Like,
yes.
like what does that even look like, right? So we're already in a situation on the down low. That is true. That is like you can't fight that. So what do? Right? What do you do at this point? You have to to market. You have to make it something that is marketable and say, "Hey, it's great."
Josh, I got the answer.
Okay,
Just
here we
came
go.
to me. I got the answer. Ham radio swimsuit calendar.
Yeah,
you
there
make
you
that.
go.
Oh, I'm down with 100%.
Not people wearing the suits, just photos
Hey
of the
man,
suits.
I gotta tell you, I wore a Speedo when I played water polo, so I'm just
saying, you get
say that.
So here's what you do, Josh. You get the top 12 best, most popular ham radio YouTube channels, and you have them model some
I don't think
radios.
anybody wants to see that.
I don't want to see any of them in a Speedo. Actually, I would pay to actively keep their clothes on.
Yeah.
Either way, it's a moneymaker.
No, it's not. I don't know who that's for, but
it would sell out. It would absolutely sell out.
Yeah, because people would burn them, actively burn them. It'd be like a Dixie Chick CD all over again.
No, you know what? You guys are underestimating the power of the internet. That would sell out.
Why would I pay to see mid dad bods in Speedos when I can go on the internet?
Dad bods.
Okay, but
Levi, you don't know what I'm packing right now.
I resemble that remark.
Josh, I've met you in person. I have a very good idea about the male physique. I don't think you're packing no 12 pack there.
No,
Oh,
no
here
12
we
pack.
go.
No
Here
12
we go.
pack.
Here
No
we
12
go.
pack.
Lord have mercy.
Remember the
That's
potato goes in the front.
Remember, the tube socks go down the pants.
Oh man, you guys.
We're about to have
you guys are
Levi on
savage.
leash right now.
See, that's
I
all
am
the other
on a
thing.
leash. I am on a leash.
So honestly, that's another good point. Is that the amateur radio community literally is like the smartest freaking people that you can have in any situation. So anything you do, you're literally contending with some of the smartest human beings that have existed in a space. Because you gotta be. If you're gonna be this big of a nerd, this is what this is where you're gonna go. Like it's almost like gravity pulls the water down. Gravity pours all the nerds into amateur radio. They all find it. And they're all here right now. Like they're all here.
It's one light source all of us ADHD people will
well, that's another. I didn't want to get into that, but also
we need to.
You probably have to be a little bit on the spectrum.
Let's don't go to ADHD now. Come on.
Well, but hold on. How do we deal with these things if we don't talk about them? This is kind of the center of all of this that we're talking about. So I want to clarify what I said earlier about old hams because it didn't come out the way that I intended. Big surprise. ADHD, autism, all the rest. All of the old guys in my club are really pretty cool, but they got their own thing going on, and it's not the same thing. And imagine that. It's all HF, and almost none of them operate above 6 meters. That's the quote-unquote old ham that we've got to not be. I'm doing my thing. If it coincides with the club's plans, then fine. And if not, I'm going to do my thing. But I'm going to show up to all the meetings, and I'm going to try to make it about my thing because I'm all about my thing. We can't be a community of individual my things, period.
Can't we all just get along?
Like, how do you...
I think one of the things, I think that's what drives ham radio. There are people who do HF. There are people who do 2 meters and above. There are guys who do 900 meg and above. I think that's the diversity and the appeal, and the thing that makes ham radio not boring is that there is literally something for everybody.
I think like 9,000 hobbies jammed into one.
Exactly.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me reply to Steve because it's an excellent point you make, and you are 100% correct. The problem is you need 2 parties to make a QSO, right? My thing isn't my thing; it's our thing when we communicate together. But if I don't want to share my thing with you, what am I doing?
That somewhere else there is somebody on this planet, whether on this country or not, in this country or not, that is is operating on the same band that you want to operate on. May not be me. It's most likely going to be.
But
somebody else.
let me interject with some real quick on that. So what I think he's saying, I'm with hide and seek and destroy. I don't know what you otherwise go by. What I think he's getting at, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, is that I do my thing, fine. You do your thing, fine. But when I've encountered it in my area where there's the old guard, the old Elmers and Hams.
Here we go.
Not old guys, just they're more seasoned than I am. I'm only been a ham for a little over a year, so everybody's older than me when it comes to being a ham. They'll poo-poo other ideas. And it's not so much that they do their thing and I do mine. They will, in the club, they will actively say, "Well, we're FT8. We don't do that here." But I do. Yeah, well, we're not going to bother with that here. So just take that somewhere else. Like they will push you out because you don't do the thing they do. To me, that's a problem.
Counterpoint.
Yeah,
you're not forced to attend their club. You're not forced to attend their meetings.
No, absolutely not.
If you don't like it, move along. That's why a lot of people are here in this server is because
Yes!
they don't
Yes!
enjoy. Right. I actively go to local meetings and I want to murder people.
Yeah, but my point is,
Well,
if we're trying to
Levi,
make the
don't kill anybody, please. Don't kill anybody at a ham
I'm
club
not.
meeting.
They're not.
If you do, film it.
That's just how Levi says hello. I mean,
World Star's dead.
Hello, how are you doing? I'm gonna kill somebody.
I'm gonna kill somebody
Levi.
today.
Somebody's
I'm gonna
gotta
kill
die.
them.
What's the
I
problem
could
here?
kill them.
In
I
a
could
video
kill them
game.
anytime.
That's all we gotta do it.
But my thing is like, yes, I could leave the club and go somewhere else. That's fine. But that's the problem is like when you're forcing someone to leave the club, whatever that club is, even if it's getting off the repeater because they don't.
Trash.
It's no good. It's negativity, and that's in my opinion, part of the problem is you're not into what I'm into. I don't want to
see. Here's the great thing. Oh, this is
I just don't see it.
This is such a double-edged. So here's the double-edged sword of what you're saying, right? Yes, you're right that those OMs are not into what you're doing. Totally. And they're like, "Oh, no, that's not what we're going to do. We maybe get outdoors once a year for field day, and that's about it. We drag the trailer out there. It's a big deal. It takes 18 hours to do it. We get it out there, and we put the antenna up, and we got a 2-element beam. That's what we do, and that's it." So here's the thing, right? That's what they like. That is their club,
which is cool. That's
no,
fine.
no. And I'm with you. But you got two options. You can be an insurgent in that club, and then eventually take over, or you can create your own club. I guess there's three options, or you can just do no club, and then there is no ham radio club in that space.
And that's exactly what happened here. Is one of the main clubs in this area completely dissolved because of that, and it pushed it pushed everybody out. I think there's 3 members left of the club because everybody else left. And and the thing is though, I'm not saying that everybody has to participate in everything. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, like, for me, I really don't deal with HF at all.
Yeah.
And no, at all. Like, I have no interest in it. I really don't. I don't have any real interest in no, not I don't. I don't find the purpose in talking to somebody in Italy. I have no interest in that.
Hold on. Let me
I'm sorry, go ahead.
just a sec. Okay. So you had a pretty good handle on my point, but not perfect, and I'm probably going to not have an exactly perfect handle on your point either. But so you don't operate on HF, you don't have interest in it. I guarantee you haven't seen every application of HF. There's going to be a thing you're like, you know what? Okay, that is pretty cool. And the only way you're going to get to see that is if club members, I'm going to take you aside, I'm going to show you, we're going to go do a POTA together. Why do we compete when we could do it together? You know, that's the thing. And HF isn't the hill to die on. It's just an example that's really easy because most of the spectrum we have is in HF up to a point. You know,
no, I mean,
the
like,
money barrier for UHF.
The most
yeah.
used spectrum is in HF. The most spectrum lies above 3 gig.
Well, yeah, but there's a huge money
Thank you,
barrier
Levi.
that prevents you there.
But my
up on all the points where a lot of hams that are in clubs are actually scared of changes. They don't realize now what new change could come of. They're just kind of scared.
Absolutely not.
They want to stay in their own little.
Many are, but also many aren't.
No,
Levi, you're not wrong, but neither is radio.
That is such a broad generalization. I'm pretty sure that's like throwing a tomahawk in a barn.
No.
Like,
he's
they're
not
not scared.
wrong. He's not wrong, but yes, it is also a generalization. But I think that generalization hits more often than it doesn't hit. In that most older folks are just, this is what we do. We got a calendar. We're hitting our calendar. We got to hit it every month, and then that's what we do. And period. That's it. And it's done. That's it.
Exactly.
That's all it is. That's the club. There are more people that are into amateur radio clubs for doing club stuff, working minutes and being a scribe, than there are like getting out and actually doing radio at this point. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
The best.
No, it's true.
Maybe, but also, I mean, it's their prerogative.
It is exactly, yes, Levi, exactly. You're right.
If again, half of the OM clubs on this world are just breakfast lunches.
Yes,
okay?
yes.
Its the only purpose is to go breakfast and then talk about ham radio.
That's right.
Who the hell tell them that it's the wrong way?
No, they're not wrong.
Don't attend.
That's yes.
Again, we don't have state-sponsored ham radio clubs. Just don't attend. That's what this all boils down to.
Exactly. Dude, Levi, I love it. I love it.
40 minutes after the club, where we just
again, all of the real fun happens after you said, okay, meeting adjourned. What are we bullshitting about now?
Exactly. It's the best part of the meeting.
Yeah.
Is the last 40 minutes to an hour after the club.
So
we're all just outside kibitzing in the parking lot.
So here's my thoughts on this, is that a lot of people that are talking about their experiences in amateur radio clubs have never experienced amateur radio clubs. They've never committed themselves to be like donating their time to be part of the community. They've experienced one club meeting and they're like, "Oh, it's trash. I don't want to be here." They've not actually tried. The trying is the problem. The trying is not good all the time. The trying is never all the time a fun time, but you have to go through that process. And if you don't want to do that, then make your own club. That's it. That is literally the option, I think.
Exactly.
I know you don't want to hear it, Josh, but that's a spectrum issue. That's not a ham radio issue.
It's not a spectrum issue. Like, nobody... Okay. As much as I am very much on the spectrum, I think, ADHD spectrum, I'm not diagnosed, but I'm pretty confident kind of thing.
Solidarity, brother.
I think that like if we create excuses for what it should be, then okay, like we can go anywhere with this. But the reality is that like a club meeting, it should be for people that are really passionate about doing that particular thing. If they just want to rag chew on a repeater, great, love it. Go do it. And then they'll get more members because they like also rag chewing. If they want to do field day and they want to do other things, like great, go nuts. Like let's do that. POTA, go crazy.
Can I ask a question? All right. Yeah. So that makes total sense. I'm in no way saying that a ham radio club should not do the thing they like to do.
Yeah, I didn't think you were either.
But here's my question. What is and this would be different from club to club, I would assume. But I would know that for me, if I had the people around here to start a ham radio club, which I don't have the means to do that, so I don't have the capability of doing it. I just don't have the financial or the time to do it. But let's say I did. I would, from my perspective, I would want to have a ham radio club with a purpose, not just to hang out. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but me, I would want that club to have a goal, a purpose, whether it be to recruit new members, to further something in the hobby, not just to hang out every Friday and shoot the bull. You can do that anywhere. You don't have to have a ham radio
I
club.
love
That's just an
this.
excuse to get together.
I love this so much because, like, Lars, I think you know that if you went to a club and said, like, in your bylaws, you said that in section 1 that your focus is growing amateur radio, and I don't think you're doing that right now. How well do you think that would go over?
They're gonna tell you it's gonna be a paddle faster I hear banjo music, but with a bunch of OMs.
Right. So you're right, Lars. You're totally right. The problem is that I think that, okay, let's be honest. Most of the clubs exist just as a bunch of freaking dudes that just want to hang out and talk about radio. And at some point,
fine.
A bunch of them are just boomers who want to.
Right.
A bunch of them are just boomers who want to get away from their wives.
Yeah. God, Levi, that's such a good point. So, like, it's a bunch of really old guys. I have a feeling that clubs are just gonna freaking die. They're just gonna die. Like, nobody's gonna have a club except for like the HRCC Discord club call sign blah blah blah. Like,
So
it's gonna be just
your
a complete
angle, Josh.
No. Where I'm going with this is that, like, I just don't think that dudes today want to carry on the legacy of, I want a clubhouse to get away from my wife. Like, I think Levi's actually really on point on this. Like, I don't think anybody wants to carry on the nonsense. I just don't think they're gonna do it.
I don't think they are. I agree with you. I don't think they are either. I think, and is that but now here's the fundamental question: is that a problem?
Well,
I don't
I'm
think
here.
it is.
I'm here every Saturday to answer ham radio questions, and everybody that comes out
Josh here every Saturday, but we're here with him.
Exactly. I mean, that's the point. Is that, like,
is it something worth preserving or not? That's basically my question.
That's a good. That is the right question. That is the right question.
It depends. Again, and the greatest answer ever created. It depends. Like the local club here in the DMV, we have a supermassive contest club that has like 7 chapters. Will that thing outlast all of us? Absolutely. Will the Vienna Wireless Society, that is just a bunch of old retired State Department engineers, last much longer? Probably not. But, you know, again, if it matters to someone that much, they will continue it or refocus in a way to help it continue whatever its overarching air quotes mission is. It's just if people want to continue something, they will find a way to make it work. If not, oh well, go the way of the dodo.
Okay, but hold on. I think that some of us, maybe only me, who knows, I'm hearing this conversation as we're talking about the ham club, capital letters, one big idealistic thing, not individual clubs, is the idea of the ham club, somewhere, some people, whatever. Yes, absolutely worth preserving.
Okay.
Yeah, totally.
It's not that it's worth preserving, it's just organically what happens.
Yeah.
You get a group of people with the interests that we have, especially in amateur radio. We just naturally gravitate towards each other. That's called a club, and a lot of these clubs just start that way. There's 4 clubs in the area that all started exactly like that, and one of them specializes in HF. One of them is known for VHF, UHF contesting and places every contest. Another one is big in digital modes, but they all kind of have their own kind of niche thing that they gravitate towards. But that's part of the club. The club is just this thing built for a purpose. It's a bunch of people that want to do something together, and
can I?
That's a club.
Can I interject real quick on that? So if ham radio as a concept is just a bunch of nerds hanging out talking about radio,
yeah,
okay, and we just gravitate towards each other dynamically and naturally because of this similar interest, great, wonderful, and that really is it's just a common interest. But but at the same time, if there's no action item in said group to say we need to make sure as a group we are furthering the hobby in a way to get more members on board to make the hobby stronger, then to complain that the hobby doesn't have enough people joining seems kind of like we're complaining about something we are actively not doing anything to fix.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's the Don Quixote fallacy of everybody is tilting at windmills constantly. So
yeah, there you go.
yeah, so
I don't hear it that way.
no. I will literally tell you how it's Don Quixote all the time, because the people that complain the most about it are not actually reaching people where people are.
Okay.
Right?
So, Lars, case in point, is that not what we are doing right now?
Well, we actually have more viewership than most clubs at any time. I have more viewership in any one of my videos than most hamfests. Period. I have more viewership than I don't know anything that exists in amateur radio in most cases. When I go live, there are more people watching at any point, and then when you look at it over like a 24-hour cycle, it's a crazy amount of people.
And that's just people watching live, not people watch the live stream later either.
Right. So
or comment on the various channels through the week.
Correct.
So Josh is not drunk. Josh is pointing out that we have a generational gap in what is happening to our hobby, right? And you can either continue to do clubs, which, by the way, I am a member of clubs. I like hanging out with other hams. I just happen to be so fortunate that my club has a lot of younger hams who have taken over leadership roles and are creating situations and events where we have a lot of fun. That's what we do. That's the best part. But that's not going to be normal all the time.
In California or in the states that most of you reside in, I'm sure it's very, very different. Here on the East Coast, especially in this part of Jersey, it's a very different atmosphere. So I fully admit that I'm coming from a perspective it's a different paradigm here.
There are more clubs from Miami to Boston than anywhere in America.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I live in the DMV. There are, I think, 17 clubs within about an hour of me here in the DMV, centered around DC.
Clubs within a I've got at least 8 clubs between here and New York City.
Yeah, there are massive amounts of, and Jersey has like 20 or 30 clubs.
Jersey's got so many up and down the East Coast. I'm in New York, by the way, so.
We talked about this, Lars. We talked about this. The East Coast has the highest density of hams, like period, no question.
The East Coast has also the most VHF ops.
Oh, get out of town.
No. The East Coast has in VHF contesting. The East Coast is the primary place.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh no, in terms of activity from hams, I'm not talking about that. But I'm like, if I do a search for ham radio clubs, the closest one to me is about an hour and a half away in Jersey.
Lars, where are you in Jersey, if you don't mind me asking?
Morris County.
Oh, okay. I lived there. I lived in Morristown. There's, I can rattle off probably about 6 clubs within. Easily,
if they're active, they don't promote it because I don't know they exist.
Maybe your definition of active is different, though.
Did you check the ARRL?
Yes.
I gotta head out. Because I'm.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You wanted to head out a long time ago. I keep furthering this. My apologies.
Leia's gonna be mad. go eat my halal guys. Go to bed.
You know, there's the Morris Radio Club right in Morris County.
I live in the northern part. It's too far away from me.
Jersey's tiny as shit.
There's West Essex, Fairlawn, Wayne. There's MCARV. There's I'm just looking at the list here. There's got to be at least a dozen around you.
The closest one to me is in Fairfield, and they don't meet anymore for the time being. And the one in Wayne is 3 members now. They pretty much dissolved. The closest one is in Newton, sorry, and that one's about an hour and 10 minutes away. So I went to one of their meetings a couple of weeks ago, but that was just because I was invited to go there to show off the Mesh-tastic stuff.
And the Park Avenue Club in Florham Park?
I reached out to them. No one ever got back to me.
Oh, I know that they're active.
So here's the thought. I'm gonna head out after this. So, what if the best thing you can do for amateur radio is just make content and put it on YouTube,
That's
or
what I'm gonna do.
TikTok, or Instagram? Because literally, that's I think the only thing that's gonna stick around. There are a ton of club members. By the way, if you want to go interview club members and learn from them and do a ton of stuff and post that, you should definitely do that. The problem we have is that most of these clubs live through tribal knowledge. Tribal knowledge is this engineering term we throw around. In that there's a lot of smart people that know a lot of
tribal
things.
knowledge.
Well, I mean, it exists whether or not you want to believe in it. It is a real thing, in the sense that
Worldwide communications and the silo effect.
you have a lot of people that have been doing a job for a really long time, and they're probably reticent to tell you about all the things they do. They cloister them away quietly, and they will not tell you all the secret little things. But if you can get into that, the only way that you can do that is by being a part of it, like being a member of a club. So that's the big thing, is that there is knowledge, and everybody's point has been made at this point. To take away from joining a club is kind of turning around on my point, is that why you should join a club, because there's secret knowledge that you can't have. It doesn't exist in a manual. It doesn't exist in a blog that someone posted. It only exists in the mind of somebody who's dealt with it many years ago, or they continue to deal with it because that's the repeater system that they have. So there are so many knowledge points that only exist with these very specific people in every club. Every club has at least one that has some knowledge point that you cannot get in any other way, right?
Honestly, yeah.
So you have to at least be willing to engage with them on their level. It may not be comfortable, but if you want that knowledge, you got to go to where the knowledge is. Now, here's the opposite point. We're going to figure it out regardless, right? Here's the real answer. Every situation I've ever been in, every engineering problem where I'm looking at contracts that I work on that are millions and millions of dollars, we will figure it out. If I have to hire engineers to figure it out, if I have to come at it from a different way. I don't have a guy that writes an algorithm. I just use technology to create the algorithm. Yeah, we can do that. We have done it. I've done it. Yes, there's always a way that you can get around the guy that knows all the things. Always. But is that the right way? I don't know. You decide that. I don't care. I don't care what you decide to do. The point is that you got lots of options. Ham radio is the best time you've ever been. We're complaining a little bit, but to be honest with you, we still have an amazing community. We got lots of people chatting right now in the comments. We got one of the best Discords ever. We got lots of people who are super open for getting you into the community. Clubs maybe not be the best place, but you might find some of the best clubs. They still exist. They're kind of rare, But if you find one, then it's like, oh my God, turn on the vacuum and just I got to get all that information at everybody that's in that club. I just like that's what I would look at it like. It's like I'm an oyster harvester. I'm looking for all the pearls. I'm just gonna go in there and be like, yes, I will literally take this over just if I can get a shred of the information that these people have. That's what I want. I want to bring that to everybody, but like you can all get that. You can all get that and start making your own YouTube channel. Let's do it. Do it. Teach everybody.
You know what though? Your metaphor's perfect because you can't have a pearl without a little bit of irritation to start.
Literally, it's literally a scar or a wound, right?
That's why that's why I'm here, Hyde.
Josh.
But okay, but I think that this really does illustrate the ham club as a general concept versus my particular ham club or that one meeting or that one club member.
Oh, please. Yes. Yeah. We okay. The one thing I got to say is every so that's the thing. It's like we're all members of a club that's good and we all talk crap about clubs that are not good. Like that's what we do, right? Like we're like, "Oh yeah, no, I got 5 clubs. I won't be a member. Maybe I'll come over there and do a talk or whatever." But like I'm not really going to join them. I got my one club. I'm ride or die about this one club. But if you don't have the one club, that just means you haven't looked around a little bit. Because I got to tell you, like, I have spent more time with a bunch of old dudes that were like more about what I'm into than the dudes I talk to like every day. Because that's kind of like they're just super focused on that one thing. And it's like, oh, that's really cool. I'm actually into that too. You just haven't looked that much. You just haven't tried. And you know what? If you tell me you're like Josh, I went to the ARRL calculator that showed me where my clubs are, and I was like, I realize I'm just somebody that's not very outgoing, and I hate being around people. You know what? Ham radio is the best for you, buddy. It any any time you make a statement of an affirmative point about ham radio, you will always lose because there's 1,000 other people who'll be like, I don't do that. You can't put ham radio in a box. You just say like, hey, this is what I'm about. This is what I like. I like doing this. If you want to come along with me, I'm willing to do it, and that's it. And then just be the future you want the world to be with ham radio. That's kind of the point. All right, I'm getting crazy now.
I could not agree more.
Yeah. So,
gentlemen, I have to go. Thank you, Josh. Thanks for having me on the show. Appreciate it. And you guys have a good night.
All right, Lars,
Hey,
you're way up later than me, and we're already at midnight here. So yeah, I'm definitely going. So.
All right. Take care, guys.
Take it easy, man.
Lars,
I have ordered that supply.
I
Hey,
have
Lars,
to
if you
go.
can
I'm
you
going
send me
because I
a
got to eat.
DM?
I'm starving. Oh, sorry. So, Lars, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah. So, who was it? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, it's me, Steve.
Oh,
yeah,
it's Steve.
Lars, send me a DM. I just ran a report that's I got every ham club within about 30 miles of you. If you give me a DM, I'll send it to you.
Done and done. Gentlemen, have a good night. I'll catch you next time.
Yep, have a good one.
Everybody on the Discord, take it easy. Wow, we went long tonight. And you know what? I appreciate you. We had a lot of fun. But I'm going to bed.
Great.
I got to eat.
Go to bed.
I'm going to get some food.
73, y'all.
Take it easy, man. See ya.
Take care.
All right, we are disconnected from the Discord. Man, a lot of good topics. A lot of good topics. I guess the point is that clubs are. There was a point in amateur radio where you just had to join a club, and I think now it's a buyer's market in the sense that you can decide the club that you want to be a part of, and if you don't want to be a part of a club, that's fine too. But if you do decide to be a part of a club, sample. Go about all the different clubs, go to all of them, and try them out. See what they're about. Like, do they actually go portable? Do they do POTA? Do they do Parks on the Air? All that stuff? Yeah, that's the things you want. If that's what you want. If you want satellite radio, it's like, yeah, no, we got a guy who's like the best satellite radio guy. Well, then, okay, maybe you should spend a little time there talking to that guy and learn a little bit more about that. The club should be something that fits you. It shouldn't be something that you try to change the club to make it fit who you are, right? At the same time, if you do join a club, and I mean this when I say this, it's the same thing my wife tells me all the time. You have to be willing to give your time to the club. You have to be willing to commit and volunteer and do all those things, because if you join a club, like let's say you join a club, you're a year in and you're like, man, this leadership is rocking. Well, the leadership is only rocking because they have a club and people that support them and what they're doing. So you really do need to do your effort to join them and be a part of it and get fully engaged in it. And you should do that, because I think over time you will learn more than you can possibly conceive if it was just you just chasing things around in amateur radio. So that's where I'll leave it. I am also rambling at that last point, but appreciate you. And we're going to wrap it up. So 73.